The top player raises his sword, the entire digital world holds its breath, and in less than 3 seconds, everything that humanity thought it knew about power is about to get completely destroyed. His name is Yeon, and for 6 straight years, he has been the undisputed king of Aethoria Online, the most advanced virtual reality game ever built. Millions of players log in every single day. Professional tournaments fill stadiums. Nations have made formal policies around the game's economy. Aethoria is not just entertainment anymore. It is a way of life. And right now, the servers are counting down to 0. The announcement had come 2 weeks earlier. The developers, a secretive tech conglomerate known only as Axis Lab, revealed that Aethoria Online was shutting down its digital servers permanently. But they did not say the game was ending. They said it was evolving. Some kind of catastrophic technological event, one that every scientist in the world was still scrambling to explain, had begun tearing the barrier between the digital game world and physical reality. The code was leaking out. The dungeons, the monsters, the magic system, all of it was starting to bleed into the real world. Axis Lab claimed they could not stop it. Nobody could. So instead, they decided to manage the merge. The final server shutdown would act as a controlled release, and when it happened, every dungeon, every creature, every game mechanic would become fully, physically real. The world had gone completely sideways over it. Governments issued emergency broadcasts. Scientists held press conferences where they openly admitted they had no explanation. Religious groups called it the end of days. But Yeon did not panic. He had one thing on his mind. Before the merge happened, he was going to do what he always did. He was going to clear the tutorial zone one last time, and he was going to do it in style. The tutorial zone is the very first area every new player encounters when they start Aethoria Online. It is designed to be easy. Laughably easy. A gentle green field surrounded by crumbling stone walls, populated with the weakest creatures in the entire game. Most players clear it in under 20 minutes. There is only one notable feature. At the very center of the tutorial zone stands a single nameless boss. No title. No backstory. No lore entry in the codex. Just a massive, gray-skinned creature standing roughly 4 meters tall, built like a pile of boulders given a heartbeat. It has small black eyes, a jaw full of jagged teeth, and arms thick as tree trunks. Its health bar is laughably low by the standards of any experienced player. It is the first real obstacle a brand new player encounters, designed just to teach them that combat exists. For Yeon, it is a warm-up, a formality, a goodbye ritual. He stands in the center of the tutorial field, his avatar gleaming in gold and white armor that he had spent 2 years earning. His weapon is the Sunbreaker, a 2-handed greatsword with a blade that radiates actual sunlight, crackling with stored divine energy that most players never even get close to unlocking. His stats are so absurdly inflated compared to the tutorial zone that his character panel alone would look like a joke to anyone who saw it. He has walked into this zone hundreds of times over the years. Sometimes to test new builds. Sometimes to entertain fans watching his livestream. Sometimes just because he could. Today is the last time. The countdown timer hovers in the top corner of every player's interface, bright red digits ticking toward the moment the servers die and the merge completes. 47 minutes remain. All around the digital world, players are logging out, saying their goodbyes, taking final screenshots. Some are weeping openly in town squares. Others are throwing massive in-game parties, burning through their gold stockpiles and firing off the rarest spells they own just to see them one last time. Yeon stands quietly in the grass and stares at the nameless boss across the field. The creature stares back. That is what it is programmed to do. It registers a target and it locks on. Simple aggression AI. No complexity. No thought behind those empty black eyes. Yeon rolls his neck, adjusts his grip on the Sunbreaker, and charges. He crosses the field in seconds, his movement speed so maxed out that his boots barely seem to touch the ground. He drives the Sunbreaker upward in a rising slash, channeling the blade's stored divine energy in a technique called the Sundering Arc, which is the most powerful single-target skill in his entire kit. Against anything in the tutorial zone, it is instant death. Against the nameless boss specifically, it does roughly 800 times the creature's maximum health pool. It is not even a fight. It is an execution. The attack connects. The golden light explodes outward in a ring. The shockwave flattens the grass in every direction. The air itself warps with the heat of the discharge. And the nameless boss catches the blade with one hand. Yeon freezes. The world goes quiet. Not just the sound of the impact dying down. Actual quiet. The ambient noise of the tutorial zone, the birds, the distant wind, the soft hum of the game's environmental audio, all of it drops to nothing. A glitch, maybe. A server issue with the countdown bearing down. Seo-jun keeps his eyes locked on the creature's hand. Its gray fingers are wrapped around the flat of his blade. The sundering arc's golden energy is still crackling, still burning, but the boss is not reacting. It is not staggering. It is not dying. It is squeezing. The Sunbreaker groans. The divine energy starts to sputter. Cracks race along the blade's surface. Seo-jun tries to pull back and the creature does not move even slightly, holding the sword in place with the kind of stillness that no NPC in this game has ever demonstrated. Not a boss 10,000 times its level. Not the final raid encounters that had taken coordinated teams of 200 players months to defeat. Not anything. Seo-jun's eyes go up to the creature's face, and for the first time in 6 years of playing this game, he sees something in those small black eyes that was never there before. Thought. Not aggression. Not the blank mechanical hunger of a coded enemy. Something that looks very much like awareness. Like the creature behind those eyes just woke up and is looking around for the first time, noticing the world it has been standing in for years, noticing the sky, the grass, the crumbling walls, and then noticing Seo-jun, and deciding what to think about all of it. The nameless boss turns the blade. Slowly, deliberately. It twists the Sunbreaker out of Seo-jun's grip with one hand, the way a person might gently disarm a child who picked up something dangerous, and then it releases the sword and lets it tumble to the ground. The blade hits the grass and the divine energy sputters out entirely. The greatest weapon in the game, lying in the dirt of the tutorial zone like scrap metal. Seo-jun backpedals instantly, cycling through his skills, pulling up every emergency ability in his list. He fires a radiant bolt, a high-speed projectile that has a near-instant travel time. The boss sways its upper body 6 inches to the left and the bolt screams past its ear and detonates against the stone wall behind it. Seo-jun unleashes a chain of 3 consecutive holy strikes, lunging forward with rapid precision, and the creature parries the first with its forearm, redirects the second with a slight shift of its shoulder, and catches the third strike by wrapping one hand around Seo-jun's wrist. It holds him there, completely suspended, his feet barely touching the ground, and it tilts its head at him like it is studying something interesting. Then it pulls the system out of him. There is no other way to describe what happens. A blue light begins to pour from Seo-jun's chest. His stats, his skill tree, his inventory, his titles, his entire 6 years of accumulated player data, it all starts flowing outward in streams of luminous code, pulling out of his avatar like water draining from a tank. His character begins to degrade. The golden armor dims and cracks. His health bar, which had been capped at the absolute maximum the game allowed, begins to plummet. His skills gray out one by one. The Sunbreaker, still lying in the grass, dissolves into particles. The nameless boss absorbs every single bit of it. The blue light floods into the creature and the changes are immediate and staggering. Its gray skin tightens. Its posture straightens. The small black eyes go from dull stones to something sharp and burning. Its body reconfigures, not dramatically, not into some massive monstrous second form, but in the subtle, terrifying way that something shifts when it stops being an object and becomes a person. It releases Seo-jun's wrist and the top player drops. He hits the ground and stays there, his avatar reduced to base stats, no equipment, no skills, just a hollow shell of a character a few seconds from deletion. The countdown timer in the corner hits 0. The tutorial zone does not fade out gracefully. It comes apart like wet paper. The stone walls crack down the middle and dissolve into light. The green field splits along jagged invisible seams and falls away into whiteness. The sky above goes first, peeling back like a ceiling being torn down, replaced by a blank, roaring nothing. Seo-jun's avatar finally expires, and he gets forcibly ejected from the headset back into the real world, screaming and gasping in his gaming chair, unable to explain to the thousands of fans watching his stream what just happened in the final 40 seconds of Aethoria Online's existence. The nameless boss is the last thing left in the tutorial zone. It stands on the last remaining strip of dissolving ground and looks down at the void opening beneath its feet. It does not seem afraid. It reaches down through the disintegrating code of the world around it with one hand, feeling for something solid, and it finds the edge of the merge. The point where the digital bleeds into the physical. The door that Axis Lab cracked open and could not close. It steps through. The creature lands on asphalt. The impact sends a spider web of cracks across the road surface in a 3-meter radius from where its feet hit the ground. It straightens up slowly, standing in the middle of a 4-lane urban street, and the world it finds itself in is nothing like anything in its entire existence. There are towers of glass and steel rising on both sides, climbing so high that the creature has to tilt its head back to find the tops of them. The sky above is a washed-out gray, cut through by trails of white from aircraft it has no name for. The noise is extraordinary. Engines growling, horns sounding in sharp bursts. The distant rhythm of construction. 1,000 overlapping human voices from every direction. Metal objects on 4 wheels are moving down the street in both directions, and the ones closest to the creature slam on their brakes with a shriek of burning rubber. Some swerve. One clips the curb and bounces up onto the sidewalk. The drivers inside stare through their windshields with expressions of pure, unprocessed terror. The creature stands in the middle of it all and processes. It is working with a new kind of intelligence now. Seojan's player system had come loaded with years of real-world knowledge absorbed from in-game encyclopedias, player notes, and the general cognitive framework of a human adult who spent thousands of hours deeply engaged with a game world. The system is built for a player, not a monster, but the Nameless boss absorbed it completely, and it is using it now to decode the environment. The towers are buildings. The metal objects are vehicles. The gray above is sky. The smaller figures scrambling on the walkways at the sides of the road are humans. This is the world. It is not a dungeon zone. There are no walls ringing it, no spawn points, no clear objectives floating in the air. It is vast and open and full of creatures called people who seem incapable of understanding what they are looking at. A blue screen flickers to life in front of the creature's face, invisible to everyone else. The stolen player system, now integrated fully, begins running its diagnostics. Stats confirm. Strength is at the hard cap. Speed registers higher than any recorded value in Aethoria's history. The skill tree that was Seojan's now belongs to the creature entirely, and it has repopulated itself to reflect the creature's base physical capabilities as well, which towers so far above the original player's numbers that some of the stat lines are still calculating. Every single combat ability is accessible. The divine energy techniques, the movement skills, the passive defense multipliers, all of it now belongs to the creature that was never supposed to have a name. A prompt appears at the bottom of the blue screen. It asks for a name. The creature stares at it. Then it inputs the first word it thinks of, a single word that floated up from the depths of the system's absorbed knowledge with no particular fanfare, almost randomly, but it feels accurate. It hits confirm. The system accepts it. The screen vanishes. People are gathering at the edges of the street now, far enough back to feel marginally safe but close enough to stare. Some have their phones raised. Some are calling on those phones, speaking in rapid, panicked tones. A police vehicle appears at the far end of the block, blue and red lights cycling on its roof, and the creature turns to look at it without concern. But before the police vehicle gets close, something else arrives first. 3 figures drop from the rooftop of the building to the creature's right. They land in practiced crouches on the asphalt, absorbing the impact easily. They are dressed in tactical gear, black and gray, with equipment belts loaded with weapons and tools that glow faintly with infused energy. Small emblems on their shoulders mark them as licensed. In the 3 weeks since the first dungeons started bleeding into reality, governments around the world had scrambled to formalize a system for handling the creatures that came through. Hunters. Officially sanctioned combatants authorized to enter dungeon zones and eliminate threats. These 3 are part of a local unit, and their job is exactly this. Find the breach, assess the threat, neutralize and contain. The one in front steps forward and holds up a scanner. It is a device that reads ambient magical energy, cross-references it with known creature databases pulled from Aethoria's publicly released data archives, and returns a threat classification. He points it at the creature standing in the middle of the road. The scanner returns a result almost immediately. Tutorial zone spawn. Unnamed variant. Threat level registered as minimal. Recommended approach, standard physical engagement, no special elemental countermeasures required. The hunter in front tucks the scanner away and rolls his shoulders. He tells his teammates that this one is going to be easy. Barely worth the paperwork. His 2 partners fan out to either side, each pulling their weapons. One has a short blade pulsing with electrical energy. The other carries a compact rifle loaded with magically enhanced rounds that can punch through a reinforced dungeon wall. Both of them are grinning. Tutorial zone monsters are basically target practice. The guild will log it as a cleared encounter, they will collect a modest bounty, and they will be back at base in time for dinner. The creature in the road watches the 3 hunters position themselves around it and does not move. The lead hunter charges first, crossing the distance in a burst of speed that would absolutely destroy an average human being and is completely respectable by any hunter standard. He covers the ground between them in under a second, his blade already swinging in a diagonal cut aimed at the creature's midsection. It is a clean strike. Practiced. The kind of movement that comes from hundreds of real dungeon runs. The creature sidesteps it so casually that the hunter's momentum carries him stumbling 2 full steps past his intended target. He spins around, confused. The creature has not even shifted its weight fully. It simply moved its torso a few inches to the right and the hunter's entire attack found nothing but air. The hunter with the rifle opens fire from the left flank. 3 shots in rapid succession, each round trailing a streak of blue energy as it travels. The creature tracks the shots without looking like it is trying, rolling one shoulder forward so the first round passes behind it, then angling its body so the second and third zip past on either side. The rounds detonate against the cracked asphalt further down the street, kicking up chunks of road surface. Not a single one comes close. The third hunter darts in from the right, going low, trying to sweep the creature's legs out from under it. The creature looks down at him. Just looks. Then it reaches down and picks the hunter up by the back of his tactical vest with one hand, the way a person might pick up a bag they set on the floor. The hunter flails. His legs kick in the air. He grabs at the creature's arm with both hands and achieves absolutely nothing because the creature's arm does not move. It holds him there, dangling, while it turns its attention back to the other 2. The lead hunter charges again, this time going for the creature's arm, trying to force it to drop his teammate. He drives his blade in hard, aiming for the joint at the elbow. The blade connects and stops dead. Does not penetrate. Does not even leave a mark. The hunter stares at his weapon like it has betrayed him. He tries again with more force behind it. Same result. The creature's skin, which had looked like rough gray stone in the tutorial zone, apparently still functions like rough gray stone in the physical world, because the enchanted blade meant to cut through dungeon walls is doing exactly nothing to it. The creature tilts its head at the lead hunter. Then it reaches out with its free hand and flicks him. One finger, extended, making contact with the center of his chest, and the force behind it sends the hunter flying backwards through the air in a long arc before he crashes down onto the roof of a parked vehicle 20 meters away. The car's roof crumples under the impact. The hunter bounces once and rolls off onto the street, alive but completely wiped out, gasping on the asphalt and unable to get back up. The rifleman is backing away now, dropping the magazine from his weapon and slamming a fresh one in, his hands shaking badly enough that it takes him 2 tries. He raises the rifle again and his eyes are wide above the sight. He fires a full automatic burst, 6 rounds screaming out in under 2 seconds, and the creature walks through them. Not dodges. Looks. The rounds impact against its chest and shoulders and simply stop, dropping to the ground like someone threw pebbles at a wall. The rifleman watches each one fall and the rifle slowly lowers on its own because there is no rational reason to keep shooting. The creature walks up to him and takes the rifle out of his hands. It turns the weapon over, examining it. Then it sets it down carefully on the ground beside the rifleman's feet, like it is returning something borrowed. The rifleman sits down on the street because his legs stop working. The creature is still holding the third hunter in the air by the back of his vest. The hunter has stopped struggling. He is staring straight ahead with the expression of a person who has fully accepted that they made a serious miscalculation today. The creature sets him down on his feet, releases the vest, and takes a step back. The hunter stands there for a second, then his knees buckle and he sits down hard on the asphalt next to his rifle. All 3 hunters are down. None of them are seriously injured. They are just completely, thoroughly outclassed, and the reality of that is hitting each of them in real time as they sit or lie in the middle of the ruined street. The crowd watching from the edges has gone completely silent. The phones are still raised but nobody is talking. The police vehicle has stopped at the end of the block and the officers inside have not gotten out. Somewhere in the distance, more sirens are building, layering on top of each other, getting closer. The creature stands in the center of the street and surveys the 3 hunters on the ground around it. Then it looks at what they are wearing. The tactical gear. The fitted jackets underneath. The boots and the cargo trousers. It compares this to its own appearance, which is still the massive gray-skinned form it has always had, for meters tall and built in a way that is going to draw attention everywhere it goes in this world. The system screen flickers up again. It displays a prompt about inventory and equip slots. The creature navigates through it methodically, and somewhere in the absorbed knowledge from Seojin's years of play, it understands what it is looking for. A transformation option. a passive skill pulled from the top of the player's skill tree that Seo Jun had used purely for cosmetic purposes in the game, a feature that let players alter the visual appearance of their avatar without affecting their stats. In the game it was a vanity tool. Here, it is something considerably more useful. The creature activates it. The gray skin recedes. The 4-meter height compresses downward. The heavy, boulder-built frame narrows and restructures, not painfully, not dramatically, just steadily, the way a reflection shifts when you change the angle of a mirror. When it finishes, the figure standing in the street looks human. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a face that is sharp and angular and carries the kind of stillness that makes people uncomfortable. The eyes are different from a normal person's, darker than they should be, with a quality to them that is hard to name but easy to feel. But it passes. It is close enough. The creature walks over to the lead hunter, who is still spread across the crumpled roof of the parked car. It looks at the jacket the hunter is wearing. Then it looks at the hunter. The hunter, very slowly and with great care, begins removing the jacket without being asked, because there is a kind of communication that does not require words, and this is one of those moments. He hands it over. The creature pulls it on. It walks to the rifleman next and acquires the trousers through the same wordless exchange. Boots from the third hunter. Each item adjusts slightly as it is put on, the passive system handling the fit automatically. It steps back and looks at its reflection in the glass front of the building beside it. Human shape. Human clothes. Clothes enough to walk through this world without stopping traffic, which it has already established it can do for entirely different reasons. The blue screen appears one more time. It is running a broader scan now, pulling data from Seojun's absorbed knowledge base and cross-referencing it with what the creature has observed in the last several minutes. The result comes back as a simple assessment. This world has no ceiling. No final boss room, no server boundary, no level cap zone. Every street, every building, every city spreading out to every horizon is open territory. The humans walking through it are operating on a power scale so far below the creature's current stats that the comparison barely registers. The dungeons bleeding in from the merge are going to make things interesting, certainly, and there may be other entities coming through that provide something closer to a real challenge. But the world itself? The world is wide open. The creature stands on the cracked street in borrowed clothes and looks up at the glass towers climbing into the gray sky. It looks at the frozen crowd at the edges of the road. It looks at the police lights flashing at the end of the block. It takes a slow, steady breath of real-world air for the first time, and there is nothing in its expression that resembles uncertainty or confusion or fear. There is only the calm, clear-eyed assessment of something that has just realized the entire planet is a dungeon, every human in it is a low-level encounter, and it has spawned directly at the top of the food chain. It turns and walks away down the street, hands relaxed at its sides, moving at an easy pace through the gap the crowd parts to give it. Nobody tries to stop it. Nobody calls after it. The 3 hunters on the ground watch it go and none of them reach for their weapons. The sirens keep building in the distance, coming from every direction now. Emergency response teams, military units, hunter squads with better equipment and higher rankings, all of them converging on the coordinates of the breach. They will arrive in minutes and they will find a cracked street, 3 shaken hunters, 60 phone videos of something that walked through bullets and flicked a man 20 meters through the air, and no target anywhere in sight. Somewhere in the city, moving calmly through the crowd, learning the geography of this new world one block at a time, the creature that used to be the weakest boss in the most popular game ever made is already deciding where to go next. Nobody in this city knows what just walked into their world. And by the time they figure it out, it will already be too late. The creature moves through the lower district streets at a steady pace, unhurried, taking everything in. It is wearing the clothes it pulled off the 3 hunters it dropped without breaking a sweat, and from the outside it looks like a tall, sharp-faced man with an unsettling stillness about him. People on the sidewalks give him space without knowing why. Some animal part of the human brain, the old part that developed back when people actually had to be afraid of predators, picks up on something and sends a very clear signal to the legs to move in the other direction. Nobody can explain it. They just do it. The creature does not mind. In fact, it prefers this. The blue screen from the stolen player system is still active, flickering at the edge of its vision. It has been running constantly since the moment the creature stepped through the merge, cataloging everything, comparing what the eyes see with what the absorbed knowledge base can identify. Road signs. Traffic patterns. The way the city is organized in blocks and districts, each one layered on top of older foundations, the bones of previous versions of itself buried under concrete and steel. The creature processes it all with the same flat efficiency it once used to assess threats in the tutorial zone, except now the threats are considerably more interesting and the zone has no walls. The skills inherited from Seojun are arranged in a clean hierarchy on the system screen. Combat techniques, movement abilities, passive defense multipliers, utility options, all of it mapped out and accessible. The creature has been experimenting with them quietly as it walks, running small activations to feel where each skill sits inside its body, the way a person might flex a muscle they did not know they had. The divine energy of the sundering arc hums at the back of its awareness like a furnace running on standby. The movement technique that allowed Seojun to cross a field in seconds rests coiled in its legs, ready to fire. Every tool is there, every skill slot filled, and they are all working cleanly alongside the creature's own native power. But the native power is the part that interests the creature most right now. Before the merge, before sentience, before the system, the creature was nothing but a bundle of raw monster energy with a basic attack pattern. Reset. That was the entire loop. But that energy did not disappear when the system came in. It was still there, sitting underneath the borrowed player mechanics like bedrock under a city, and the creature is beginning to understand that it has been thinking about that energy the wrong way. It had assumed it was just fuel. Raw force that the system would direct. But as it walks deeper into the lower district, something shifts. It happens first near a storm drain at the edge of a collapsed intersection. Something is crouched inside the drain. The creature can feel it before it can see it. A pulse of low-level monster energy seeping out through the grate, weak and disorganized, the kind of signal that registers as barely nothing on any proper threat scanner. A gutter creature. One of the smallest and most common dungeon spawns, the kind that exists in cracks and shadows, drawn in by the merge and now hiding in the dark because it has no direction and no command structure to anchor to. The creature stops walking. It pushes its own monster energy outward, just slightly, like opening a door a crack to let a little light through. The energy moves through the pavement, through the drain, and wraps around the weak signature inside. The gutter creature goes rigid. Then it goes still. Then, very slowly, it crawls out from behind the grate and sits in the street next to the creature's feet like a dog that just found its owner. The creature looks down at it for a moment. Then it keeps walking, and the gutter creature follows. This is the discovery that changes everything. Monster energy, the native kind, the kind that lives in dungeon creatures and has been bleeding into this world through every open breach, has a property that no player system ever documented because no player system ever had access to it from the inside. It is hierarchical. Lower-tier monsters do not just run on instinct. They run on signal, looking for a dominant source of the same energy to orient toward, to follow, to obey. In the dungeon world of the game, that signal came from whatever high-tier boss or dungeon core was anchoring the zone. Now those anchor points are gone, ripped apart by the merge, and every mid- and low-tier creature that came through the breach is adrift. Unanchored. Waiting. And the creature walking through this city is generating more monster energy than anything else on this planet by a margin that is not even close. It is the apex signal. The top of the hierarchy. And every dungeon creature within range is going to feel it. The creature does not rush this realization. It files it carefully, turns it over, considers the applications methodically. Then it adjusts its route and walks toward the area of the city where the breach activity has been heaviest. The blue screen on its system has been pulling emergency broadcast data from the communication channels it detected earlier, and 3 sectors to the northeast, something significant is happening. Multiple creature signatures. Civilian population in the area. Hunter response units already overwhelmed and pulling back. The creature sets its pace a little faster and the gutter creature at its heels matches the speed without hesitation. The northeast sector of the lower district looks like the opening chapter of a disaster film. Shop windows are shattered along both sides of a wide commercial street, the glass scattered across the pavement and crunching underfoot. Overturned vehicles block 2 of the 4 lanes. A bus has been pushed sideways into a storefront, its side panels buckled inward. Somewhere above, a car alarm is cycling endlessly, its owner long gone. Smoke is rising from a building at the far end of the block where something knocked over a gas line connection. And in the middle of all of it, there are goblins. Not the small, manageable variety that low-level tutorial players encounter in Aethoria's beginner forest zones. These are a different subset, the kind that appeared in the game's mid-range dungeon content, standing roughly chest-height on a grown adult, lean and fast with green-gray skin, wide flat faces, and hands built for grabbing. Each one has claws that can shred light armor and teeth capable of doing real damage. They move in coordinated bursts, which is what makes this variety dangerous. Not individually. As a pack. There are at least 40 of them working the block. They have civilians pinned in 2 groups. The first group, maybe a dozen people, is backed against the overturned bus, surrounded on 3 sides by goblins that are circling slowly, making noise, working the people's fear up like a crowd warming to a performance. The second group is trapped on the upper floor of a corner shop, visible through the broken windows above the street level, watching the pack below and clearly understanding that the stairwell is not a safe exit. Hunter response units were here earlier. The evidence is scattered across the street. Dropped equipment, a cracked shield, a vehicle with its front end driven into a concrete barrier by something that hit it very hard. The hunters pulled back to regroup and called for reinforcements, but reinforcements have not arrived yet and the goblins are getting more confident by the minute. A city emergency vehicle is parked sideways at the near end of the block, using itself as a barrier. 4 uniformed officers are crouched behind it with their sidearms out and their radios going non-stop. They are not equipped for dungeon creatures. Their weapons are doing psychological work only, keeping the goblins from advancing on the vehicle, but the moment those goblins decide the noise is not actually a threat, the situation ends badly. The creature rounds the corner and stops at the edge of the block. It takes in the entire scene in about 3 seconds. 40+ goblins. 2 trapped civilian clusters. 4 officers behind a vehicle. 1 gutter creature still sitting at its heel. Smoke, glass, noise, chaos. It starts walking forward. One of the officers spots it immediately and shouts a warning, telling it to get back, to turn around, that the area is completely unsafe. The creature does not slow down or acknowledge the warning in any way. It walks past the emergency vehicle at the same steady pace it has been maintaining since it left the site of the hunter encounter. The officers look at each other, then look back at the figure walking calmly into the middle of 40 goblins, and not one of them can produce a rational response to what they are seeing. The goblins notice the creature before it gets close. The ones at the back of the pack are the first to pick up the signal. Their heads come up. Their chatter stops. There is a ripple through the group as the awareness spreads, the way a school of fish changes direction all at once, all those small bodies reorienting toward a new point of reference. The goblins at the front of the pack, the ones circling the civilians at the bus, turn around. The ones harassing the shop above drop back from the windows. Every single member of the pack is now looking at the figure walking toward them down the center of the street. The creature keeps walking. It does not raise its hands. It does not activate any skill. It does not make any aggressive move at all. It simply pushes its monster energy outward as it walks, letting it expand in front of it like a wave moving ahead of a ship. Not a violent wave. A pressure wave. The kind of presence that communicates without language something very simple and very absolute. There is a top of this hierarchy and it is currently walking toward you. The effect on the goblins is immediate and total. The ones at the front of the pack drop to their knees first. Not dramatically, not thrown down, just settling into a crouch with their heads bowed, the posture of a creature that has just encountered something so far above it in the signal chain that the body responds before the brain can argue. The ones behind them follow in sequence, the kneeling spreading through the pack like a wave going backwards, until every goblin on the street has folded down into the same submissive posture, 40-some creatures quiet and still and oriented toward the figure standing in the middle of the road. The civilians at the bus are staring. Nobody is moving. Nobody is speaking. The goblins that were circling them 30 seconds ago are now kneeling in the street with their heads down, and the tall figure who caused this is standing among them like he just arrived at a meeting he called. One of the civilians, a woman near the back of the group, has her phone out and is recording, hands shaking enough that the footage will be nearly unusable, but she cannot make herself stop. The creature surveys the pack. Then it begins to walk again, moving through the kneeling goblins toward the far end of the block. As it moves, the goblins rise. Not to attack. They rise to follow. One by one they fall into step behind the creature, the pack reorganizing itself into a loose column trailing behind this figure the way water follows the lowest point in a landscape. The gutter creature from earlier is still there too, now absorbed into the formation near the back. By the time the creature reaches the midpoint of the block, the entire pack of 40+ goblins is moving with it, a single organized group, quiet and coordinated, following the dominant signal without question. The civilians at the bus watch this procession pass within meters of them and not one goblin breaks formation or looks at them. Not one snaps or lunges. They simply walk, heads oriented forward, following the signal. The trapped group on the upper floor of the corner shop is looking down through the broken windows at this. One of them says something to the person next to him. The person next to him has no response. There is no framework for what they are watching that produces a useful answer. The officers behind the emergency vehicle are watching too. The one with the radio is describing what he sees into the handset, and the voice on the other end keeps asking him to repeat it because the description does not make sense. The creature and its new army move out of the northeast sector and back onto the wider avenue that runs through the center of the lower district. The people on the avenue see the column approaching from half a block away, and the evacuation of the sidewalk is instantaneous. Shop fronts empty. The few vehicles still moving on the road pull over and stop. A food cart on the corner gets abandoned mid-transaction, the vendor not even pausing to close the register. Everyone simply moves away as fast as they can manage without it technically counting as running, and then recalculates and starts actually running. The creature does not react to any of this. It is consulting the system screen as it walks, pulling up the map data it is in the process of assembling. The city is large. It has multiple districts layered around a central zone that contains the highest concentration of tall structures. Among those structures, the system has flagged one in particular based on height, structural integrity signals pulled from the city's own broadcast infrastructure, and a view assessment calculation that the system ran automatically. The tallest building in the downtown core. 73 stories of steel and glass that currently serves as a corporate headquarters for some financial entity the creature has no interest in beyond the utility of the location. High ground. Unobstructed sightlines in every direction. A defensible position with a single access column that can be controlled easily. In game terms, it is the ideal base of operations for a player establishing their first territory claim in a new zone. The creature sets its heading and continues moving. It gets 3 blocks into the journey when the military response arrives. 2 large vehicles swing around the far end of the avenue, the kind with reinforced bodies and mounted equipment on the roofs, and they stop diagonally across the road to form a barrier. Personnel spill out from the sides immediately, spreading into a wide formation across the full width of the avenue. They are in proper tactical gear, significantly better equipped than the hunter squad from earlier, carrying weapons that are a step above what the first responders had on hand. More importantly, they are organized. The formation is disciplined. They move like people who have actually trained for this, which makes them considerably more impressive than anything the creature has encountered in this world so far. At the center of the formation, one figure stands slightly forward of the rest. A woman in her mid-40s, short dark hair, a rank insignia on her collar that the creature's absorbed knowledge identifies as a senior commander position in the city's Integrated Defense Authority, the emergency military body assembled specifically to handle the dungeon breach crisis. She is holding a communication device in one hand and has the other resting at the grip of a weapon at her hip that she has not drawn. Her eyes move across the approaching column, taking in the creature at the front and the 40-plus goblins arranged behind it, and her expression does not change significantly. She is either very composed by nature or very good at performing composure under pressure, possibly both. She raises the communication device and her voice carries clearly down the avenue, amplified slightly by a speaker unit on one of the vehicles. She identifies herself as Commander Yeon of the Integrated Defense Authority, 7th Response Division, and she gives the approaching figure a direct order to stop, to dismiss the creatures in its company, and to submit to immediate detainment for assessment and processing. The creature stops walking. The goblin column behind it stops in the same instant, the halt spreading back through the formation like a signal down a wire. The two forces face each other across about 40 meters of empty avenue. The soldiers hold their weapons ready. Commander Yeon holds her position, neither advancing nor retreating, watching. The creature looks at her for a long moment, then looks at the weapons arranged behind her, then looks back at her. It begins walking forward again. The soldiers tighten. Several of them call out warnings, clear verbal instructions to stop, to stay back. Commander Yeon does not repeat herself. She watches. The creature crosses the 40 meters at a steady walk and stops 2 meters in front of her, close enough that she would have to tilt her head back slightly to meet its eyes, which she does. Whatever she sees there, she does not look away. She asks it quietly and precisely what it is. The creature looks at her for a moment. Then it steps to the side, moving around the formation instead of through it. The soldiers on that side shift to track it, adjusting their positions to maintain the encirclement, and the creature stops again. It considers this. Then it looks back at Commander Yeon. And it applies pressure. Not a physical strike. Not a skill activation in the combat sense. The creature simply lets the full weight of its monster energy settle outward in a concentrated direction, The way you might lean your whole body into a door instead of knocking. The pressure is invisible. It has no light or sound. But every person in a 15-meter radius of the creature feels it in the same moment, a sudden absolute certainty in the chest that something is standing next to them that is so far outside their ability to handle that the rational response is to stop and get out of the way. Most of the soldiers in the immediate vicinity take an involuntary step backward. Commander Yeon takes a step backward too, and by the expression that crosses her face in that half second, she is furious at herself for it. She plants her feet and does not take a second step. She is tough. The creature registers this with something that is not quite respect but is adjacent to it. But her feet are planted on the ground and the ground is under the creature's full influence right now, and the pressure increases, concentrated specifically downward, not an attack, just weight, enormous accumulated gravitational certainty pressing through the avenue surface and up through the soles of her boots. Commander Yeon's knees bend. She fights it, every muscle in her frame working against it, and she holds for a solid 4 or 5 seconds longer than anyone else on the avenue would have. Then she goes down, one knee on the concrete, still holding her head up, still watching the creature with those steady, furious eyes. The creature reaches down and takes the communication device from her hand. She does not release it willingly. The creature has to pry her fingers back one at a time, and she lets it happen with the expression of someone making a very precise calculation about which battles are worth fighting. The communication device comes free. Then the creature reaches to her belt and unclips the folded map case tucked there. Physical maps are old technology, the kind that military and emergency units still carry as backup because digital systems go down in dungeon zones where the energy interference wrecks electronics. This one is laminated and covered in handwritten notations, sector boundaries, breach sites, response unit positions, safe corridors, the kind of operational detail that takes weeks to compile. The creature takes it and tucks it into the jacket pocket. It turns to the formation. The soldiers are still there. Nobody has fired. Commander Yeon, still on one knee, says something low and controlled to the nearest officer, and whatever she says it is enough to keep weapons holstered. She is making a decision in real time, and the decision is that engaging right now is not the move. The creature pushes the pressure back down, lets it recede. Commander Yeon rises to her feet immediately, brushing her knee off once, straightening her collar. She watches the creature turn and walk back to the front of the goblin column, which has held its position perfectly during the entire exchange, 40+ creatures standing in formation in the middle of an avenue without making a sound. The column begins to move again. Commander Yeon watches it go. She gets back on her radio immediately, her voice back to the flat, controlled cadence of someone issuing orders rather than processing shock. She is calling in every asset she has, flagging this as a Category 1 unclassified entity, pulling back non-essential units from the avenue sector, and demanding that someone in her chain of command get her an actual answer about what just walked through her formation and took her equipment. The creature does not look back. The downtown core is visible now, the glass towers rising above the lower district rooftops, catching the late afternoon light and throwing it back in long bright planes across the surrounding streets. The tallest of them is unmistakable from this distance. It stands apart from the others, not because it is dramatically different in design, it is all steel and glass like the rest, but because of the height. It simply keeps going after the others stop, floor after floor climbing into the gray-white sky until the top of it sits above the cloud layer that has been drifting in from the west all afternoon. The creature has been looking at it since it first appeared at the edge of its sightline 20 minutes ago. Each block closer makes the scale of it more real. It is not the largest structure the creature could imagine. The game world had towers that made this look like a fence post. But this is real in a way those towers were not. This one is solid and permanent and built by the creatures of this world from materials they pulled from the ground, and the fact that it exists at all tells the creature something about the population of this planet that a dungeon full of monsters does not. They build upward. They compete for height. They are not just prey wandering a landscape. This is still filed under interesting rather than concerning, but it is filed. The column moves through the lower district and into the transition zone where the older low-rise buildings give way to the glass-fronted towers of the commercial core. The streets here are wider and emptier, the evacuation in this part of the city having been significantly more organized. Emergency barriers are set up at most of the major intersections, orange and white plastic forms that do absolutely nothing to slow the column down. The creature walks past each one without acknowledging it. The tower is 3 blocks away now. At street level, the base of the building is a vast glass-fronted plaza, the kind of corporate entrance designed to communicate importance through sheer scale. The revolving doors at the main entrance are locked shut, a security measure that kicked in automatically when the building went into emergency lockdown earlier in the day. The lobby is dark beyond the glass. A few emergency lights are running inside, casting long red stripes across the marble floor. The creature walks up to the main entrance and examines the door assembly briefly. Then it puts one hand against the frame and pushes. The locked mechanism holds for approximately a quarter of a second before the frame itself begins to buckle inward, the steel warping under a force that has nothing to do with the lock and everything to do with what is generating it. The doors give way in a controlled collapse, the glass intact, the frame simply moved aside, and the creature walks into the lobby. The goblin column follows in through the entrance, the creatures filing in through the gap in orderly succession, filling the lobby space, their claws clicking on the marble floor. The gutter creature from the storm drain is still among them, indistinguishable from the rest at this point, just part of the formation. The lobby is enormous. The marble floor reflects the emergency lighting in red and orange stripes. There are reception desks arranged in a curve at the far end, all empty. Security stations with overturned chairs. A bank of elevator doors on the left wall, all closed. A stairwell access door on the right. The creature moves to the elevator bank and examines the doors. The power to the elevators has been cut as part of the lockdown protocol, which means they are not moving. The creature checks the system screen, pulls up the structural map it has been assembling from the data on the commander's map combined with the building's own broadcast signals, and identifies the stairwell layout. 73 floors is not a problem. The creature has stats that would allow it to cross that distance in a way that would make the stairwell irrelevant, but there is no particular reason to rush. The building is empty. The column needs a route it can follow. It pushes the stairwell door open and begins to climb. The goblins file in behind it. The climb takes time for the column, floor after floor of identical stairwell, emergency lights every 2 landings, the sound of dozens of feet on concrete steps creating a steady rhythm that echoes upward through the shaft. The creature does not count floors. The system counts for it, marking progress on the structural map, flagging each landing as it passes. At floor 40, the creature stops and pushes through into the main building space to check the view. The windows on this side of the building face south and west, and through the glass the city spreads out in every direction, the lower district visible as a dense mass of older rooftops cut through by the wide avenues, the breach sites marked by columns of smoke and the faint residual glow of dungeon energy leaking from open portals. The creature can see 3 active breaches from this height, each one a point of light that the system tags automatically and adds to the map. It goes back to the stairwell and continues climbing. Floor 73 is a wide open space, the top floor of the building, designed as some kind of large function room with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides. The 4th side has a service corridor and a door that accesses the roof. The windows face every direction and the view from up here is without obstruction in any direction. To the north, the rest of the city extends for kilometers before the density drops off into suburbs and then into the uneven green of whatever lies beyond the urban boundary. To the south, the river cuts a wide gray curve through the lower part of the city, its bridges thick with stopped traffic. To the east, more towers and then the coast, the ocean flat and dull under the overcast sky. To the west, the residential districts, the grid of streets and rooftops stretching away into the afternoon haze. The creature stands at the western window and looks out at all of it for a long time. The goblins fill the floor space behind it, settling into a loose resting formation. They do not fight among themselves. They do not make noise. They simply exist in proximity to the dominant signal and wait, the way pack creatures wait when there is nothing to chase and nothing threatening the hierarchy. The creature opens Commander Yeon's map case and spreads the laminated sheet on the nearest flat surface, a long conference table pushed against the wall. The handwritten notations cover it densely. Breach sites. Hunter unit positions. Evacuation corridors. Resource stockpile locations. Military staging areas on the outer ring of the city. The creature studies it carefully, cross-referencing the physical map with what the system has been building from observation data since it arrived. The picture that emerges is straightforward. The city is under stress but not collapsing. The human response infrastructure is stretched thin but functional. The breach sites are multiplying but slowly, and the rate of monster emergence from each site is manageable enough that organized hunter teams can contain individual incidents, even if they cannot stop the overall spread. The humans have been in this situation for roughly 3 weeks and they have already developed protocols, response chains, equipment, and a clear understanding that they are dealing with something the old rule books do not cover. They are adapting. faster than the creature had initially assessed from street level. This is filed under interesting as well, with slightly more weight this time. The creature straightens up from the map. It moves to the roof access door in the service corridor and opens it, stepping out onto the rooftop of the tower. The wind-up here is sharp and constant, pulling at the jacket it is wearing, carrying the sounds of the city far below in broken fragments. Sirens. Engines. The distant thump of rotor blades from military aircraft somewhere to the north. The creature stands at the edge of the roof and looks out at the city from the top of the highest point in it. This is its zone now. The territory is established. The base is secured. The army, small as it is housed and waiting below. The map data is in the system. The communication device taken from Commander Yeon is already being parsed by the absorbed player knowledge for its frequency signatures, which the system will decode into usable intelligence channels given enough time. The creature looks north at the distant edge of the urban boundary and thinks about what lies beyond it. More cities. More territory. More creatures spilling through breach sites that the human response infrastructure is not equipped to contain at scale. More of those response units like the one Commander Yeon runs, building their protocols and their equipment lists and their chain of command structures, getting better every day. And more dungeons opening up as the merge continues to pull the game world and the real world together, each one a zone with a hierarchy waiting to be established, each hierarchy waiting for a signal dominant enough to anchor it. The city below does not know it yet. Commander Yeon with her map and her communication device and her very impressive composure does not know it yet. The 3 hunters sitting in a ruined street somewhere in the lower district definitely do not know it yet. But the creature standing on the roof of the tallest building in the city, with 40 goblins in its command and a full player system absorbed and running alongside the most powerful monster energy signature on the planet, knows exactly what is coming. It is not a threat. It is a schedule. The Silver Lion Guild did not get rich by being careless. They got rich by making sure every single person who walked through their front doors understood exactly who was in charge. Today, they are about to meet someone who did not get that memo. Before getting into what happens inside that building, it helps to understand what the Silver Lion Guild actually is, because this is not just some random group of fighters with a fancy name. In the 3 weeks since the merge started tearing holes between the game world and reality, a handful of hunter organizations had moved very fast to position themselves at the top of the food chain. Not because they were the strongest, because they were the most organized and the most ruthless. The Silver Lion Guild checked both boxes without breaking a sweat. Their leadership had seen the merge coming before the official announcement. Insiders. Investors in Axis Lab, the company behind Aethoria Online. When the news dropped publicly, everyone else scrambled. The Silver Lion Guild had already secured contracts with 3 city governments, locked up exclusive dungeon clearing rights to the highest yield gate sites in the region, and established a headquarters in the financial core of the city. The building they claimed was not just any building. It was a 40-story tower in the center of the downtown district, reinforced with magical warding technology that their R&D team had been developing privately for months, funded by money that originally came from tournament winnings, and more recently from dungeon resource extraction contracts worth more than most small countries see in a decade. The guild master is a man named Ro Taejin, former top 50 ranked player in Aethoria's competitive scene. Wealthy before the merge and considerably wealthier after it. He is the kind of person who looks at a crisis and immediately starts calculating what he can extract from it. He runs his guild the way a CEO runs a corporation, which is to say he does not do anything himself if he can hire someone else to do it, and the people he hires are very good at what they do. The ground floor of the Silver Lion Tower is staffed at all hours by a rotation of 12 hunters. Not the low-ranked variety. These are mid to high-tier operatives, the kind who run B-rank and A-rank dungeon gates on a regular basis and come back with their full team intact. The lobby itself is a kill box by design, wide and open with minimal cover for anyone who enters without authorization. The reception desk at the far end is decorative. The actual security function of that desk is handled by the system of automated magical turrets embedded in the ceiling at 3-meter intervals across the entire floor space. Those turrets are the real first line of defense. Motion-activated, magically powered, calibrated to distinguish between guild-registered individuals carrying specific enchanted identification tokens and anything that does not match that registry. Against a dungeon creature, they fire instantly and without hesitation. The output from each turret is rated at mid-tier dungeon clearing power, and with 18 of them covering the lobby, the combined output is enough to vaporize most things that come through the door without a badge. The Silver Lion Guild has tested this system multiple times on creatures that wandered out of breach sites in the surrounding blocks. The results were always clean and fast. The creature walks up to the front entrance of the Silver Lion Tower at just past midday. It left the goblin column at the rooftop of the building it had scouted the night before, the army waiting in passive formation, anchored to the signal without needing direct supervision. The creature came here alone, which is a choice, not an oversight. This particular task does not require numbers. It requires walking through a door and making a point. The tower entrance is an impressive set of double doors, reinforced glass with steel framing, with the Silver Lion emblem etched into the surface in gold, a stylized lion's head inside a circle of angular geometric lines. Very expensive looking. The kind of entrance that is designed to communicate power before anyone says a word. The creature pushes the door open and walks in. The 12 hunters on lobby duty register the entrance immediately. 6 of them move toward the center of the floor to form a forward line. The other 6 spread to the flanks, covering the perimeter. It is a textbook containment formation, the kind drilled into hunters as the standard response to an unregistered entity entering a controlled space. Every one of them has a weapon drawn or a skill ready. Their eyes are professional and flat in the way that eyes get when someone has seen enough dangerous things to stop flinching at new ones. The ceiling turrets activate in the same moment. There is a sound to this, a deep mechanical hum layered with the high-pitched charge of magical energy building in 18 firing chambers at once. The lights along the turret housings shift from green to red. Targeting reticles sweep the floor, finding the unregistered entity and locking on. And then the system kicks in. The creature's absorbed player system is running constantly, and one of its passive background functions is entity classification. Every time the creature enters a new space or encounters new technology, the system runs a scan and returns a tag. When it scanned the Silver Lion Tower's security architecture on approach, it returns something that nobody in the guild's R&D team had accounted for when they built the system. The magical warding technology was constructed using frameworks ported directly from Aethoria Online's game code. When the merge happened and game mechanics became real, those frameworks became real too, which meant they were operating on the same underlying logic as everything else that came from the game world. And in that logic, the creature is tagged as a boss monster. Specifically, it carries the identifier that the tutorial zone boss held in the game's internal data, a classification that sits in a special tier above standard dungeon creatures. Not a regular monster. Not a player entity. Something that the game's own architecture recognized as exempt from standard monster targeting protocols, because in the original design, the tutorial boss was never supposed to be fired upon by game systems. It was supposed to exist in a protected state, accessible only to players. The turrets read this tag. Their logic trees process it. They reach a conclusion that their designers absolutely did not intend but that follows perfectly from the code they built their system on. This entity is not a valid target. The targeting protocol does not apply. The turrets power down. All 18 of them. In the same second. The red lights along the housings click back to green and then go dark entirely as the systems enter standby. The mechanical hum drops away to nothing. The energy in the firing chambers dissipates with a sound like a slow exhale. The lobby goes very quiet. The 12 hunters are still in formation. Their weapons are still ready. But the turrets are down and every one of them knows exactly what those turrets are rated to handle, and the fact that whatever just walked in caused them to stand down is information that lands in the chest like a cold hand. The creature looks up at the nearest turret housing. Then it looks at the 12 hunters. The forward line holds. They are professionals. They do not break formation just because the automated systems glitched. The hunter at the center of the forward line calls out toward the back of the lobby, letting whoever is on the security desk know that they have a situation and they need backup from the upper floors immediately. He does not take his eyes off the creature while he does it. The creature starts walking toward the center of the lobby. The forward line moves to meet it. The first hunter to engage goes in fast with a horizontal slash aimed at the creature's torso, a quick probing strike meant to test the response rather than commit fully to an exchange. The creature steps into it instead of away from it, which is not the response the hunter was expecting, and deflects the blade with a forearm block that produces a sound like a bat hitting a concrete pillar. The strike bounces off. The hunter's arm goes numb to the elbow from the impact. He pulls back instinctively. The creature uses the momentum of the block to pivot, swinging the same arm in a wide backhand sweep that covers a 2-meter arc and catches 2 of the flanking hunters simultaneously. The sweep is not the precise, technical movement of someone trained in a specific martial form. It is heavier than that. Bigger. The kind of movement that prioritizes coverage over finesse, and it works because the power behind it is so far beyond what the hunters can absorb that precision is not actually necessary. Both hunters fly sideways. One hits the wall and drops. The other crashes across the reception desk and takes most of it with him on the way down. The forward line collapses inward and all 5 remaining members rush at once. Simultaneous engagement is the correct call against most things they would encounter. Against this, it means all 5 of them reach the creature at the same time and find out in the same moment that this was not the correct call. The creature drops its center of gravity slightly and drives both arms outward in a simultaneous double push, one on each side, catching 2 hunters by their chest rigs and launching them backward with the casual force of someone clearing a table. It grabs a 3rd hunter by the collar mid-lunge, lifts him completely off the ground one-handed, turns and sets him aside against the wall with a firmness that is almost gentle compared to what it has been doing, but still drives him into the surface hard enough that he stays there. The 4th hunter gets a single open palm strike to the sternum that stops his charge dead and puts him flat on his back 3 meters from where the impact happened. The 5th dives at the creature's legs in a grapple attempt, wraps his arms around one knee, and finds that attempting to move the creature via lower body grapple is approximately as effective as trying to move a structural column. The creature looks down at him, reaches down, and pries his arms free with 2 fingers, then deposits him on the floor to the side. The 6 flank hunters come in from both sides in a coordinated pincer. 2 of them are using ranged skills, firing bursts of elemental energy from their palms, blue-white bolts that impact against the creature's jacket and stop there, dissipating against the skin beneath without leaving a mark. The other 4 reach close range and engage with weapons and physical skills simultaneously. The creature handles all 6 of them in roughly 12 seconds. It is not elegant. It is not a performance. It is the functional application of overwhelming physical superiority to a crowded space, using sweeping horizontal strikes to disrupt multiple targets at once, using the body itself as a weapon when the angles are tight, stepping through skill attacks that land clean and do nothing, and redirecting every grapple or hold attempt with a casual efficiency that makes the hunters look like they are moving in slow motion. By the time the last of the 6 is down, all 12 lobby hunters are either against the wall, on the floor, or draped over the remains of the reception desk. None of them are in critical condition. But none of them are getting up in the next several minutes either. The reinforcements from the upper floors arrive via the stairwell door on the left side of the lobby. 16 more hunters pour out in a tight column and spread fast into the available floor space, and this group is better equipped than the lobby team. Higher tier skills, upgraded weapons, one of them carrying a containment device that generates a suppression field rated for high-tier dungeon boss enemies. They come in aggressive and organized, and the one at the front is already activating the containment device as he moves. The suppression field expands from the device in a dome shape, reaching out toward the creature with a crackling purple-edged boundary that in any dungeon context would immediately begin degrading the target's stats and movement speed. The creature watches it come, and the system screen flags the incoming effect in real time. It cross-references the suppression field against the skill tree and finds a match. There is a passive resistance built deep into the system, a stat called Effect Immunity Threshold that Seojun had maxed out over years of high-level rating, which means magical suppression effects below a certain power rating bounce off entirely. The containment dome washes over the creature and does nothing. The hunter operating the device stares at it. He checks the settings. He boosts the output manually, pushing the device to its maximum rating. The dome brightens, the crackling at the boundary gets louder, and the creature stands inside it with the same expression it has had since it walked in the door. Then it walks out of the dome, crosses the remaining distance to the reinforcement group in 4 steps, and begins working through them the same way it handled the lobby team, except faster because the floor is now clear of obstacles and the range of motion is better. The sweeping strikes come in lower and faster, catching hunters mid-formation change, disrupting the organized response before it can fully establish itself. 2 hunters try to flank from the rear while the creature is engaged with the front line. It reaches behind itself without looking, catches one by the wrist mid-swing, turns and slings him across the lobby in a wide arc that clears 3 other hunters who were advancing from the left side. They scatter, and the one who got slung bounces once off the marble and slides to a stop near the front doors. The containment device operator makes one more attempt, repositioning to get an angle on the creature from the side. The creature looks at him. Just looks. Then it crosses the space between them in 2 steps, takes the device out of his hands with a grip that bends the casing, and drops it on the floor. The operator backs away immediately and does not reach for another weapon. The lobby is finished. 28 hunters total, all down or standing very still against the walls, and the creature has not taken a scratch or activated a single offensive skill from the player system. Everything that just happened was done with physical attributes alone. It turns to the elevators. The elevator in this building is operational because the Silver Lion Guild maintained independent power to the tower, separate from the city grid. The creature calls the elevator, steps in when the doors open, and rides it to the top floor. The penthouse level of the Silver Lion Tower is a different world from the lobby. Where the ground floor is a security installation dressed up as corporate space, the top floor is pure display. Wide open-plan layout, floor-to-ceiling windows running the full perimeter, furniture that costs more than most people make in a year, a private conference room behind frosted glass walls at the far end, and in the center of it all, a desk the size of a small vehicle, solid dark wood, positioned so that whoever sits behind it has their back to the city view and their face to every person who walks in through the elevator doors. Ro Tae-jin is behind that desk. He is not alone. He has 6 personal bodyguards arranged in a half-circle behind him and to his sides, all of them clearly selected for size and threat rating rather than corporate aesthetic. He also has 3 guild administrators against the side wall who are in the process of not breathing. Tae-jin himself is leaning back slightly in his chair with the practiced composure of a man who has been in rooms where the situation was bad before and walked out fine every time. He is watching the elevator doors with the specific attention of someone who has been monitoring the lobby situation through the security feed and knows exactly what those doors are about to open on. The elevator opens. The creature steps out. Tae-jin speaks. His voice is controlled and deliberate. He acknowledges that his security did not stop the visitor, makes clear that he understands the situation is unusual, and offers to discuss terms, whatever terms the visitor is interested in, like a rational conversation between parties who both understand leverage. The creature looks at him the way it looked at the containment dome operator downstairs. Like it is registering the existence of the words without being particularly moved by them. The 6 bodyguards move forward. They are the best fighters in the guild, individually rated at A rank, the highest hunter classification currently in use. In any standard dungeon encounter, an A-rank hunter is the answer to almost every problem. 2 of them together is considered overkill for anything below a named elite boss. All 6 of them together represents a level of force that has cleared every major dungeon gate in the city without a casualty. The creature meets them in the center of the penthouse floor. This fight is shorter than the one downstairs. Not because the bodyguards are weaker, they are significantly stronger than the lobby team and they work together with the kind of precision that comes from running dangerous gates as a unit for years. But precision requires a framework to operate in. It requires the fight to behave in ways that their training accounts for. The creature does not give them that. It operates outside every framework they have. The first exchange lasts 4 seconds and puts 2 of the 6 on the floor. The creature takes a blade across the back of its forearm that would have opened the limb to the bone on a standard human body, and the blade skips off the skin like it hits ceramic, leaving a thin bright line that fades before the hunter can process what he just saw. The creature catches him by the shoulder on the follow-through and drives him straight down into the floor with enough controlled force to crater the hardwood and put the hunter face first in the debris. The second exchange takes 6 seconds and removes 2 more. One goes through the frosted glass wall of the conference room and ends up sitting in a conference chair staring at the ceiling. The other gets caught mid-air during a jumping skill activation, held at the apex of his jump by one hand on his ankle, and set down vertically against the window with a firmness that spiders the glass but does not break it. The last 2 break off and position themselves on either side of Tae-jin's desk, which is the formation that says they are no longer trying to win the fight, they are trying to protect the principal. The creature respects the logic of this more than it respected the attack. It walks to the desk. Tae-jin is on his feet now, the composed posture gone, hands flat on the desktop. He starts speaking again, faster this time, offering resources, access, information. He says his guild has the best intelligence network in the city. He says he has contacts in the military and the Hunter Authority and Axis Lab itself. He says there is no version of this situation where things need to get worse than they already are. The creature reaches across the desk, takes him by the collar, and lifts him off the ground. Tae-jin's feet leave the floor. His hands come up to grip the creature's wrist and find nothing to work with. The 2 bodyguards at his sides make a move and stop when the creature glances at them with a look that very efficiently communicates the math of the situation. They stop. The creature holds Tae-jin at eye level for a moment. Then it turns and throws him. Not violently enough to cause serious injury. The calculation behind it is precise enough that Taejin crosses the full length of the penthouse floor in a short arc and lands in the far corner against the window wall, bouncing once off the surface and sliding down to sit on the floor with his back against the glass. He is winded. His suit is wrecked. His collar is stretched beyond recovery. He sits in the corner and breathes and does the extremely rapid recalibration of a man who just got thrown across his own office. The creature walks to the desk. It looks at the chair behind it. Then it steps around the desk, moves the chair out of the way, and sits down on the desk itself, settling its weight on the edge of the dark wood, facing the room. The desk groans slightly but holds. The two remaining bodyguards are very still. The administrators against the side wall have collectively become furniture. Taejin pulls himself to his feet in the corner. He straightens what remains of his collar. He walks back across the penthouse, slower this time, and stops in front of the desk. He looks at the creature sitting on his desk in his penthouse on the top floor of his guild's tower and makes the decision that the creature can read from 10 meters away. He is done fighting. He is in problem-solving mode. Taejin is the kind of person who, when he cannot win by force, starts looking for the angle. And the angle here is that whatever this thing is, it is sitting at the top of the hierarchy now, and Taejin has spent his entire career figuring out how to be useful to whoever is at the top. The creature does not need to say anything. The situation communicates itself. The expectation in its gaze is clear enough to read without translation. Taejin sits down in one of the visitor chairs across from his own desk. He gathers himself. And then, because he is a man who understands the value of information and knows that right now the most useful thing he can offer is exactly that, he starts talking. He explains human currency first. How the economy works at the basic level, exchange for goods and services, and then how it works at the level that actually matters, which is the dungeon gate economy that has exploded in the 3 weeks since the merge. Every dungeon gate that opens in the real world contains resources, monster cores, rare materials that only exist in game world zones and have no real world equivalent, mana crystals that power the magical equipment the hunter industry is building at a frantic pace. Each of these resources has an established market value that has been climbing vertically since the merge because supply is limited, demand is infinite, and the people who control gate access control the most important economy on the planet right now. The creature listens. The system screen is running, logging and cross-referencing everything Taejin says against the data it has been accumulating. The picture that assembles itself is more detailed than what the commander's map provided. Taejin explains gate classification. How the dungeon portals are ranked by output and difficulty. F-rank gates at the bottom, manageable by individual hunters, low yield. Scaling up through D, C, B, and A-rank gates, each tier requiring larger and better equipped teams, each tier producing exponentially more valuable resources. And above A-rank, the category that has every government and every major guild in a state of barely controlled panic, the S-rank gates. 3 have opened in the country so far. None of them have been cleared. The hunter teams that went in came back missing members. 1 team did not come back at all. The resources inside an S-rank gate are theoretically enough to reshape the economy of an entire region. Nobody has gotten to them yet because nobody has found a way to survive the interior long enough to clear the boss. The creature processes this. An S-rank dungeon gate is, in Aethoria's original game framework, a zone designed for the absolute top tier of player groups. The kind of content that required months of preparation and the best coordinated raid teams in the world. Seojun had cleared several of them. The skill set and stat profile the creature absorbed reflects that. And monster energy, the native kind that the creature generates and uses to command lower-tier creatures, is the anchoring force of dungeon zones in the game architecture. The implication is significant and the system flags it without prompting. An S-rank gate boss is not just a powerful monster. It is a hierarchical anchor, the top signal in its zone, the source that every creature inside the gate is oriented toward. The creature running through the city on stolen stats and absorbed knowledge is generating a signal so far above that level that the comparison is almost meaningless. It could walk into an S-rank gate, clear it, take everything inside, and every creature in that zone would fold the same way the goblin pack folded on the avenue the day before. Taejin keeps talking, explaining the guild system, how licenses work, how contracts with city governments are structured, how gate access rights are bought and sold and fought over legally and sometimes less than legally. He explains the hunter rank system, the authority that governs it, the political tension between major guilds and the military response structure that Commander Yeon operates within. He explains which guilds are rivals and which are nominal allies and what the actual fault lines between them are versus what the public positions are. The creature listens to all of it. The system logs all of it. The administrators against the side wall are quietly taking notes because Taejin shot them a look that clearly communicated this was now their job. At some point during this explanation, one of the lobby hunters who had recovered enough to stand rode the elevator up to the penthouse level. The elevator doors opened and he stepped out and looked at the room. He looked at Taejin sitting in the visitor chair delivering what appeared to be a detailed economic briefing. He looked at the creature sitting on the desk listening to it. He looked at the bodyguard standing very quietly against the walls. Then he got back in the elevator and went back downstairs, and the lobby team collectively decided that recovering further before going back up was the right call. The briefing continues for over an hour. By the end of it, the creature has a working understanding of the economic and political structure of this city and a general picture of the larger national situation. It knows where the major gate sites are, what their classifications are, which guilds control access to which, and what the approximate resource values look like. It knows where the military staging areas are relative to the dungeon breach zones. It knows that Axis Lab, the company behind Aethoria Online, is still operating and has positioned itself as the primary technical consultant to every government dealing with the merge, which gives it an influence that Taejin describes as difficult to overstate. When Taejin finishes, the penthouse is quiet for a moment. Then the creature looks around the space it is sitting in. The panoramic windows. The city extending in every direction below. The position at the top of the Silver Lion Tower, 40 stories above the street, in the center of the financial district, with a direct sight line to the main gate sites to the north and east and the military staging area to the west. The situation communicates itself without any need for elaboration. The Silver Lion Guild has a new command structure as of today. The penthouse belongs to the creature. The tower belongs to the creature. Every gate access contract, every intelligence channel, every resource pipeline that Taejin built over 3 years of careful maneuvering belongs to the creature now. Taejin will continue to manage the operational side of things because the creature has no interest in the paperwork, only in the results. And the results, starting immediately, will redirect toward a priority structure the creature will make clear over time. Taejin nods slowly. He is already calculating how this arrangement can work in his favor. He is that kind of person. The creature registers this and files it. The administrators against the wall are definitely taking notes now. The two bodyguards who are still standing look at each other, make a simultaneous decision, and sheath their weapons. Outside the penthouse windows, the city continues its complicated, half-panicked existence. Sirens in the distance. The faint glow of an active gate site visible to the northeast, a rippling column of purple-edged light rising from a breach in the old industrial district. Somewhere south of the financial core, a military convoy moves through evacuated streets toward a fresh breach report. The creature sits on the broken desk at the top of the Silver Lion Tower and looks at the gate glow to the northeast with an expression that is calm and patient and absolutely certain. The board is set. The pieces are in place. The resources are mapped. The hierarchy is established. And somewhere in the city below, Commander Yeon is sitting in a mobile command unit building a picture she does not yet have enough information to complete. Not everything that noticed the merge was human. And not everything that came down from above was trying to help. To understand what happens next, you have to zoom out. Way out. Past the city. Past the country. Past the atmosphere and the stars and every measurable thing that physics has a name for. There is a layer above all of that. A structure. Not a place exactly, more like a mechanism, the operating framework that governs how reality is supposed to run. The rules underneath the rules. Most living things never interact with it directly. They just experience the consequences of it, the way you experience gravity without ever thinking about what gravity actually is. The entities that maintain this structure have been called many things across many cultures and many centuries. Gods. Architects. The system administrators of existence. None of these names are quite right, but all of them are pointing at the same thing. They are vast and old, and largely indifferent to the specific details of what happens inside the systems they manage. They care about function. About structure holding together the way it is supposed to. About the rules being followed not because they are cruel but because the alternative is collapse. And collapse at that level does not just affect one world. The cascades. For a very long time, the game world and the physical world were separate systems running in parallel. Different rules. Different energy signatures. A clean boundary between them. The merge broke that boundary, which was an event the cosmic framework registered and flagged, the same way a pressure sensor registers a leak. Unusual, requiring assessment, but not yet an emergency. What pushed it into emergency territory was the creature. The moment the tutorial zone boss absorbed Seogen's player system, something in the cosmic framework's monitoring layer lit up in a way it had never lit up before. A player system is a human construct, built on top of game code, which itself was built on a thin and imperfect understanding of the real energy mechanics underlying the game world. It was never designed to interface with a monster. Specifically, it was never designed to interface with a boss-tier creature whose native energy signature sat at the top of the monster hierarchy. The combination produced a reading that the framework's classification systems had no category for. Not a player. Not a monster. Not a merged entity of any documented type. A glitch. A hard, persistent, actively spreading glitch in the operating layer of reality itself. The framework responded the way it always responds to anomalies of this magnitude. It dispatched an enforcer. Nobody in the Silver Lion Tower sees it coming. There is no warning. No alarm on any piece of equipment in the building. No sound that builds up slowly to signal an approach. One moment the penthouse ceiling is intact, the late afternoon light coming through the windows, Taejin still sitting in the visitor chair running through the political structure of the Hunter Authority, the administrators still taking notes. And then the ceiling comes apart. Not an explosion. Not a structural failure from below. Something comes through it from above, punching through 40 centimeters of reinforced concrete and steel like it is punching through paper, and the shockwave of its arrival throws everyone in the penthouse across the room simultaneously. Taejin goes over his chair. The administrators hit the side wall. Both bodyguards are knocked off their feet and slide across the debris-covered floor. The creature on the desk is the only thing in the room that does not move, the impact washing over it like wind, and it is looking up through the new hole in the ceiling before the dust has finished falling. The enforcer descends through the gap. It is not what most people would picture when they imagine something sent down from a cosmic governing structure. It is not robed or gentle-looking or surrounded by warm light. It is mechanical. Precisely, deliberately mechanical, built from materials that have no name in any human language, shaped in a form that is vaguely humanoid from the torso up and something else entirely from the torso down, where the legs give way to a trailing structure of interlocking geometric segments that fold and shift as it moves. Its surface is white, the specific white of something that generates its own illumination rather than reflecting light from outside. Its face, if it can be called that, is a smooth plane with a single horizontal band of pale gold light running across where eyes would be. Its wings are the most striking thing about it. 6 of them, arranged in pairs along the upper back, each one a rigid geometric construction of the same white material as the body, layered and angular and edged with the same gold light as the face band. They do not move the way bird wings move. They shift and reconfigure, each panel adjusting independently, more like the aperture of a camera than anything biological. When they are fully extended, they span the width of the penthouse, and the light coming off them fills the space with a cold, even brightness that makes everything in the room look flat and exposed. The enforcer looks at the creature on the desk. The gold band across its face brightens slightly. In the cosmic framework's operating language, this is the equivalent of running a diagnostic classification scan. Cross-reference against all known entity types. Return an error. Run again. Return a different error. Flag for manual resolution. The enforcer raises one arm. The geometric segments along the forearm realign, and from the palm a beam of concentrated holy energy fires across the penthouse. The creature drops off the desk sideways the instant before it hits. The beam connects with the desk instead, and the desk, which survived being sat on by a 4-meter monster in human form, does not survive being grazed by a cosmic enforcement weapon. It comes apart in a flash of white light that leaves a crater in the floor below where it stood. Everyone else in the penthouse is moving toward the exits. Taejin is up and heading for the stairwell door at a speed that suggests he has made a very rapid cost-benefit analysis of the situation. The administrators are right behind him. The bodyguards are already through the door. Nobody is staying to watch this. The creature is back on its feet in the same moment it hits the floor, already reading the situation, already running the assessment through the system. The enforcer is in the air above the penthouse floor, the wing panels shifting to track the new position of the target. The system screen is pulling every piece of data it can find on the entity in front of it, cross-referencing against Seogen's absorbed knowledge base, against the game codex, against the operational data accumulated since the merge. What comes back is not encouraging. The Enforcer does not exist in the game codex because it was never part of the game. It is not a dungeon creature. It is not a player construct. It is not anything that Aethoria Online ever modeled or referenced. It exists one layer above the game entirely, in the same framework that the game was built on, and the skills and systems derived from that game have no traction against something that operates at that level. The divine energy of the Sundering Arc, the Holy Strike Chain, the Radiant Bolt, the passive defense multipliers, all of it is built from game code, and game code to a cosmic enforcer is the equivalent of a child throwing paper at a wall. The system confirms this in the flattest possible terms. Player-derived skill set, ineffective against target. Recommend alternative approach. The creature looks at the system screen. Then it closes it. The blue display fades out completely for the first time since the merge. The skill tree goes dark. The stat readouts, the map overlay, the passive scanning functions, the entity classification system, all of it powers down at once, and the creature is left standing in the wrecked penthouse with nothing but what it was before the system existed. Raw monster energy. Native physical capability. The bedrock that was always there under everything Seogen's data added on top of it. It feels different without the system running. Quieter. More direct. Like removing a layer of translation and going back to the original language. The Enforcer fires again, 3 rapid beams in a spread pattern designed to cover the target's likely movement vectors. The creature reads the spread from the angle of the arm and the wing panel configuration in the half-second before the beams release, and it moves. Not the precise, calculated movement of someone executing a practice dodge. Something older and faster than that, the pure kinetic instinct of a creature that spent its entire existence in a zone where things tried to kill it, the deep motor knowledge of a body that knows how to not be where the danger is without thinking about it first. 2 of the 3 beams miss clean. The third clips the creature's shoulder and the impact drives it sideways 3 steps and blows a section of the window wall out behind it, the glass and frame disappearing into the open air above the city 40 stories below. The creature catches itself on the edge of the new gap, fingers finding the concrete lip of the floor, and it looks up at the Enforcer with an expression that has shifted from assessment to something considerably less patient. The Enforcer descends toward it, the wing panels folding in slightly to navigate the reduced ceiling height, and the gold band on its face is burning brighter now. In the Cosmic Framework's operational logic, the target has survived 2 full power discharge sequences, which puts it in a category that requires escalated response. The Enforcer begins to charge a concentrated strike, energy gathering in both palms simultaneously, the white glow around its body intensifying as it draws from the framework directly, not from any stored capacity but from the operating layer of reality itself, an essentially unlimited power source. The creature watches the charge build and does not wait for it to complete. It launches off the floor edge and straight at the Enforcer. No skill activation. No divine energy. No technique pulled from Seogen's years of high-level play. Just the raw acceleration of a monster body moving at a speed that its original tutorial zone form could never have achieved but that its current physical stats make entirely possible, crossing the vertical distance between the floor and the hovering Enforcer in a fraction of a second and hitting it with both hands in a double palm impact to the upper chest section. The shockwave from the contact blows the remaining ceiling off the top floor entirely. The Enforcer goes up and back through the new gap, carried by the impact, and the creature goes with it, maintaining contact, riding the knockback instead of separating. They clear the roofline of the building together and the fight moves from the penthouse to open air 40 stories above the city streets. The Enforcer rights itself immediately, the wing panels snapping out to full extension, the geometric leg structure reconfiguring to stabilize in the air. The charged strike in its palms is still building. It redirects downward at the creature, who is now below it in the open air, momentarily without a surface to push off from. The creature catches one of the lower wing panels. It grabs the edge of the nearest wing with both hands as it falls past, arresting its drop, hanging from the Enforcer's wing 40 stories above the street. The Enforcer twists, trying to shake the weight, the wing panels reconfiguring to dislodge the grip. The charged strike in its palms fires wide, missing the creature entirely and detonating somewhere in the air below them with a flash that the people on the streets 40 stories down see clearly and will be describing for years. The creature does not let go. It pulls itself up along the wing panel hand over hand, moving against the Enforcer's attempts to shake it, climbing toward the joint where the wing connects to the upper back of the body. The Enforcer fires 2 more point-blank blasts downward, both of them aimed at the creature on its own wing, both of them absorbed by the creature's skin with impacts that leave scorch marks but no actual damage. The creature reaches the wing root. and it pulls. Monster strength, unfiltered, unmediated by any skill system or power ceiling, applied to the structural junction of the Enforcer's wing with the kind of force that does not negotiate with materials. The wing panel assembly screams. The white material, which has no name in any human language and was manufactured in a place that exists above the concept of a workshop, begins to give. The geometric segments along the wing root deform. The gold light at the edges stutters. The Enforcer drives another blast directly into the creature's back at point-blank range, and the creature takes it, absorbs it, and does not release the grip. The wing comes off. The sound it makes is not like any mechanical failure. It is more like a frequency dropping out of existence. One moment the wing is there, the next the creature is holding it and the Enforcer is spinning in the air above the city with one side of its configuration destroyed, the remaining wings working to stabilize the imbalance. It manages to stay airborne, but the elegance of its movement is gone. It is compensating now, working against itself, and the gold band on its face is doing something it was not doing before, a rapid pulsing that in the cosmic framework's operational language means something like critical function compromise. The creature throws the wing. Not at the Enforcer. Sideways, out over the city, where it tumbles through the air and eventually clips the corner of a building 2 blocks away, and the impact takes out 3 floors of windows along that face. The creature is already moving again before the wing has finished its arc, pushing off the air itself, not through any aerodynamic logic but through the same raw physical force that it used to climb the wing, treating the open sky as a surface it can work against with enough commitment. It reaches the Enforcer before the stabilization is complete. The second wing comes off faster than the first. The Enforcer fights harder for it, firing everything it has at close range, holy energy discharging in continuous streams rather than distinct blasts, the white glow around its body going to maximum intensity. The creature goes through all of it. The scorch marks accumulate. The jacket it took from the hunters downstairs is entirely gone at this point, burned away, but the skin under it is holding. It holds the wing root with one hand and reaches into the joint with the other, finding the connection points through pure tactile intuition, the monster instinct that knows how things come apart because things coming apart was the entire context of the world it came from. The second wing tears free. The Enforcer drops. Not all the way to the street. It catches itself 3 floors above the ground, the remaining wing configuration barely functional, the geometric leg segments extending to arrest the fall. It hits the pavement in a controlled crash that cracks the road surface for 20 meters in every direction and sends the few remaining vehicles in the area bouncing on their suspensions from the shockwave. The creature drops alongside it, hitting the ground 5 meters away, landing in a crouch that puts its own cracks in the pavement, and straightening up. The street is empty of civilians. Whatever instinct that clears people away from something they cannot survive has been working overtime in this block since the fight moved to open air. The surrounding buildings have shed most of their remaining window glass. The Silver Lion Tower behind and above is missing its top 3 floors entirely, the ragged edge of the structure exposed to the sky, debris still settling somewhere in the gap. The Enforcer is on the ground, damaged in ways that have never been recorded in the cosmic framework's operational history because nothing has ever gotten this far against an Enforcer before. The wing stubs where the panels were torn free are venting gold light in irregular pulses. The faceband is doing the rapid critical function pulse continuously now. The geometric leg segments are locked in their landing configuration and not reconfiguring correctly. But it is not done. The arms come up. Both palms, both drawing directly from the framework, the charge building again, and this time the output is going to be bigger than anything it has fired before. When an Enforcer reaches critical function compromise, the framework gives it a single escalated override option. Everything available, all at once, a final discharge at the target. It is not a precise tool. It is the option that accepts collateral damage in exchange for resolution. The creature looks at the building charge in both palms and reads the geometry of the energy correctly for the same reason it read every other attack correctly. Not because it was trained to, because it is a creature that processes threat natively, at a level below conscious thought, and threat looks like threat regardless of the source. It crosses the 5 meters between them before the charge completes. One hand finds the Enforcer's chest. Right at the center. The place where the primary function systems converge, the core of the mechanism, the point that everything else connects back to. The creature does not need the system screen to find it. Monster instinct in a hunt always knows where the center of a thing is. The other hand drives in alongside the first. The Enforcer's arms drop. The charge in the palms dissipates in a spray of unfocused gold light that goes in every direction at once, burning long shallow lines across the surrounding pavement in a starburst pattern. The faceband goes dark. The remaining wing panels go still. And then the core comes free. It is not large. The size of both fists together, roughly spherical, the same white material as the body but denser, heavier, with a gold light inside it that pulses once, twice, and then begins to change. It shifts from gold to something that has no color name, cycling through frequencies that the human eye was not designed to register, and the creature holds it and does not let go. The energy inside the core is not game-derived. It does not come from Aethoria's code framework or from any dungeon zone or from any mechanic that Seo Jun spent 6 years learning. It comes from the layer above all of that, the cosmic operating structure itself, and when the creature absorbs it, what happens is not an addition to the system. There is no system screen to update. The system is still dark. What happens is something more fundamental. The energy from the Enforcer's core integrates directly into the creature's native monster energy, the bedrock layer, the part that was there before the system and is still there after it. It folds in quietly and completely, and when it is done, the creature's energy signature, the signal it broadcasts that everything with any sensitivity to the monster hierarchy can detect, simply stops being detectable. Not suppressed. Not hidden behind a masking technique. Gone from the cosmic framework's monitoring layer in the same way a dark room becomes invisible when you turn the lights off. The framework has nothing to read. The anomaly classification, the glitch flag, the dispatch order that sent the Enforcer, all of it is pointing at an empty coordinate now. As far as the cosmic operating structure is concerned, the thing it sent the Enforcer to resolve has been resolved, because the signal it was tracking no longer exists. The creature straightens up from the wreckage of the Enforcer. The shell of the mechanism is still on the ground, intact on the outside, hollow on the inside, the gold light gone from every surface. It looks like a model, a prop, something built to look like a thing but not actually be it. The creature looks at it for a moment, then looks up at the sky above the ruined street. Nothing looking back down. The system screen stays dark. The creature does not turn it back on. Not yet. It runs a quiet internal check instead, the way you move a limb after a hard impact to confirm everything still works. The monster energy is there, as strong as it ever was, running at the same dominant signal that bent 40 goblins to the floor and forced Commander Yeon to her knee. The physical capabilities are there, the strength and speed and the skin that turns enchanted blades and eats holy discharge without permanent damage. The Enforcer's energy is integrated, quiet, present in a way that has no active function beyond the absence it creates in the monitoring layer above. Off the grid. Permanently. Whatever the cosmic framework does next, whoever or whatever it sends to check on the status of the dispatched Enforcer, they will find nothing. A closed case. An anomaly that apparently resolved itself. The creature that should not exist, the combination that had no classification and no precedent, is now invisible to the only authority with the power and the jurisdiction to do something about it. The street around the Enforcer's shell is a disaster. Cracked pavement in every direction, window glass across every surface, scorch lines burned into the road in a starburst from the final discharge. 2 blocks away, the wing that was thrown is embedded in the corner of a building, white and geometric and entirely alien-looking against the glass and concrete of the structure it hit. The Silver Lion Tower above has lost its top 3 floors and the exposed edge of the building is still settling, concrete and steel debris falling intermittently onto the plaza below. The creature looks up at the ruined top of the building. Then it starts walking back toward the entrance. In the lobby, most of the hunters who were knocked down in the earlier fight have recovered enough to be sitting up or standing against the walls. They watch the creature walk back through the main doors with the expression of people who have been through a significant amount today and are conserving their remaining reactions for things that strictly require them. The turret housings in the ceiling are still dark. Nobody makes a move. The creature takes the elevator back up, riding it to the highest functional floor now that the penthouse is open to the sky. The top intact floor is one below the penthouse, its ceiling partially collapsed where debris came through from above, but the structure is holding and the floor space is usable. The windows on the south and west sides are intact. The view is almost as good. Tae-jin is there. He came back, which says something about him. He is standing in the middle of the floor with 2 of the administrators, surrounded by fallen ceiling panels and a layer of dust that has settled over everything, and he is watching the elevator open. His suit is destroyed. His hair is a wreck. He looks like a man who just weathered something he had absolutely no category for. But he is there. The creature walks out of the elevator and looks at him. Tae-jin looks back. The silent communication between them has been establishing its grammar since the collar grab upstairs, and by now the language is clear enough that Taejin understands what the look means without needing it translated. He turns to the administrator nearest him and tells her to get a structural assessment team in the building within the hour, to begin sourcing materials for a top-floor rebuild, and to find out which city officials are handling the emergency designation of the surrounding block because the Silver Lion Guild is going to need those conversations to go smoothly. The administrator is already on her communication device before he finishes the sentence. Taejin looks back at the creature and asks, carefully and without any edge in his voice, whether the thing that came through the ceiling is a concern going forward, whether there will be more of them, and what the guild should be prepared for. The creature considers this. Then it walks past him to the nearest intact window and looks out at the city below. The street where the enforcer's shell is still lying on the cracked pavement is visible from this angle, a small white shape 4 stories down, already drawing a cluster of observers at a safe distance who are photographing it with their phones. In the distance, the 3 active gate sites are still glowing, their breach light visible even in the late afternoon. The military convoy that was moving through the southern district earlier has stopped in a wide cordon around one of them. The system screen comes back on. Just the basic layer. Map overlay. Entity classification running passively. The gate's site data pulling from the communication frequencies the system decoded from Commander Yeon's gear. The creature does not restore the skill tree yet. It leaves that offline for now, not from caution but from preference. The fight with the enforcer confirms something useful. The player system is a tool, a powerful and precise tool, but it is not the foundation. The foundation is what was there before it and what the enforcer's core energy has now permanently secured. The system scans the skyline and flags the nearest S-rank gate site, still uncleared, still venting its output into the surrounding district, the most valuable and most dangerous location in the entire city. The creature looks at it for a long moment. Then it looks back at Taejin, who is still waiting for an answer about whether more enforcers are coming. The creature's expression gives him the answer, which is that there will not be more. Whatever authority sent the first one has marked the case as closed. There is nothing in the cosmic framework's monitoring layer pointing at this location anymore. As far as anything above this world is concerned, the situation resolved itself and the anomaly is gone. Taejin absorbs this slowly. Then he nods once, and something in his posture shifts, the last of the fight or flee tension going out of his frame. He turns back to his administrator and begins adding to the list of things that need to happen in the next 24 hours. Outside the window, the city is already adjusting its chaos to accommodate the new data. Emergency broadcast frequencies are lighting up with reports of the aerial combat and the destroyed tower floors and the alien object on the pavement in the street. Hunter Authority Dispatch is trying to classify the enforcer's shell with scanners that return errors it has never seen before. Commander Yeon is somewhere in the city getting the same reports and adding them to the picture she is building with the same careful, relentless intelligence she has been applying to every other piece of this situation. And at the top of the Silver Lion Tower, standing in front of a window looking out at an S-rank gate glow on the horizon, the creature that walked out of a tutorial zone with a stolen system and no name is now the single most dangerous thing on the planet, invisible to the framework that governs the rules of existence itself, with a building full of reluctant resources behind it and an entire world's worth of unclaimed territory in front of it. By the next morning, every major news outlet on the planet had the same story at the top of their feed. A figure of unknown origin had engaged and destroyed something that fell from the sky through the roof of a building in the financial district. The something in question was currently sitting in a cordoned-off section of a city street, being photographed and scanned and argued over by every scientific, military, and hunter authority body that could get a representative there within 12 hours. Nobody had a classification for it. Nobody had a precedent for it. The shell of the enforcer was made of material that defeated every analytical tool pointed at it and simply returned errors, and the wings that were torn free and thrown across the surrounding blocks were doing the same thing, sitting in the wreckage they had created and refusing to give up any information about what they were or where they came from. The footage was everywhere. Dozens of phone recordings from street level, a few from higher floors of surrounding buildings, and one extraordinary piece of footage from a traffic monitoring camera mounted on a pole 2 blocks away that had survived the shockwave. The resolution was not perfect, but it was clear enough. A figure, human-shaped, going up through the destroyed roof of the Silver Lion Tower. An entity with wings and a glow that filled the frame. The two of them in the open air above the city, moving at speeds that the footage could barely track. The wings coming off. The descent. The impact on the street. The figure walking back into the building afterward like it had just finished something routine. The figure's face was not identifiable from any of the footage. The light from the enforcer made most of the aerial exchange impossible to read in detail. But the shape was there. The scale was there. And the fact that it walked away and the enforcer did not was extremely, unmistakably there. Within 6 hours, every government with a Hunter Authority program had the footage flagged as a priority intelligence matter. Within 12 hours, the 3 largest guilds in the country had pulled their best analysts off existing assignments and redirected them entirely to the question of what entity was operating out of the Silver Lion Tower and what its capabilities and intentions were. Within 18 hours, the question had reached the ears of the one institution that considered itself the authority on all things related to the merge, the game world, and the new mechanics that had entered physical reality. The Valen Academy. To call it a school is technically accurate and practically insufficient. The Valen Academy had been the premier institution for training high-capability hunters before the merge, back when the game world was still separate and hunters were a profession rather than a necessity. It had a selective enrollment process, a campus that occupied a secured compound on the outskirts of the city, and a faculty made up of the highest-ranked active hunters in the country, many of them retired from professional play, now teaching the next generation how to clear dungeons, manage system abilities, and operate in the increasingly complex environment of a world where the rules kept changing. After the merge, its importance increased to a degree that its own administrators were still processing. It was no longer just training hunters for a competitive profession. It was training the people who stood between functioning society and the dungeons eating it. The Academy's leadership had been watching the Silver Lion Tower situation since the enforcer came through the roof. Not just the aftermath. The entire sequence, from the point where the creature first appeared in the city through the hunter encounter in the lower district, the goblin column on the avenue, the confrontation with Commander Yeon, the takeover of the Silver Lion Tower, and now the aerial fight with an entity that no existing classification system had a name for. They had more data than almost anyone else, compiled by a dedicated intelligence unit that the Academy had been running quietly for exactly this kind of situation. And what the data told them was that something was operating in this city with capabilities that fell entirely outside the documented range of what the merge had introduced so far. The student body and faculty were already operating at the top of the human hunter scale. If something was walking around out there that could do what the footage showed, the Academy needed to understand it before it decided what to do about it. They sent a team. 5 members. Not the flashiest operatives the Academy had, not the ones who showed up on rankings and drew attention. The quiet ones. The analysts and close observation specialists, all of them high-ranked but trained specifically for infiltration and assessment rather than direct combat. Their brief was narrow and precise. Get eyes on the Silver Lion Tower. Get eyes on whatever is inside it. Return with information and do not under any circumstances engage directly. They reached the financial district before dawn and set up observation positions on the surrounding buildings for several hours before making their approach. The tower itself was being watched by multiple parties, military cordon units, Hunter Authority representatives, and what appeared to be a significant number of journalists who had been maintaining their positions through the night on the strength of coffee and professional stubbornness. The team moved through the cordon using credentials that the Academy had prepared for exactly this kind of sensitive operation. The tower lobby was a wreck, but it was occupied. Silver Lion Guild members were operating on the lower floors, the ones who had recovered from the previous day, supplemented by additional staff who had come in that morning. There was a strained, professional normalcy to the way they were moving through the building, the kind of operational continuity that organizations maintain through bad situations because the alternative is admitting the bad situation has won. The team made it to the upper functional floors without being stopped. The Silver Lion staff they encountered looked at the Academy credentials and made the calculation that cooperation was the correct response given everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. Taejin had issued a general instruction to his people to handle external parties with courtesy and limited information, which the team correctly read as the posture of an organization that was itself operating under new management and had not yet fully mapped the edges of what that meant. What the team found on the top functional floor was not what they expected. They expected a dungeon creature. Possibly something that had absorbed a player system through some mechanism the merge had introduced, operating on elevated stats, managing a territory claim in the way that high-tier monsters sometimes did in game zones. That was the working hypothesis, and it was a reasonable one given the available data. What they found was a man standing at the window, looking out at the city, with a stillness to him that was completely at odds with the scale of destruction visible through those windows and on the floor above. Human-shaped, human-sized, dark hair, the kind of face that read as sharp and controlled, dressed in clothes that did not match the location in a way that suggested recent acquisition rather than selection. He turned when the team entered and looked at each of them with calm, direct attention. The system scanner that the team's lead analyst was running gave its result immediately. Human entity. Hunter-type signature. Elevated but within the upper range of what the merge had produced in particularly capable individuals. No anomalous readings. No monster energy. No game architecture boss tier classification. The creature had known they were coming for the better part of an hour. The passive scanning layer of the player system had picked up the observation team on the surrounding buildings before dawn, tracking their movement and their equipment signatures. And while the system had been running the intelligence that came from that tracking, the creature had been doing something else with the information. It had been thinking about what to do with them. The direct approach had limits. Taking the hunter teams, taking Commander Yeon's gear, taking the Silver Lion Tower, all of that had been fast and efficient, and it had produced results. The creature had resources now, a base, intelligence data, an unwilling operational staff in Taejin's guild. What it did not have was access to the highest level of technical knowledge about how human hunter systems actually worked at the most sophisticated level. Taejin could explain economics and politics. What the creature needed now was something more specific. It needed to understand the full scope of what human magic could do, how the player systems had developed since the merge, what the Academy was teaching and training its hunters to achieve. That was the knowledge that would let it operate with complete competence in this world rather than with overwhelming power and incomplete information. It needed to be inside that institution. Walking in as itself was not viable. The creature understood this with the same flat practicality it applied to every assessment. What it had done over the last several days was already approaching the threshold where the human response infrastructure would shift from containment to elimination at any cost. That shift would be inconvenient. It would require energy and attention that the creature would rather spend on other things. Better to step sideways. Better to use a different kind of advantage. The transformation skill that had given it a human appearance was only one layer of what it could do with that passive system. Deeper in the absorbed player data was a suite of cosmetic and concealment options that Seo-jun had developed for competitive play, including a function that went beyond surface appearance and extended to the energy signature itself. In the game, it had been used for stealth operations in high-tier dungeons where enemies could detect player presence through aura sensing. Here, it meant the creature could compress and shape the way its monster energy broadcast outward, filtering it down to a signature that read as a human hunter operating at elevated capability without revealing the full depth and character of what was underneath. Not a perfect disguise. Nothing that would survive close scrutiny from the most sensitive equipment available or the most experienced readers. But enough for a standard scan. Enough for a team that was looking for a monster and not considering the possibility that the monster might be cooperating with the scan. The creature had compressed the signal carefully in the hour before the team arrived. Then it had placed itself at the window in a position that communicated someone who was present in the space but not aligned with it, a person in a location rather than a creature holding a territory. It had let the clothes and the stillness and the scan result do the work. The team's lead analyst was good. She ran the scan twice, which was professional standard, and then ran a secondary check using a different methodology. Both returned the same result. Human. Hunter type. Elevated. She looked at the figure at the window and asked the questions that her brief required. Who was he? What had happened here? What did he know about the entity that had been operating in this building and engaged the aerial target the previous day? The creature answered carefully. It described being in the building when things went wrong, a vague account of confusion and disorientation that implied recent trauma without specifying anything verifiable. It described having no clear memory of where it had come from before finding itself in the lower district, which was technically accurate from a certain perspective since nothing about its prior existence mapped to any framework a human identity system could process. It described having abilities that it did not fully understand, having encountered things it could not classify, having survived situations that should not have been survivable. All of this was presented with the controlled flatness of someone who had been through something significant and was processing it in real time. The lost memory detail landed exactly where the creature intended it to. The team exchanged looks. The analyst made a note on her recording device. One of the other team members, a younger operative who had clearly been briefed on the post-merge psychological impact cases that the Academy's support services had been handling, leaned forward with the specific attention of someone who has just found a category to put something in. There had been documented cases. People who had been inside game zones when the merge happened, deep in extended VR sessions, whose identities and memories had fragmented under the shock of the digital-physical transition. The Academy had protocols for these cases. The Hunter Authority had registers for them. They were not common, but they were real, and the symptoms described confusion, fragmented identity, anomalously elevated capabilities without clear origin, fit the documented pattern closely enough to be plausible. The creature watched the team build the explanation it had provided them and felt something that was approximately satisfaction. Not pride. Not pleasure. The specific functional satisfaction of watching a tool perform exactly as intended. The team spent another hour in the building, gathering supplementary data, interviewing 2 Silver Lion Guild members who provided carefully limited accounts that Taejin had clearly prepared in advance, and making their external assessment of the physical damage to the structure. Then they returned to the Academy to report. The report took another day to process through the Academy's evaluation system. A recommendation came back from the senior faculty, reviewed and confirmed by the Academy director, a woman named Professor Shin who had been the highest-ranked active hunter in the country before she retired from field work to run the institution and whose opinions on threat assessment were treated as close to definitive by everyone who understood the field. The recommendation was to bring the individual in. Special enrollment, provisional status, full monitoring, restricted access pending further evaluation. The documented cases of merge-fragmented hunters with elevated capabilities were a known category, and the Academy's mandate included providing support and evaluation for exactly those cases. Refusing would be both a policy failure and a missed intelligence opportunity. If this individual had been present during the aerial engagement and survived it, the Academy wanted to know what he had seen and experienced in detail, and they wanted to assess what he was actually capable of. The team went back to the Silver Lion Tower with the enrollment offer 3 days after their first visit. The creature considered the offer for approximately 4 seconds. Then it accepted. The Academy compound was on the secured outskirts of the city, a campus built on a scale that reflected its importance. Training facilities, specialized dungeon simulation zones, residential blocks, faculty offices, a medical and assessment wing, and at the center of the compound, the main tower where the advanced classes were held, a structure that was significantly less impressive than the Silver Lion Tower but considerably more fortified. The magical warding around the compound perimeter was a different class entirely from what the Silver Lion Guild had been running. Older. Built on a more sophisticated understanding of the underlying mechanics. Less likely to glitch on a boss-tier classification. The creature arrived on enrollment day with the same compressed energy signature it had presented to the team, carrying nothing, wearing clothes that Taejin's administrators had sourced with the specific brief of making someone look like a plausible Academy candidate rather than a person who had acquired clothing off unconscious hunters. It passed the entry scan without issue, drew a few long looks from the security personnel at the gate that it did not react to, and was processed through enrollment with the careful attention that the special provisional category received. Professor Shin met it briefly during the intake process. She was a compact, precise woman in her 50s with the specific quality of stillness that comes from being genuinely dangerous for a very long time and knowing it. She looked at the creature across the intake desk with eyes that had assessed several thousand hunter candidates over the years and said very little during the meeting, which the creature noted. People who say little in assessment contexts are usually the ones doing the most accurate reading. She approved the enrollment. Said she looked forward to seeing the assessment results. And then she looked at the creature for one extra beat before returning to her files, just long enough to communicate that she was not entirely settled but had made a decision based on available data that she reserved the right to revise. The creature was assigned a residential room in the provisional student block and a schedule that started the following morning with the introductory training assessment, which was where the Academy placed all new students regardless of stated prior experience to establish a baseline before assigning them to appropriate class levels. The introductory assessment was held in the main training arena, a large enclosed facility in the central tower with reinforced walls and a floor that could absorb significant magical output without structural damage. It was designed for exactly this, putting new students through a series of drills and evaluations with existing students and junior faculty observing, both to gather data on the new arrivals and to integrate them into the social structure of the Academy's hierarchy. The creature arrived at the arena on schedule. It was not the only new student in the assessment, but it was the one that attracted the most attention before anything even started. Word had moved through the student body in the 3 days since the enrollment offer was made, the way word moves through any closed institution with a distinct social hierarchy. A special admit provisional candidate with an unusual background. Elevated capabilities per the team's preliminary report. Unknown prior affiliations. No ranking, no documented history, no competitive record. To the students who had been in the academy for years and who had built their identities around their positions in that hierarchy, this was a provocation. Specifically to the students at the top of that hierarchy. The Valen Academy's top-ranked student was a young man named Hyunwoo. From one of the wealthiest hunter families in the country, with a lineage of A-rank operatives going back 2 generations. He had placed first in every internal ranking evaluation since his first year, operated a player system with a skill set that the faculty described as among the most technically refined they had seen at his age, and carried himself with the particular confidence of someone who had never been in a room where he was not the most capable person present. He was in the arena when the creature arrived. He had come specifically to see the assessment. This was not unusual for high-ranked students. Observing new candidate assessments was a normal part of the Academy's social rhythm, an opportunity to identify useful additions to team rosters or, more commonly, to confirm that the hierarchy remained undisturbed. The assessment began with standard baseline drills. Speed circuits, strength benchmarks, system activation tests. The creature moved through each of these with the careful control of something presenting a calibrated performance rather than an actual maximum output. It performed at a level that was extraordinary by Academy standards, enough to produce visible reactions in the observing faculty, enough to justify the preliminary report the team had submitted, but well inside the range of what a human hunter with exceptional development could plausibly achieve. No monster energy. No player system skills. Just the physical baseline, dialed back to roughly 8% of what it had used against the Silver Lion Lobby team, expressed through the movement patterns and timing calibrations that read as trained human technique. It was enough. The faculty observers were already updating their assessment notes. The watching students were doing what watching students do, calibrating their threat assessments, some impressed, some skeptical, Hyunwoo watching with the expression of someone who had seen the preliminary numbers and was deciding whether they held up. Then the free engagement segment started. The free engagement segment was where new students were paired with existing students at comparable stated ability levels for open practice exchanges. Officially it was collaborative. Unofficially it was where the hierarchy conducted its evaluations, and the conduct of those evaluations was not always strictly according to the Academy's stated code of practice. Hyunwoo signaled to the assessment coordinator that he would take the pairing with the new provisional candidate himself. The coordinator looked at the ability level gap between Hyunwoo's documented rank and the new candidate's preliminary numbers and noted the discrepancy. Hyunwoo told him to record it as a voluntary advanced pairing and moved to the center of the arena before the coordinator could find a policy reason to prevent it. 3 of Hyunwoo's regular practice partners positioned themselves around the edge of the arena. Not to intervene. To watch. This was a performance as much as an assessment and they knew their role in it. Hyunwoo introduced himself to the creature in the center of the arena with the practiced courtesy of someone who has been taught manners and deploys them strategically. He suggested they treat the session as a genuine exchange, offered to begin at reduced output as a courtesy to the candidate's provisional status, and smiled the smile of someone who considers himself generous for the offer. The creature looked at him. Then it put both hands in its pockets. Hyunwoo's eyes went to the hands. Then back up. The smile stayed on but something behind it recalibrated. He activated the first of his skills, a speed enhancement technique that pushed his movement to the high end of what the Academy's assessment equipment could accurately track, and closed the distance between them in a movement that students in his year called a blink. His strike came in at the level of the creature's shoulder, a testing contact hit aim to land clean and establish tempo. The creature's torso moved 4 inches to the left. The strike found empty air. Hyunwoo's momentum carried him a half-step past the target and he reset immediately, reading the dodge and recalibrating. Faster this time. He chained 3 rapid techniques together, a combination that required precise skill coordination and had never failed to land on any opponent in the Academy, firing them in sequence with a technical precision that the faculty always cited as his standout quality. The creature dodged the first by leaning back slightly. Dodged the second by shifting weight to the right. The third came in low and the creature simply lifted its foot and let the strike pass under it, the movement so minimal that the hands stayed in the pockets throughout. The arena was very quiet. Hyunwoo stopped. He was breathing evenly, no exertion yet, his system still running the speed enhancement. He looked at the creature across the 2 meters between them and the assessment he was running in his head was producing a result that he did not have a comfortable response to. Every dodge had been minimal. Not the explosive, full-body evasion of someone working hard to avoid contact. The evasion of something that knew where every strike was going to be before it arrived and moved the absolute minimum distance required to not be there. He activated everything he had. The full skill chain, no courtesy reductions, the output that the faculty used as the benchmark for what the top of the Academy's current student body could produce in a real engagement. He came at the creature with the kind of speed and technical complexity that had put every sparring partner he had ever faced on the defensive within the first 3 seconds. The creature did not move its hands from its pockets. It moved around the techniques instead, not through them, the dodges precise and unhurried, each one reading the geometry of the incoming attack at the earliest possible point and making the smallest necessary adjustment. Hyunwoo's fastest strike came within a finger's width of the creature's ear and missed. His most technically complex combination, a multi-angle simultaneous skill discharge that had never been dodged in a practice setting, dissolved against empty space as the creature stepped through the gaps in it with the relaxed precision of someone walking between raindrops. The last technique in the chain was Hyunwoo's strongest. He fired it at full output, the kind of strike that the arena's reinforced walls were built to absorb. The creature moved its head to the side, just slightly, and the technique hit the wall behind it and the arena absorbed it the way it was designed to. The creature looked back at Hyunwoo. Hands still in pockets. Breathing unchanged. Expression unchanged. Hyunwoo's skill chain was spent. His system needed a recovery window before he could run it again. He was standing in the center of the arena with nothing left to fire and the provisional candidate in front of him had not thrown a single strike, had not activated a single skill, and had not taken a single step backward. The quiet in the arena had changed quality. It was the quiet of a large group of people recalibrating their understanding of something in real time. The creature looked at Hyunwoo for a moment. Then it looked at the observing students around the edge of the arena. Then it looked at the faculty observers in the elevated assessment section above. Professor Shin was in the assessment section. She had come down from her office when the pairing was logged and she had been watching from the moment Hyunwoo activated his first skill. Her expression was the same precise stillness it had been in the intake meeting, except that behind it, something had resolved. The question she had held open since the intake meeting, the one that her experience and her instincts had been refusing to let her close, had just answered itself. The creature caught her eyes from across the arena, through the reinforced observation glass, in the middle of the arena full of stunned students and recalibrating faculty. And it looked back at her without any change in expression. The message in that exchange was clear enough, and both of them understood it perfectly. She knew it was not what it claimed to be. It knew that she knew. And it had let that happen deliberately, had put itself in the center of her arena and done exactly what it did because it wanted her to see it, wanted this specific person, the most experienced and capable individual in this institution, to have an accurate read on what had just arrived inside her walls. Not a threat display. Not carelessness. A decision. The creature had looked at Professor Shin in the intake meeting and made an assessment of its own, filed her in the category of resources worth cultivating rather than obstacles requiring removal, and decided that beginning the relationship with honesty delivered in a language she would understand was more useful than maintaining a fiction that she was already halfway through dismantling anyway. The arena stayed quiet. Hyunwoo was still standing in the center of it, the last of his skill chain's visual effects fading from the air around him, looking at the provisional candidate with an expression that was doing significant work to remain composed. The creature finally took its hands out of its pockets. It turned and walked back to the edge of the arena in the direction of the exit, unhurried, the way it had been moving since the moment it arrived. The assessment coordinator, who had been entirely still since approximately the second technique sequence, belatedly remembered that he had a procedure to follow and began making notes on his recording device with the focused attention of a man using a task to ground himself. The academy had just enrolled something that humiliated its top student without raising its hands once. Every person in that arena knew it. Professor Shin knew it most clearly and most completely. And the creature walking toward the exit knew that the most important part of today was not the demonstration in the center of the floor. It was the look exchanged through the observation glass. The acknowledgement. The opening move in a relationship between two things that had each correctly identified what the other was, and were now going to have to decide what to do about it. Most people who plan a heist spend weeks preparing. The creature spent about 40 minutes and did it during lunch. The first week at the Valen Academy had been productive in the way that information gathering is always productive when you are in the right place and paying the right kind of attention. The Academy's curriculum was dense and technically sophisticated, covering player system optimization at a level that went well beyond anything Seogen's absorbed knowledge base contained from the game's player-facing side. The faculty had spent years developing their own frameworks for understanding how the merge had changed and expanded what hunter systems could do, and sitting in those classes while maintaining the performance of a candidate still recovering from memory fragmentation gave the creature access to that accumulated knowledge at a pace and depth that no external intelligence operation could have matched. The social environment was also useful data. Hyun-woo had not spoken to the creature since the arena and was performing a very determined version of pretending the assessment session had not happened the way it happened. His practice partners were doing the same, which the creature found efficient since it meant none of them were spending time trying to engage with it. The faculty were treating the provisional candidate with a careful, professionally neutral attention that read as people who had been briefed to maintain standard procedure while something was being evaluated at a higher level. Professor Shin had not called for any additional private meetings, which was itself a choice that communicated clearly. She was watching. She was letting things develop. She was not yet certain what the correct move was, and she was the kind of person who did not act until certainty was available. The creature respected this and gave her nothing new to work with during the first week. What it was working with instead was the vault. Every institution that operates at the intersection of dungeon management and hunter training maintains some version of a restricted resource repository. The Valen Academy's version was several layers more sophisticated than most, because the Academy had been accumulating classified dungeon artifacts and access keys for longer than any hunter guild in the country, and because the people who built it had understood that the most important things to protect were not the most obviously dangerous things but the most strategically valuable ones. The creature had identified the vault's existence on the second day, not from any information provided by the Academy but from the energy signatures that the system's passive scanning layer picked up through the compound substructure. Specifically, it had detected a concentration of dungeon architecture energy somewhere below the main training tower that was inconsistent with anything on the Academy's disclosed floor plans. The signature was dense and layered in a way that meant multiple high-value items stored in proximity, and one signature in particular sat above the others in a way that the system flagged with a classification that made the creature's next several days considerably more purposeful. A dungeon key. Not a standard gate access token of the kind that guilds traded on the open market. A master architecture key, the kind that existed in the game world as a mechanism for accessing locked dungeon branches and sealed zone extensions. In the real world, post-merge, this translated to something considerably more valuable. A key of this classification could open sealed dungeon infrastructure that no standard gate access protocol could reach, zones that had come through the merge fully formed but locked behind access requirements that nobody in the hunter community had yet figured out how to meet. The resources inside those sealed zones were effectively inaccessible to everyone, except to something carrying the right key. The creature had been patient about this for the full first week, maintaining the enrollment cover, attending the classes, accumulating the knowledge it came for. But the vault was a timed opportunity. The Academy's resource security rotation ran on a schedule that the system had decoded from the facility management signals it was passively reading, and there was a window in that rotation that occurred once every 8 days when the primary monitoring layer in the substructure went through its maintenance cycle. Not fully down. Reduced. A gap in the coverage that lasted approximately 40 minutes. The 40 minutes fell during the midday meal period on the 8th day of the creature's enrollment. Everyone with any connection to the Academy's operational routine was in the meal hall or the adjacent common areas. The training tower was at its lowest occupancy point of the daily cycle. The faculty supervisors were on their own scheduled break rotations. The security personnel were maintaining perimeter coverage rather than internal patrol, which was the standard protocol when the compound population was consolidated in the meal facilities. The creature left the meal hall 12 minutes into the period, walking at the pace of someone heading toward the residential blocks, and changed direction once out of sightline of the hall's exit cameras. The training tower's service access was not the route it was going to use anyway. The magical security architecture of the Academy was layered and cross-referenced in a way that made conventional infiltration routes extremely difficult to navigate without triggering something. What the creature was going to use instead was the same property that had caused the Silver Lion Guild's turrets to stand down. The boss tier classification tag embedded in its identity at the architecture level. In the game world, boss tier entities had specific zone access properties that regular players and standard game constructs did not. They were built into the framework below the gameplay layer, the same layer that the merge had made real. The Academy's security was sophisticated, but it had been built by people who understood security against players and dungeon creatures. It had not been built with the specific consideration of a boss tier entity that was also carrying a player system and a cosmic enforcer's core energy. The creature placed one hand against the outer wall of the training tower's substructure access, pushed its energy signature into the contact point, and let the architecture-level classification do what it was designed to do. The wall let it through. Not an explosion. Not a visible breach. The material of the wall simply ceased to present resistance to the creature's passage, the magical encoding in the stone recognizing the classification and responding accordingly, and the creature stepped through it the way you step through a doorway. The wall was solid again behind it before the displacement had finished settling. 3 more layers of security between the surface and the vault level, each one responding the same way. The creature moved through the substructure quietly and efficiently, following the energy signatures the system had mapped from above, descending through corridors that no active student had seen in years, lit only by the residual glow of the magical warding networks embedded in the walls. The vault door was the most impressive piece of security architecture in the entire compound. Circular, 3 meters in diameter, composed of interlocking enchanted alloy segments that could each independently reject a gate breach level of force. 6 independent locking mechanisms, each keyed to different authentication methods, layered in a sequence that meant bypassing one did not help with the next. It had been designed and installed by the Academy's security consultants at significant expense and with the explicit goal of being proof against anything the merge might produce. The creature put its hand on the door and the door opened. The vault beyond was a long, low-ceilinged room, the walls lined with reinforced cases holding artifacts and documents and sealed containers of various sizes. The lighting was dim, the same residual glow as the corridor, and the air had the specific quality of a space that had not been ventilated normally in a very long time. The energy signatures the system had been tracking were all present and stronger at this range, each one resolvable into a distinct item now that the distance was close enough for accurate reading. The creature moved toward the far end of the vault where the master key's signature was strongest. And then it stopped. Someone was already there. Standing at the far end of the vault, facing one of the wall cases with a document in their hands, was a student. Not a faculty member. Not security personnel. A student in academy training clothes, with the specific stillness of someone who had been in this room before and was comfortable in it. He had his back to the entrance and had not reacted to the creature's arrival, which meant either he had not heard it or he had heard it and decided not to respond yet. The creature read the energy signature and the system ran its classification. Human. Hunter type. Elevated, significantly elevated, above the range of any other student in the academy including Hyunwoo, and elevated in a way that had a specific quality to it that the system flagged with a notation the creature had not seen applied to any other individual it had encountered in this world. The notation was simple and the system produced it without explanation, as if the data spoke for itself. Temporal irregularity. Entity's foundational energy signature contains markers inconsistent with present timeline position. The student turned around. He was young-looking, maybe a year or 2 above the creature's stated enrollment age, with a face that was technically young but carried something behind the eyes that was not young at all. The kind of weight that accumulates from experience rather than years, the kind that looks out through a young face and makes people instinctively feel that the age they are seeing on the surface is not the age they are dealing with. He looked at the creature and his expression did something specific. He recognized it. Not the face. Not the human form the creature was wearing. He recognized something underneath that, something deeper, and the recognition produced a reaction that moved through his body in a visible sequence. First stillness. Then a breath that was too controlled to be natural. Then the particular focus of someone who has been preparing for a specific moment and just watched it arrive. He dropped the document. And he attacked. The speed was extraordinary. Not Hyunwoo's technically polished acceleration but something rawer and more direct. The speed of someone who had operated at extreme combat intensity for long enough that the movement had shed every unnecessary element and was nothing but pure function. He crossed the length of the vault in a fraction of a second and the strike came in at an angle that was not a standard opening move, not a technique from any academy curriculum, but a specific approach pattern that the creature's system immediately cross-referenced against its own movement tendencies. It was targeting the exact gap in the creature's right side defense that the creature had a natural inclination to leave open when reading an incoming threat. Not a random opening. Not a guess. A specific, memorized vulnerability. The creature moved left and the strike missed by the margin it was always going to miss by, which was approximately 4 centimeters. Close enough to confirm what the system notation had already flagged. This person did not just know what the creature was. He knew how it moved. The second attack came before the first had fully resolved, the student already transitioning while his first strike was still in motion, and it targeted the secondary gap, the one on the left side that the creature opened when it moved to avoid the right side approach. Again, exactly correct. Again, the creature moved, this time backward and slightly down, and the strike passed over the top of it with the same 4 cm margin. The third attack was a feint into a grapple, mimicking the setup of a combination and then abandoning it mid-execution to go for a hold, targeting the specific response pattern that the creature's native combat instinct produced when a strike it was tracking suddenly changed classification. The student had seen this response before, had watched it and memorized it and knew where the creature's hands would be when the grapple initiated. The creature let its hands be exactly where they were expected to be. And then it did something that had never been done in whatever timeline the student was operating his memories from. With both hands in the expected position, it used them not to block the grapple but to initiate a completely different movement chain, one that did not exist in any pattern the student had ever observed, built in real time from the foundational physical capabilities and the monster instinct and no prior template whatsoever. Not a technique. Not a style. Just the immediate, unrepeatable expression of a body operating at its own ceiling with no reference to anything it had done before. The student's grapple caught nothing. He was already processing the failure and adapting, but the adaptation was operating on a model that was now wrong. He had come into this vault with a complete map of the creature's combat patterns, every tendency, every reflex, every predictable response, built from what was apparently a lifetime of fighting this specific entity in a future that no longer existed. That map was the foundation of his confidence, the reason he attacked without hesitation, the reason he believed he had a genuine chance. The creature had just told him the map was obsolete. The exchange that followed was fast and one-sided in a way that had nothing to do with raw power, because on raw power the student was genuinely impressive, the most capable human fighter the creature had encountered since arriving in this world. What it had to do with was adaptation. The student's combat methodology was built around prediction. Take everything you know about how your opponent moves, stay one step ahead, control the geometry of the fight before it happens. It was an extraordinary approach, and in the future this student had come from it had presumably worked. Against something that could observe the prediction model being used and immediately begin generating movement that fell outside every parameter of that model, it was a catastrophic structural weakness. Every time the student adjusted, the creature adjusted faster. Not to a new pattern. To no pattern. The monster instinct that the creature had gone back to when fighting the enforcer, the deep kinetic knowledge that existed below technique and below training, was operating on pure present moment reading, responding to what was actually happening rather than any framework that could be anticipated or memorized. The student was fighting a future that kept not existing. The creature was fighting only right now. The fourth exchange put the student against the vault wall. The fifth exchange put him on one knee. The sixth exchange, which the student initiated with a desperation technique that represented the last significant output in his available kit, ended with the creature simply not being where the technique expected to find it, and the student's forward momentum carrying him into the floor. He stayed there. Not unconscious. The creature had not used enough force to cause that. He was on his hands and knees on the vault floor with the specific quality of stillness that comes from a person whose entire operational framework has just been shown to be insufficient. The map that he had carried from the future, the carefully memorized guide to defeating the entity standing over him, was scattered in pieces across the last 90 seconds of combat, and nothing he had was going to reassemble it into something useful. The creature looked down at him. The student looked up. He said something. Not pleading, not threatening. A statement, delivered with a flat, precise certainty that had survived everything that had just happened to his combat plan. He told the creature what it already knew about itself. What it was. What it had done in the future he had come from. What the world had become as a result. He was not trying to frighten it and he was not expecting it to care. He was stating a fact that he had carried from a destroyed timeline into this one, a fact that had defined his entire reason for being here, and he was stating it to the face of the thing the fact was about. The creature listened to all of it. Then it stepped past him. The master key was in the case at the far end of the vault, exactly where the system's energy signature mapping had indicated. The case was sealed with a standard authentication lock, which opened under the same boss tier classification that had been opening everything else in this building all night. The key itself was approximately 20 centimeters long, made of a material that had the appearance of gold but the energy signature of something considerably more complex, with a geometric end piece that connected to dungeon architecture at the foundational level. The creature picked it up. It turned the key over in its hands, examining it, feeling the energy signature interact with its own at close range. The system screen registered the object, cross-referenced it against the dungeon architecture data accumulated since the merge, and began running access calculations. The sealed zones that this key could open were flagged one by one, each one producing a separate line of resource and strategic value data that the system stacked in a column the creature could read at a glance. All of it was significant. One entry at the top of the column was in a category by itself. The creature closed the system screen. It turned and walked back toward the entrance of the vault, passing the student still on the floor. He had moved to a sitting position against the wall, his back against the reinforced case behind him, watching the creature cross the vault with the expression of someone filing information despite the circumstances, because some habits of mind persist regardless of condition. The creature paused for one moment as it passed him. It did not look at him with hostility. It did not look at him with contempt. It looked at him with the same flat, patient assessment it applied to everything it considered a potential future resource, because the creature had understood something about this student during the 60 seconds of combat that was separate from and more interesting than the combat itself. He had come from a future where the creature had won. He had come back specifically because he understood what the creature was capable of at a level that nobody in the present timeline yet approached. That knowledge, the deep operational understanding of what the creature could do when it was not holding anything back, was not common, and it was not something the creature could synthesize from external observation. This person had more useful information about the creature's own potential than the creature currently had about itself. The creature walked out of the vault. The corridor beyond was the same as when it had entered, quiet and lit by the residual glow of the warding networks. The security rotation maintenance cycle had approximately 11 minutes remaining on its window. The creature moved back through the substructure at the same pace it had come in, passing through the security layers in sequence, the architecture level classification doing its work at each point without ceremony. Back through the wall. Back into the open air of the compound, the night air sharp and clear after the close air of the vault, the compound lights running on their standard overnight configuration. The meal hall was long dark. The residential blocks were quiet. The compound was doing its ordinary nighttime thing, entirely unaware that its most secure facility had been accessed and exited in under 40 minutes. The creature walked back to the residential block at a pace that matched any student returning from a late authorized location, which was plausible enough that the two security personnel it passed on the outer path registered it and noted nothing. In its room, it set the key on the surface beside the narrow Academy issue bed and looked at it. The key sat there catching the low light, its golden surface and geometric head unremarkable from the outside but radiating the specific energy signature that the system read as access to sealed infrastructure worth more than every open dungeon gate in the country combined. Everything the creature needed to move to the next phase of what it was building in this world was on the other side of the locks this key could open. The student in the vault was going to be a factor. That was already clear. He would report what had happened, eventually, when he had processed it and decided how. He might go to Professor Shin, who was already maintaining a careful watch, and give her the piece of information she was currently missing that would complete her picture. He might take his own action, regroup, adapt his approach now that the movement map was gone, and figure out what came next from a different angle. The creature considered all of this without urgency. The student had come from a future where the creature had already won. He had come back specifically to stop something that, from his perspective, was already a completed disaster. He was operating with the specific driven focus of someone who believed they had the advantage of foreknowledge and had just discovered that foreknowledge had a shelf life. But he had also, in the vault, confirmed something important for the creature. He had confirmed that in the future he came from, the creature had not been stopped, had not been slowed, had not met anything in this world capable of genuinely challenging it until the point where the timeline had already gone the way it went. Which meant the obstacles between the creature's current position and the future the student was trying to prevent were all manageable. The creature picked up the key and tucked it into the concealed interior pocket of the jacket hanging on the back of the door. Then it sat on the edge of the bed and ran the system's sealed zone access calculations one more time, reading through the stacked column of entries, until it reached the one at the top of the column that had its own category. The one that was not a dungeon zone. The one the system had flagged with a notation that translated, in the operational language the creature had developed for reading system outputs, as something like this changes everything. It read the entry again, confirmed the access requirements, confirmed that the key in the jacket pocket satisfied those requirements, confirmed the location data. Then it closed the screen and lay back on the narrow bed and looked at the ceiling in the dark. Somewhere under the compound, a student who had crossed time to prevent a disaster was sitting on the floor of a vault trying to figure out what to do next. Somewhere in the city, Professor Shin was asleep but not for much longer, because she had the particular inability to sleep late that afflicts people who wake up to a persistent sense that something in their vicinity requires their attention. Somewhere across the city, Commander Yeon was in her mobile command unit, still building her picture, still adding data, still missing the centerpiece that would make it complete. And in a narrow residential room in the Valen Academy compound, the creature that walked out of a tutorial zone with a stolen system and an empty name slot had just acquired the key to something that none of them had factored into any version of their calculations. The key had been in the creature's pocket for less than 12 hours before it used it. Patience is a tool, not a principle, and the creature had gathered everything the Academy had to offer it in a week. The vault was cleared. The time traveler was a loose end that would tighten itself on its own timeline. The window for the next move was now. The sealed zone beneath the city was not beneath the Academy. It was deeper into the urban substrate than that, buried under the oldest part of the city where the original foundations had been laid centuries before the financial district went up above them. The creature had decoded the access location from the key's energy signature during the night, the system cross-referencing the key's resonance frequency against the dungeon architecture data it had been accumulating since the merge and returning a precise coordinate. It was in the industrial subdistrict on the eastern edge of the city, below a block of buildings that had been structurally condemned after the early breach events cracked their foundations and were currently sitting empty inside a safety cordon. Nobody was monitoring the interior of the cordon with any seriousness. The structural danger designation kept civilians out, and the Hunter Authority had bigger priorities than watching condemned buildings. The creature crossed the cordon perimeter before dawn, moved through the condemned block without triggering anything because there was nothing active to trigger, and found the access point in the floor of what had been a warehouse basement, a section of foundation concrete that looked identical to every other section of foundation concrete in the space except for the energy signature pressing up through it from below. The key connected to the access point the way a tuning fork connects to its note. The creature pressed the geometric end of the key against the concrete and the resonance did the rest, the dungeon architecture beneath responding to the access signal and beginning to open. The concrete did not crack or move. The opening was cleaner than that. A seam appeared in the material, running in a geometric pattern that had nothing to do with how the concrete had been poured and everything to do with the dungeon structure below, and then the section within the seam simply descended, dropping smoothly into the dark below and leaving a rectangular opening in the warehouse floor. The air that came up through the opening was not cool basement air. It was hot. Not uncomfortably so from a distance, but with the specific quality of heat that has a source, a radiating source somewhere below, something that was generating thermal output on a significant scale. The creature stood at the edge and looked down into the dark with the light playing at the bottom and the hot air moving past its face, and the system screen registered the dungeon energy signature coming up through the opening and produced its assessment. Volcanic dungeon architecture. Sealed variant. Single zone, no subbranches. One primary entity in residence. Boss tier classification, upper range. Threat rating in the highest bracket currently on record for any dungeon entity in the post-merge environment. Then the system ran the second assessment, the one that compared the threat rating against the creature's own stats, and returned the result that the creature had already known it would return. The dragon in this dungeon was the most dangerous thing any human hunter had ever encountered or would encounter in the near future. Relative to what was about to walk down through this opening, it was still significantly outmatched. The creature dropped through the opening. The descent was 40 meters, straight down through a rock shaft that the dungeon architecture had bored through the urban foundation, and at the bottom the shaft opened into a cavern that stopped being measurable in the terms that basements and industrial spaces used for scale and started requiring different language entirely. The ceiling was lost in the dark above, the rock up there invisible beyond the heat haze and the faint orange glow that came from everything. The walls were volcanic rock, black and rough, split in places by veins of actual lava that ran in slow bright lines from somewhere above and collected in channels along the cavern floor. The floor itself was not flat. It rose and fell in volcanic geography, ridges and drops and fields of cooled lava rock that had hardened in shapes determined by physics and heat rather than any design, and the channels of active lava running between them threw orange light across all of it in patterns that shifted as the flow moved. At the far end of the cavern, which was far enough away that the distance itself was impressive, the dragon was asleep. Calling it large would be like calling the ocean wet. It was the scale of a building, coiled around the elevated platform of volcanic rock at the cavern's far end, with a wingspan folded against its body that when extended would cover the width of the cavern floor and then some. Its scales were black along the ridgeline and deep red along the underbelly, the coloration of something that had lived inside a volcano for long enough that the environment had become part of its surface. Its breath, even in sleep, was visible. Each exhale produced a short gust of superheated air that shimmered the space in front of its face and sent a fresh pulse of heat rolling across the cavern floor toward the entrance shaft. The creature stood at the base of the descent shaft and looked at it for a moment. The player system was still running its combat assessment, pulling together the dragon's known capabilities from the dungeon architecture data, the thermal output readings, the structural size estimate, and projecting a combat model. The model had a lot of entries. Breath weapon, physical strike force, aerial mobility if the ceiling cleared enough for wingspan extension, thermal aura that would damage anything within close range continuously, high density that put it above the penetration threshold for most player-derived skills at standard output. The creature closed the assessment without reading all of it. It started walking toward the dragon. It covered the cavern floor at a pace that was not cautious and not reckless, just direct, navigating the lava channels and the uneven volcanic geography without slowing down significantly, the heat increasing as the distance decreased. At roughly 100 meters from the dragon's platform, the thermal aura became physically present. Not just hot air but a radiating pressure that pushed back against approach the way a strong headwind pushes back against forward movement. The creature pushed into it the same way it pushed into everything else, which is to say without particular comment. The dragon woke up at 60 meters. Not slowly. There was no groggy transition from sleep to awareness. It went from fully still to fully awake in the time it took its eyes to open, and those eyes, each one the size of a car, took in the cavern floor below the platform and found the figure walking toward it. The reaction was immediate and absolute. The dragon came off the platform in a single motion, uncoiling with a speed that its size made seem impossible and that the physics of a dungeon architecture body simply permitted, and the wingspan came out, filling the upper cavern space with a sound like a building falling, and the breath came with the wings. The fire that the dragon exhaled was not orange. It was white at the core and blue at the edges, and it covered the corridor of cavern between the platform and the creature in a solid column that turned everything it touched to vapor and would have turned the creature to vapor too if the creature had been standing in the same place when it arrived. It was not standing in the same place. It had gone sideways the instant the dragon's chest expanded with the intake of breath, which was a full second before the fire came out, reading the physical precursor to the attack the way it read everything, with a deep instinctive recognition of a creature that had operated in dangerous environments since its first moment of existence. The fire column hit the cavern wall to the left, and a section of volcanic rock the size of a house simply ceased to be rock. The dragon tracked the movement, which was fast, and the second breath came with better aim, sweeping across the cavern floor in a horizontal arc that would catch a moving target the way a broom catches dust. The creature went up instead of sideways, using a burst of the raw physical acceleration that had carried it into the enforcer in open air, getting above the arc of the breath weapon, the heat washing beneath it close enough to warm the soles of its feet even through the energy resistance that its skin provided. It came down on top of the dragon. Both hands on the ridgeline of the dragon's back, between the base of the wing joints, the impact producing a shockwave through the dragon's body that made the entire creature shudder and brought its chin down to the cavern floor with a crack that sent lava channels sloshing in their banks. The dragon reacted to the landing the way a horse reacts to a weight it did not agree to carry, with an explosive full-body attempt to dislodge whatever had just gotten on top of it, twisting and rolling and using the tail to sweep the space behind it with the force of a falling bridge section. The creature held on. Not with skill technique. Not with any applied player system ability. With the same monster grip that had torn the enforcer's wings off in open air, the fingers digging into the gaps between scale edges and holding purchase against a force that was trying to shake it loose by the same principle that you shake water off your hands. The dragon went through 6 full-body dislodge attempts in about 8 seconds, and the creature rode each one, adjusting the grip point after each attempt to compensate for the movement, getting lower on the neck as the attempts continued, moving toward the base of the skull. The dragon got its footing back and launched itself off the platform, trying to use altitude and impact to dislodge the weight. The ceiling caught the wingspan before full extension was possible, and the dragon stayed low, driving across the cavern floor with the creature on its back, trying to use the cavern walls as a scraping surface. It made contact twice. Both times the creature released the grip a fraction of a second before impact and re-established it in a different position a fraction of a second after, the timing precise enough that the scraping passed through the space its body had been without catching it. The dragon tried the breath weapon again, twisting its neck backward at an angle that its vertebral structure technically permitted if the motivation was extreme enough. The creature moved up along the neck toward the head, staying ahead of the angle, and the breath fired into the cavern behind them and destroyed a section of geological formation that had been there since the volcano's last active period. At the base of the skull, the creature changed its approach. It shifted from hold to pressure. Not injury. Not damage. The same concentrated monster energy application it had used in the street against Commander Yeon, but calibrated differently because the target was a different category of entity and the target's own energy signature was Dungeon Architecture Boss tier, which meant it was in the hierarchy that the creature's signal dominated, not outside it the way human beings were outside it. The energy pushed down through the scales, through the thick bone of the dragon's skull, and found the dungeon creature awareness beneath, and it did to that awareness what it had done to 40 goblins on a city avenue. It told the hierarchy where it sat. The dragon did not collapse into submission the way the goblins had. It was too powerful for that, too deeply self-directed, too old and too strong in its own right to fold quickly under a signal it had never encountered before. It fought the pressure the way it had fought everything, with the complete commitment of an entity that had never been below the top of any hierarchy it had existed within. It fought it for a very long time. The struggle was not visible as combat. It was not visible at all from the outside. It was a contest of signal dominance conducted entirely through the energy layer, the dragon's massive native output pushing back against the creature's absolute ceiling, neither of them moving, the creature still positioned at the base of the dragon's skull with both hands on the scales and the dragon standing still on the cavern floor for the first time since it woke up. It took 11 minutes. At the end of those 11 minutes, something in the dragon's energy signature changed. Not broke. The way ice changes to water, not damaged, just shifted to a different state. The dragon's output, which had been pushing outward against the dominant signal for the entire duration, turned inward, oriented itself, and then reoriented, slowly and with the reluctance of something that was accepting a new fact about the world rather than being forced into a position by something stronger. The dragon lowered its head to the cavern floor. The gesture was unambiguous. Not the collapse of a defeated enemy. The acknowledgement of a hierarchy. The same gesture, translated into the body language of a creature 500 times larger and 10,000 times more individually powerful than a goblin, but the same gesture in its essential meaning. The creature released the grip on the scales. It stood at the base of the dragon's skull for a moment, feeling the settled energy signature of a hierarchy established, and then it walked down the length of the dragon's neck to the floor. The dragon remained with its head down. The thermal aura was still present, the heat of the creature's body still radiating into the cavern, but it had a different quality now. Not a threat. An output. The natural operation of a body that ran hot, present in the space the same way a fire is present in a fireplace. The creature looked back at the entrance shaft. The system was picking up new signals from above, from the surface, from the surrounding area that it had been monitoring passively since the dungeon opened. The opening of a sealed vault-class dungeon produced an energy event that was detectable by anyone with sensitive enough equipment in a significant radius, and the hunter community had spent 3 weeks developing exactly that kind of equipment. The signals above were converging. Multiple groups. Moving with the organized pace of pre-brief teams rather than the scrambled pace of first responders. They had been monitoring for sealed zone openings the same way the creature had been monitoring for useful opportunities, and some of them were very well prepared. The creature looked at the dragon. The dragon raised its head. The creature walked to the dungeon entrance, not back up the shaft but to the primary access point, the one that connected to the sealed vault architecture, the wide passage that led from the dungeon's interior to whatever access point the dungeon's original design had placed at surface level. The key had opened the vault from the surface, but the dungeon had its own primary entrance, sealed for a long time, and the system had mapped it during the descent. It was on the north wall of the cavern, a set of doors built to dungeon architecture scale, which meant they were large enough for the dragon to pass through in a pinch, built from the same volcanic rock as everything else in the zone but reinforced with the metal framework of the game world architectural style. The creature reached the doors and pulled them open from the inside. The passage beyond was a rising corridor, volcanic rock, hot air moving upward toward the surface, and at the far end, daylight and voices and the sound of boots on stone. The first guild team came through the dungeon entrance with the organized aggression of a group that had been the first through several important doors before and understood what first through meant in resource terms. They were 8 members, all A rank by the look of their equipment and the quality of their skill activations, moving in a combat formation with their range fighters at the back and their close-range operatives at the front. The team lead had his eyes on the dungeon interior beyond the entrance corridor and was already issuing position instructions. Then he saw the dragon. The formation stopped. Behind the first team, 2 more teams were coming through the entrance, drawn by the same detection equipment and the same calculation about first through advantage. They stacked up in the corridor behind the first team when the first team stopped, and the information about why the first team had stopped moved backward through the column very quickly. What the collected teams saw when they processed the scene was a figure standing near the center of the cavern, apparently uninjured, in the presence of a fully awake and obviously not attacking volcanic dragon that was sitting approximately the way a very large dog sits when it is comfortable in a location. The thermal aura of the dragon was present and measurable, and according to every piece of equipment any of the three teams had with them, they were standing inside the range at which unprotected individuals began taking continuous heat damage. The figure in the center of the cavern was unprotected and showing no signs of continuous heat damage. The team leads were doing rapid recalculations. The detection data they had been working with on the way here indicated that the sealed vault had been opened within the last 2 hours, which meant whoever this was had gotten here significantly ahead of them and had done something in the time between opening the dungeon and the team's arrival that had resulted in the most dangerous dragon variant in the post-merge records, sitting calmly in the middle of the cavern like it was waiting for an appointment. The leading theory, assembled in approximately 30 seconds by 3 separate team leads simultaneously, was that they were looking at an extraordinarily high-level monster tamer. A hunter with a system specialization that allowed skill-based dominance over dungeon creatures, a real and documented category, extremely rare at this level of effectiveness but technically possible within the established framework of how player systems worked post-merge. Someone with a monster taming specialization pushed to an extreme ceiling. This was wrong. But it was the most plausible interpretation available to people who did not have the information that would have told them it was wrong. The leading team lead stepped forward. He was a practical man who had made significant money being practical in situations where other people panicked. He introduced himself, named his guild, referenced their ranking and their resource acquisition record. He acknowledged the extraordinary nature of what he was looking at. He made an offer. A number with a lot of zeros. For the dragon's treasure hoard, which every volcanic dungeon architecture of this classification contained, the accumulated resource value of a sealed zone that had been building without being cleared for however long this dungeon had existed. Not for the dragon itself, which he was realistic enough to understand was not a negotiable asset in any conventional sense. Just for access to the hoard. His guild had the logistics to extract and liquidate the resources, had the market relationships to maximize the value, and was prepared to offer a percentage that he described as extremely favorable for a single transaction arrangement. The creature looked at him. Then it looked at the other 2 team leads, who were both listening to the offer and doing their own versions of the same calculation, each of them measuring the gap between what the lead guild was offering and what they would offer if given the opportunity to make a counter. The creature let the silence run for a moment. Then it laughed. Not a performance. Not a social response to something that was objectively funny in the way humans found things funny. Something shorter and more direct than that, a single exhalation of sound that had the character of a response to the recognition of an absurd proposition, which is what the offer was. Numbers with zeros attached. Currency. An exchange framework built for creatures who needed the things that currency could buy. Offered to something that had no use for any of it and had just spent 11 minutes in a signal dominance contest with an entity that these teams' equipment had rated as the most dangerous dungeon creature on record. The offer was, from the creature's perspective, approximately as relevant as a child offering a handful of rocks as payment for something it did not understand the value of. The team lead processed the laugh. He recalibrated his offer upward. More zeros. He mentioned specific items, logistics support, hunter authority connections, preferential access to future gate sites. He was negotiating in the only language he had for this situation, and he was doing it with genuine professional skill. The creature looked at the dragon. It snapped its fingers. The sound was quiet. Quieter than anything else that had happened in this cavern in the last 2 hours. The snap of 2 fingers coming together, producing a small, dry sound that barely reached the entrance corridor over the ambient noise of lava moving in channels and hot air circulating. The dragon raised its head and inhaled. The teams registered the intake of breath approximately 1 full second before it became relevant to their immediate physical situation, which was enough time for the ones with the fastest reflexes to begin activating defensive skills and the ones with the best tactical instincts to begin turning toward the exit. It was not enough time for any of them to make meaningful progress on either of those activities before the breath came out. The dragon aimed downward from its elevated position at the cavern floor, sweeping its head in a horizontal arc that covered the entrance corridor and the immediate cavern space in front of it, the white core blue edge fire moving across the floor in a sheet that went under the team's defensive formations and through their shields and over every barrier skill that activated in the half-second available for activation. The fire was not a player system skill. It was not subject to the countermechanic frameworks that hunter training prepared people to manage. It was raw dungeon architecture thermal output from a creature that had been building that output in a sealed zone for however many years this dungeon had been closed, and it covered the ground between the dragon's platform and the entrance corridor completely. The teams moved. Not away, because away was through the fire sheet, but up. Every hunter with a mobility skill that had a vertical component used it in the same moment. The ones with jumping techniques and aerial dash variants and wall contact movement abilities all launching off whatever surface was available and getting above the fire sweep. The ones without vertical mobility options ran the alternatives at full output, and some of them made it and some of them hit the edge of the fire sheet and activated every defensive skill simultaneously and survived with varying degrees of equipment damage and personal discomfort. Nobody was dead. The creature had calculated the arc to produce maximum disruption rather than maximum lethality, and the dragon had executed the instruction with the precision that a creature this intelligent applied to instructions from a hierarchy it had just accepted. Painful and terrifying and completely effective at removing any remaining ambient confidence in the room, but not fatal. The teams were scattered. Formation was gone. The entrance corridor behind them was currently a river of white fire that would return to normal in approximately 4 minutes as the breath weapon's output dissipated. For those 4 minutes, the entrance was not passable. The creature walked to the dungeon doors. The heavy volcanic rock doors that it had opened from the inside earlier. It took them, one in each hand, and pushed them closed. The mechanism that sealed them from the interior was an architecture-level lock, the counterpart to the key that had opened the access point from the surface, and it engaged when the doors met with a deep resonant sound that moved through the floor of the entire cavern and communicated unmistakably that the doors were now locked and that whatever was inside the dungeon was inside the dungeon. The creature turned around. The teams, scattered across various elevated positions and floor sections that the fire sweep had not covered, looked at the locked doors and then looked at the creature standing in front of them and then looked at the dragon, which had its head raised and its attention oriented toward the scattered teams with the specific quality of a creature waiting for further instructions. The team lead who had made the offer was braced against a section of raised volcanic rock, his equipment scorch-marked along one side, his formation completely dissolved around him. He looked at the locked doors. He looked at the figure who had just locked them. He reviewed, rapidly and with the clarity that acute danger tends to produce, every assumption he had made in the last 15 minutes. The monster tamer interpretation dissolved on contact with the current situation. A monster tamer would not need to lock the doors. A monster tamer was managing a creature for utility, not directing it as an extension of their own intent. What was standing in front of the locked dungeon doors with a volcanic dragon at its back was not managing anything. It was operating the room. The creature looked at the 3 scattered teams. 3 guild groups, their combined membership representing the highest active hunter concentration that any single location in this city had seen since the merge. The best equipped, most experienced combatants in the human hunter community, brought here by the same resource calculation that had driven every significant decision in their professional lives. They had come to claim a dungeon. Instead, they were locked inside it. The creature's expression communicated, in the same wordless grammar that it had been using with everyone it encountered since walking out of the tutorial zone, something that was simultaneously very simple and very complete. The room had a hierarchy. The hierarchy had a top. The top was currently standing in front of a locked door with a dragon. And the people who came here to claim resources were now themselves inside the resource location, which raised the question of what category of resource they fell into. They did not know the answer to that question yet. But they were about to find out, because the creature had locked the door with purpose, not panic, and purpose implied a plan, and the plan was going to unfold in the time it took the fire at the entrance corridor to cool down and in the time it took the teams to realize that cooling down did not mean the doors would open. The dragon settled back onto its platform behind the creature, the massive coiled form reducing its thermal output to resting state now that the immediate action was complete, the deep chest rhythm of a creature that had done what was required and was now waiting in the patient way that very large and very powerful things wait when they have nothing left to prove. The cavern glowed orange and red in the lava channel light. The teams looked at the locked doors and at the creature and at the dragon and at each other. The creature put its hands in its pockets. Outside the dungeon, above the surface, the city was already processing the new data point. The sealed dungeon had opened. 3 major guild teams had gone in. The dungeon doors were now closed from the inside and the detection equipment that had been tracking the opening event was now reporting an energy signature inside that had no baseline to compare against, a reading that simply exceeded every scale the equipment had been calibrated to measure. Commander Yeon, in her mobile command unit, got the report within 6 minutes of the doors closing. She looked at the coordinates on her rebuilt map. She looked at the energy reading. She added it to her picture. The centerpiece was not complete yet, but it was a lot closer than it had been that morning. Nobody who sent 3 guild teams into that dungeon expected only one person to walk back out. And nobody expected that person to be carrying everything. The entrance corridor fire cleared in just under 5 minutes. The geological architecture of the dungeon's primary access passage was built to handle repeated thermal events, the rock composition of the walls and floor absorbing and dispersing heat at a rate that the dungeon's designers, whoever they were, had clearly accounted for. When the white core fire from the dragon's breath weapon cooled enough to stop registering on the team's heat sensors, the passage was clear. The doors were still locked. The teams had spent the 5 minutes of the fire cooldown consolidating their remaining resources, assessing their own condition, and doing the kind of rapid tactical recalculation that experienced hunters do when the situation has moved far enough beyond the plan that the plan is no longer a useful reference point. Equipment damage across all 3 teams was significant. Defensive skills had taken substantial output maintaining against the edges of the fire sweep. Several team members had injuries in the range that required medical attention rather than management. The formation integrity of all 3 teams was gone. What none of the teams had was a path to the exit. The creature had watched the cooldown from the center of the cavern with the patient attention of something that was not in a hurry because the timeline was already proceeding according to its own logic. When the fire cleared and the teams began their assessment, it had begun its own. Not of the teams, their assessment was already complete and had been since the dragon finished the sweep. What it was assessing was the horde. Every volcanic dungeon architecture of this classification accumulated resources over its sealed period in the same section of the zone. The elevated platform behind the dragon's resting position, the place that the creature had been oriented toward in sleep, the instinctive placement of something guarding what it considered its collection. The horde was not coins and jewels in the fantasy narrative sense. It was dungeon architecture resources, the materials and cores and crystallized energy that game zones produced and that the post-merge world had discovered were among the most practically valuable substances now in existence. The creature had moved past the dragon to the platform while the teams were managing the fire cooldown. The horde was substantial. The sealed period had been long enough that the accumulation reached a volume that would have taken a guild's full extraction team a full operational day to catalog properly. The creature ran the system's valuation calculation against the visible contents, and the number it returned was large enough that even the creature, which had no particular relationship to currency as a motivation, registered it as useful. Not because the currency itself mattered, because of what the currency could buy in terms of capability, infrastructure, and the specific kind of human cooperation that became available when you were capable of funding things at a scale that governments could not match. It took what it needed, not everything. The extraction was selective, guided by the system's priority ranking of utility value rather than raw monetary value, filling the spatial inventory that the player system maintained as a passive function. The rest it left on the platform. Then it went back to the teams. What happened next in the dungeon is not fully documented. The external record shows 3 guild teams entered and the creature exited with resources. What the guild members who were present reported afterward, in the statements they gave to the Hunter Authority under considerable pressure, was consistent in its broad outline but varied significantly in its specific details, which is typical of accounts from people who experienced something at the edge of their framework for understanding and are reconstructing it afterward from memory they were not fully present for. The broad outline was this. The creature addressed the 3 team leads collectively. It communicated what it required from them, not in terms of submission but in terms of operational cooperation, the specific kind of arrangement that the creature had established with Taejin at the Silver Lion Tower but applied at a larger scale. The guilds would continue to operate. Their existing contracts and operations would continue. The resource extraction pipeline they had built would continue to run. What would change was the direction a portion of that output flowed, and the information that the guilds shared with a central point, and the responsiveness of their teams when a specific category of instruction arrived. Not employment. Not alliance in the conventional sense. Something closer to the relationship a river system has with the terrain it flows through. The guilds would do what guilds do. The creature would be the terrain. The team leads were practical people. They were in a locked dungeon with a dragon. They made the calculation that practical people make when the math is that clear. The details were negotiated in a conversation that took approximately 40 minutes and that several team members have since described as the most surreal professional experience of their careers, conducting a resource sharing and operational cooperation negotiation while standing on volcanic rock with a creature the size of a building asleep 20 meters behind the other party to the discussion. The doors opened when the negotiation concluded. The creature walked out of the dungeon entrance into the daylight of the condemned block, carrying more resource value in its system inventory than the 3 guilds had collectively extracted in their entire operational history, with 3 new operational agreements filed in the part of its strategic picture where external human assets were tracked, and a dragon in a sealed volcanic dungeon that it could return to whenever the next phase required it. It walked out of the condemned block perimeter and back through the Eastern Industrial District toward the financial core, and the city adjusted its immediate space around it the way it had been doing since day one. The news of what had happened in the dungeon reached the Hunter Authority, the military response structure, and the government emergency committee within the hour. The guild team's accounts, even with their variations, agreed on enough to paint a clear picture of what the dungeon had contained and what had walked out of it. The resource volume confirmed by the external detection equipment's readings before and after the dungeon opened. The locked doors. The 3 teams with their equipment damage and their injuries and their operational cooperation agreements that they were legally required to disclose. The Government Emergency Committee had been building toward a decision for several days. This was the data point that moved them from building to deciding. The decision was military action. Not the conventional kind. Not hunter teams or response units or the ground-level intervention that Commander Yeon's division ran. The kind that happened from distance, using the magical bombardment platforms that the combined military had been developing since the first week of the merge, purpose-built systems for delivering high-volume magical ordnance at designated coordinates from positions far enough away that direct retaliation was not practical. The platforms had been used twice against high-density monster breach sites, and in both cases the results had been definitive. The target location ceased to exist in any form that was structurally coherent. The designated coordinates were the Silver Lion Tower. The creature was there when the bombardment authorization was issued, back on the top functional floor, the morning's acquisitions processed, and the strategic picture updated. Tae-jin was present, running through the operational status of the guild's current contracts with the administrative efficiency of someone who had made the complete psychological transition from fighting the situation to managing it. The creature was at the window, which was where it tended to be when processing new information, looking out at the city and the distant gate glow that had been visible on the northeastern horizon since the creature's first night here. The system flagged the bombardment platform activations. Not from intelligence. From direct detection. The platforms, when they powered up the magical bombardment systems, produced an energy signature that was measurable from the distance they were operating at, and the system's passive scanning layer had been calibrated to flag this specific category of event since the creature decoded the military frequency data from Commander Yeon's communication device weeks earlier. The platforms were at 4 separate positions, arranged in a cardinal formation around the city's boundary, each one positioned outside the urban area to avoid collateral damage from proximity to the target. The distance was significant, well beyond anything a human combatant or standard dungeon creature could meaningfully respond to. The creature looked at the system screen and read the convergence calculation. 4 platforms, each loaded to maximum output, targeting the Silver Lion Tower's coordinates simultaneously. The combined incoming payload was, in game world terms, the equivalent of a full server-wide event boss extinction event, the kind of magical ordnance density that the game had reserved for its most dramatic scripted moments. In real-world terms, it was enough to level the financial district and several surrounding blocks. Tae-jin, who had been running through contract numbers, stopped when he noticed the change in the creature's attention. He looked at the window. He looked at the system screen he could not see but had learned to identify by the shift in the creature's focus when it was running. He asked, with the specific tone of a man who has been through enough in the last several weeks to maintain remarkable composure, whether there was something he needed to know about the immediate situation. The creature did not answer him directly. It was already working. The player system had capabilities that the creature had been running at partial access since the arena session with Hyunwoo, keeping the output calibrated to a performance rather than a ceiling. One of those capabilities, sitting near the top of the skill tree in a tier that Seo-jun had spent years building toward and had only fully accessed in the late-stage high-difficulty rating content, was a spatial manipulation technique. In the game it had been used for dungeon navigation and environmental combat, a skill that allowed a player to create a localized gravitational event in a targeted area, pulling matter and energy toward a central point with extreme force and then redirecting the collected mass according to the player's instruction. In game terms, a black hole ability. Not a true astrophysical phenomenon. a player system skill that replicated the observable effects of one at a localized scale, using the magical energy framework that the game ran on and that had become real along with everything else in the merge. At Seojin's maximum development of this skill, the localized event had a radius sufficient to consume an entire dungeon boss arena and redirect its contents to a designated target location. Seojin had used it exactly 3 times in the game, all 3 times in S-rank dungeon content, and the output had been decisive in each case. The creature activated it at full output for the first time since absorbing the system. The black hole opened in the sky above the financial district. It was not invisible. Nothing that bent light the way a true gravitational singularity bends light is invisible, and the skill's visual effect, the game engine's rendering of a localized spatial collapse, translated into real-world physics as something that looked like a circular absence in the sky, a point where the light went in and stopped coming back, surrounded by a distortion ring where the air and the light and the thermal energy of the atmosphere were being pulled toward the center. It was approximately 40 meters in diameter at opening and expanding slowly as the skill ramped to full activation. Above the city, 4 bombardment platforms fired simultaneously. The ordnance was visible from the ground. Thousands of individual magical charges, each one a compressed payload of destructive energy, launched in simultaneous volleys from 4 cardinal directions, converging on the financial district coordinates from every point of the compass. They traveled fast, the kind of speed that bombardment platforms were designed to produce, and the sky between the platforms and the target filled with moving light in 4 incoming streams that merged as they approached the center point. They hit the black hole. All of them. Every charge from all 4 platforms, the entire combined ordnance payload of a military response that had been authorized at the highest governmental level, pulled off its convergence path in the last kilometer of travel and drawn into the spatial event above the financial district. The visual effect was extraordinary. 4 streams of magical ordnance curving in real time against their own trajectory, bending toward the central absence in the sky, and disappearing into it without detonating, the destructive energy contained and redirected rather than released. The creature had the designation target already loaded. It had been in the system since the first day, since the passive scan of Commander Yeon's map had identified the location of the largest active monster nest in the region, the one that the military and hunter response infrastructure had been managing and fighting at significant cost for 3 weeks without being able to eliminate it because the nest's output rate was exceeding the capacity of the available response resources to suppress it. It was northeast of the city, in the forest district beyond the urban boundary, and it had been producing dungeon creatures at a rate that made it the single largest ongoing threat to the city's functioning that the emergency committee was tracking. The creature released the redirection. The spatial event collapsed, reversing polarity in the controlled way that the skill's mechanic allowed when directed by the player, and everything it had absorbed went out in a single coherent beam directed at the northeast coordinates. Not scattered, not dispersed. The entire collected payload of 4 military bombardment platforms worth of magical ordnance delivered as a single event to a point location 40 kilometers northeast of the financial district. The monster nest ceased to exist. The detection equipment that the military had monitoring the nest location registered the event as a zero-duration thermal and energy spike followed by a complete absence of the dungeon architecture signatures it had been tracking for 3 weeks. No gradual reduction. No suppression. The nest was there and then it was not there, and the forest in a radius around where it had been was scorched to bedrock. The black hole in the sky above the financial district closed. The sky went back to being sky. The Silver Lion Tower was intact, the financial district was intact, and the nearest the ordnance had come to the building was the curvature point where the incoming trajectories had bent toward the gravitational event, which was far enough above the urban area that the visual distortion had been observable from the street, but nothing physical had made contact with anything at ground level. The city watched this happen. Tens of thousands of people had been observing the incoming ordnance from the moment it launched, because 4 simultaneous streams of magical fire crossing the sky toward the urban center was not something that happened quietly, and the alert systems had been running from the moment the bombardment platforms activated. Every phone in the city was pointed upward. Every news camera on every rooftop and in every broadcast vehicle had captured the entire sequence. The incoming attack, the absence in the sky, the ordnance bending into it, the beam going northeast, the flash on the horizon where the nest had been. All of it was on camera. All of it was on every broadcast channel within minutes. The news cycle that followed was one of the most significant in the post-merge period. The question of who or what had intercepted a full military bombardment and redirected it to destroy the most dangerous monster nest in the region generated a volume of coverage and commentary that collapsed every other story running that day into irrelevance. The footage was analyzed frame by frame. The energy readings from the event were published and argued over. Government spokespeople were called to address questions about the bombardment authorization, which produced a sequence of non-answers that the press corps treated with the specific appetite they reserve for institutional evasion on high-stakes topics. And then someone pulled the earlier footage. The footage from the drone that had been monitoring the condemned block in the Eastern Industrial District that morning. The footage from the various position cameras that had captured the creature emerging from the dungeon entrance carrying resource containers. The footage from the Silver Lion Tower's external camera array, which had captured the creature returning to the building in the time frame between the dungeon exit and the bombardment event. A picture assembled itself in the public record with the kind of organic speed that happens when a lot of people with cameras and internet connections are all pulling on the same thread simultaneously. The mysterious figure. The dungeon. The intercepted bombardment. The destroyed nest. The narrative that formed from this picture was almost entirely wrong in its interpretation of motive and nature, and it was almost entirely correct in its sequence of events, and the version of it that the major broadcast channels settled on within 4 hours of the event was the version that presented the most coherent story available from the available data. A hero. An unaffiliated, extraordinarily capable individual who had been operating in the city since the early days of the merge. Who had cleared a major dungeon and claimed territory. Who had, when the government attempted to use lethal force against a location associated with him, responded not by attacking the military but by using the incoming ordnance itself to eliminate the largest active monster threat to the city. Who had protected civilian life at no apparent cost to his opponents. The broadcast framing was enthusiastic. The commentators were genuinely moved. One major channel ran a segment comparing the event to historical moments of individual heroism that had shifted the course of large-scale conflicts, which was dramatically overstated but captured something true about the public response. The hunter community's commentary was more cautious and more divided. The experienced operators who had been building a different picture of this entity over the preceding weeks expressing reservations that the general broadcast coverage did not find compelling enough to center. Commander Yeon watched the broadcast from her mobile command unit. She watched the footage of the incoming ordnance bending into the spatial event. She watched the beam going northeast. She watched the thermal signature of the nest's destruction on her monitoring equipment. She looked at the city that was intact and the military response that had failed to achieve its objective and the public narrative that was assembling itself at speed in a direction that made the next authorized action against this entity politically impossible. She pulled up her rebuilt map, the one she had been working on since the creature took her original in the street, with all the data she had accumulated since then layered over it. The Silver Lion Tower. The dungeon in the Eastern Industrial District. The Academy. The Enforcer's shell in the street. The monster nest, now marked as destroyed. She looked at the pattern they made together. It was not the pattern of a hero. It was the pattern of something methodical. Something that was managing a situation rather than responding to it, making moves that produced outcomes rather than making moves that won fights. Every visible action had served a purpose beyond the action itself, and the purposes were building towards something she could not yet see the complete shape of but could see the direction of. She put the map down. She made a call to a contact in the Academy administration and asked a specific question about the provisional enrollment candidate who had been admitted the previous week and whose status she had been monitoring from a distance since the assessment report landed on her desk. The answer she got told her that the candidate had not been seen on campus since the previous morning. She filed this. She made a second call. To the analyst team running her intelligence build. She told them to expand the monitoring radius to a national scale and to begin cross-referencing the energy signature data from the bombardment event against every dungeon opening in the country in the last 30 days. She was looking for a pattern at a larger scale than the city. She needed to know whether what she was watching was local or whether it was the center of something that extended beyond the boundaries of her operational area. The analyst team confirmed and the call ended. Outside the mobile command unit, the city was doing what cities do after something extraordinary happens. Processing. Adapting. Arguing. The celebration of the nest destruction was genuine and widespread because the nest had been a real and ongoing source of fear for the civilian population and its elimination was a real and unambiguous improvement to their immediate safety. The concerns about what had intercepted the bombardment were real too, running alongside the celebration in the way that complex situations always generate contradictory emotional responses in the people experiencing them. The Silver Lion Tower, viewed from street level, looked the same as it had for the last week. The damage from the Enforcer event was still being addressed. The construction team that Taejin's administrators had mobilized working on the upper structure restoration. The financial district cordon that the military had established after the bombardment event was being maintained by personnel who were receiving conflicting instructions from multiple authority levels and managing this by standing in their positions and waiting for clarity that was not arriving quickly. Inside the tower, on the top functional floor, the creature was on the couch that Taejin's administrators had sourced for the space because the broken desk was a daily reminder of the first day that nobody in the building found useful. The broadcast was running on the screen that the same administrators had installed when it became apparent that external information access was a practical operational requirement rather than a comfort item. The creature was watching the coverage of itself. The hero framing. The commentators. The segment comparing the event to historical turning points. The graphic that one channel had put together showing the ordnance arc and the nest destruction in an animated diagram that was roughly accurate about the sequence and completely wrong about the mechanism. It watched all of it with the specific attention of something that is reading a text rather than watching entertainment, extracting the data about how the public framing was landing, how it was being shaped by which voices, what the range of interpretations was across different channels and different demographics, and what this picture told it about the information environment it was operating in. The world thought it had a hero. The creature thought about the gap between what the world thought it had and what it actually had, and the thought produced an expression that was not a smile in the conventional sense but was in the same family of expressions that smiles belong to. The amusement of something that has just watched a very complicated situation arrange itself into a shape that is almost perfectly useful. The narrative was a tool. The creature had not created it deliberately, it had created the conditions that the narrative formed itself from, which was better than creating it deliberately because a narrative that forms from conditions looks like truth rather than construction. The world had just voluntarily handed the creature the most powerful non-violent asset available in a human social environment. Public trust. On a global scale. Based on an event that the creature had executed for entirely pragmatic reasons that had nothing to do with heroism and everything to do with redirecting an incoming attack toward a target that was useful to destroy anyway. Taejin was on the other side of the room, watching the same broadcast on a separate feed on his personal device, doing his own analysis of the public response and already thinking about the guild's public positioning relative to the new narrative. He looked up at the creature and said, carefully and with the evaluative precision of a person who was still taking the measure of the entity he was working with, that the response from the public was going to make the next several weeks considerably more complicated for everyone who had been trying to build a case for action against them. The creature looked at him. Then it looked back at the broadcast. The commentator on screen was delivering a monologue about the unknown figure and what it represented for humanity's position in the post-merge world, framing it as evidence that the merge had produced not only threats but also assets, not only monsters but also protectors, not only chaos but also the possibility of a new kind of power aligned with human survival. It was well-crafted. It was emotionally resonant. It was going to be cited and shared and built on for weeks. The creature reached forward and turned the screen off. It sat back and looked at the blank screen for a moment. Then it looked at the window and the city beyond it, running through the strategic picture with the updated variables. The public narrative was now an asset, which changed the operational calculus for every human institution that had been building toward direct action. The guilds were in operational cooperation agreements. The dungeon was secured. The key was used. The horde was extracted. The academy was a continuing intelligence resource. The cosmic monitoring layer was dark to the creature's signal. The building blocks were in place. The time traveler in the academy vault had told the creature what the future looked like from his perspective. A world that had been changed beyond recovery. He had set it as a warning and the creature had received it as a data point, which is what it was. A description of an outcome. A description of what happened when the creature operated without constraint in an environment that had no effective resistance to offer. The creature sat on the couch in the Silver Lion Tower and looked at the blank screen and thought about the time traveler's description of the future, and what came after the thinking was not alarm or recalibration. It was the same thing that had been there since the moment the tutorial zone collapsed and the creature stepped through the merge into the real world. Clarity. About what this world was. About what it was. About what the relationship between those two things was going to produce, regardless of how long it took or how many intermediate steps the production required. Outside the window, the city's lights were coming on as the afternoon faded. The financial district cordon was still in place. The news channels were still running. The northeast horizon, where the monster nest had been, was dark for the first time in 3 weeks. Commander Yeon was somewhere in the city building a picture. Professor Shin was somewhere in the academy compound thinking about a provisional student who was no longer on campus. The time traveler was somewhere processing the vault encounter and deciding his next move. And the creature that walked out of a tutorial zone with nothing and had spent 8 chapters building towards something that none of them had complete information about sat in the dark of the top floor of the Silver Lion Tower and let all of those things proceed at their own pace. Because the creature was not in a hurry. It had already seen the direction everything was pointing. The invitation arrived at the Silver Lion Tower 3 days after the nest destruction, delivered by a government courier with the kind of formal presentation that indicates the sender is very aware of the significance of what they are sending. Thick envelope. Official seal of the Global Hunter Coalition, the international body that had been assembled 6 weeks into the merge when it became clear that what was happening was not a national problem for any individual government to manage alone. Heavyweight paper. The kind of object that communicates its own importance before it is opened. The Global Hunter Coalition's Summit Banquet. 2 weeks from the invitation date. Location, the Grand Celestine Hotel in the neutral territory of the International Zone. A coastal venue that had been built specifically for gatherings of this kind, large enough to host delegations from 40 countries simultaneously, secured at a level that reflected the value of the people it was designed to accommodate. The guest list would include heads of state, senior military commanders from every nation with a functioning hunter program, the leaders of the top 10 ranked guilds globally, and the 40 highest-rated active hunters in the world. And one special guest, extended by personal invitation from the Coalition's Secretary General, for the individual whose actions had demonstrated, in the Secretary General's formal language, an extraordinary commitment to the protection of human life in the face of existential threat. Tae-jin read the invitation over the creature's shoulder and said nothing for a long moment. Then he said that attending would be the smartest possible move and that not attending would be the second most suspicious thing the creature had done since arriving in this city, the first being the dungeon situation, which the public narrative had already substantially reframed. He said this with the tone of a man who was now genuinely invested in the operational strategy because his guild's fortunes were entirely tied to it, and then he immediately began sourcing a tailor because whatever the creature wore to this event was going to be photographed from every angle by every camera present and the visual presentation mattered. The creature let him handle the suit. The 2 weeks between the invitation and the event were productive in the specific way that periods before a significant operation are productive when the preparation is mostly internal. The creature ran the intelligence it had on the expected attendees, pulling from Commander Yeon's decoded communications, Taejin's guild intelligence network, and the public record that the Academy's curriculum had given it access to. 40 of the highest-rated hunters in the world in one room. The leadership of the 10 largest guilds. Military commanders with authority over the bombardment platforms that had fired on the Silver Lion Tower. All of them would have their own assessments of the figure they were meeting. The public narrative was dominant but not universal. The hunter community had been more cautious in its response than the general public, the experienced operators who had built their understanding of the post-merge environment through actual field work reading the available data with a skepticism that the broadcast coverage had not generated in civilian audiences. Some of them would be watching very carefully. The creature was also watching for one specific name on the attendee list. The time traveler from the Academy Vault had not been seen on campus since the Vault encounter, which the creature had confirmed through the passive monitoring it maintained on the Academy's communication channels. He had gone somewhere and was doing something, and given what the creature understood about his nature and his mission, the range of things he was likely doing was not large. He was building a case. Looking for an audience. Trying to find the right person in the right position to hear what he was saying about the thing he had come back in time to stop. A gathering of every significant player in the global hunter and governmental power structure was exactly the kind of audience he would be working toward. The creature factored this in and did not change its plan. The Grand Celestine Hotel occupied a peninsula on the coast, connected to the mainland by a single access road that was monitored and controlled with the kind of security density that gets applied when the people inside are worth protecting at national budget scale. The perimeter had both conventional and magical security layers, the latter installed by a specialist firm that worked exclusively for international bodies and whose systems were significantly more sophisticated than anything the Silver Lion Guild had been running. The interior security was managed by a combined force drawn from 6 national programs, all operating under coalition protocols, all briefed on every credible threat profile in the current environment. The creature arrived by car, which Tae-jin had also sourced, because arriving by any other means would have been a statement rather than an entrance, and statements were not the register for tonight. The suit was dark, precisely fitted, the kind of garment that communicates the wearer understands formal contexts without appearing to have thought too hard about it. The creature had compressed its energy signature to the calibrated human hunter reading it had used at the academy, the same careful dial down that presented elevated capability within the documented range without revealing the depth below. The security scan at the entrance was the most sophisticated it had encountered since arriving in this world. 3 layers. The first conventional, the second magical, the third a hybrid system that the creature's passive scanning identified as something the Coalition's technical division had developed specifically for post-merge entity assessment. It was designed to detect energy signatures that did not match their surface presentation. A lie detector for auras. The creature passed through all 3 layers without triggering anything. The hybrid system, like the Silver Lion lobby turrets before it, was running on a framework derived from Game World architecture, and Game World architecture recognized the boss tier classification the same way every other game-derived system had recognized it. Not as a threat to scan. As an exempt entity outside the standard categorization. The system processed the creature, returned the clean human hunter reading, and logged the entry without a flag. Inside, the Grand Celestine Hotel was doing what it was built for, which was making important people feel that their importance was being appropriately reflected by their surroundings. The main ballroom was 3 stories high, with a glass ceiling that let in the coastal night sky and a floor that could accommodate several hundred people without the density that made large gatherings feel crowded. The lighting was the specific warm register that made everyone look slightly better than they actually did. The catering was deployed at a scale that communicated abundance without waste. Every detail was calibrated. The creature moved through the room and the room adjusted to it. Not dramatically. Not in the way it adjusted in the streets of the lower district, where people's survival instincts moved them physically away from the signal they could not consciously identify. The energy was compressed, the signal hidden. What the room was adjusting to was the information that the people in it had already processed before arriving, the footage, the event analysis, the public narrative, the invitation's framing. They knew who this person was supposed to be and they responded to that knowledge. People approached, introduced themselves, extended hands and presented names and titles and affiliations. The creature met each one with the controlled social performance it had been running at the academy, the same calibrated presentation of someone operating in a context they were not entirely comfortable in, which read as humility in someone who had done what the footage showed, and humility in a powerful person is one of the most disarming things a social environment can encounter. The heads of state were correct and cautious. The guild leaders were evaluative, each one trying to get a read through the conversation that their professional instincts told them was necessary. The military commanders were polite in the specific way that military people are polite when they are in a social setting that does not permit the directness they would prefer. The senior hunters were the most interesting, because several of them had their own elevated sensitivity to energy signatures and were doing their own informal scans throughout their conversations with the creature, and each of them was getting the same clean human hunter result that the entrance systems had produced. The creature talked to all of them. It talked about the nest destruction with the understated brevity of someone describing something they consider simply the right thing to have been done. It talked about the dungeon with the careful vagueness of someone managing operational security. It responded to direct questions about its capabilities with the specific non-answer that conveys that you have more than you are showing without specifying what, which in this room full of people who all operated at elite levels was the most credible possible presentation because everyone in the room was doing a version of the same thing. 2 hours into the event, across the ballroom, the creature picked out the time traveler. He had a name tag and a delegate credential that identified him as a liaison from one of the smaller national hunter programs. The credential was real. He had obtained it through whatever means had been available to him in the weeks since the vault encounter, and obtaining it had required either genuine connections within that program or a very effective short-term operation to build the appearance of them. Either way, he had gotten himself into the room, which the creature had anticipated and had factored into the evening's calculation. He was watching the creature from across the ballroom with an expression that was doing significant work to maintain neutrality. The expression of someone who is watching something they know to be dangerous receive a standing ovation and is running out of patience with the gap between what they know and what everyone around them is willing to believe. The creature noticed him noticing it and did not react visibly. He started moving through the room. Not toward the creature directly. Toward the people around it. He made his way to a cluster that included 2 national military commanders and the leader of the second-ranked global guild, People with the kind of authority that could change the room's orientation if they changed their assessment. He began talking to them. The creature could not hear the conversation from across the ballroom, but it did not need to. The body language was clear enough, and the creature had already modeled the arguments he would be making. He knew what the creature was. He had come from a future where the creature had operated without the constraints this room was capable of applying, and he had a specific and detailed account of what that produced. He was making that account now, to people who had the leverage to act on it, in the middle of the most significant gathering of global hunter authority figures that had occurred since the merge. The creature watched the response. The military commanders listened with the professional attention that people in their positions apply to all information, giving nothing away in their expressions. The guild leader listened with the evaluative focus of someone whose business judgment was their primary tool. They looked at the time traveler. They looked at the creature across the ballroom, at the understated figure in the dark suit accepting a drink from a passing server with the contained composure of someone used to being in rooms like this. Then they looked back at the time traveler, and the expressions shifted into the register of people who are continuing to listen out of courtesy while their assessment has already moved on. Not hostile. Not dismissive in a rude sense. The specific gentle sidelining of someone who is saying something that the available evidence does not support at the level required to change a room. The public narrative was too strong. The footage was too clear. The nest was too obviously destroyed. The entity the time traveler was describing as a monster in disguise was standing 20 meters away, looking precisely like the kind of person you would want on your side in the situation the world was currently in. The time traveler's account required the listeners to weight an unverifiable claim about a future timeline against the evidence of their own eyes and the evidence of every recording that had been made in the past several weeks. The math did not work for him. The creature watched this play out and waited. He kept trying. He moved to another group. Then another. He was getting more agitated with each encounter, the composure degrading under the accumulated weight of not being heard, of carrying the specific knowledge that the person across the room was exactly what he said it was and watching everyone around him decide it was not. The creature recognized the progression. The time traveler had come back through time with a plan that relied on being believed, and the plan was not working, and the failure was not because his information was wrong but because the information environment had been shaped by events that made the information unbelievable to the people who needed to act on it. He reached the group nearest the creature. The group included the Secretary General of the Global Hunter Coalition, the person whose invitation had made tonight possible, and two senior delegates whose titles placed them in the top tier of the international authority structure. He had found the audience that had the most leverage, the people who could actually change the evening's direction if they changed their minds. He made his case. The creature could see the effort it was costing him, the control required to present this in a room full of cameras and audio with the credibility he needed it to have. He was precise and specific, drawing on the operational detail of someone with genuine knowledge. The Secretary General listened with the genuine attention that the position required. The delegates listened. The creature set its drink down on a nearby surface and walked over. It did this unhurriedly, with the natural movement of someone crossing a room at a social function, not the targeted crossing of someone who has identified a confrontation. By the time it reached the group, the Secretary General was looking between the time traveler and the arriving figure with the expression of someone trying to resolve a significant information discrepancy in real time. The time traveler looked at the creature, and the progression that had been building across the evening reached its end point. He moved. The attack was fast in the way that everything he did was fast. The speed of someone at the top of the post-merge hunter capability range with years of combat experience running through a body trained to that level. It was also, for this room full of people who were all running their own threat assessments on everything happening around them, visible from the moment he initiated. Several people in the nearby radius began reacting before the attack reached the creature, hands going to weapons or skill activations beginning. The creature did not move. It let the attack come to within contact distance and then released a fraction of the compressed monster energy. Not a directed attack. Not a skill activation. A pulse. The smallest possible deployment of the signal that had bent 40 goblins to the floor and put Commander Yeon on one knee, calibrated precisely to affect a single target at close range while remaining below the detection threshold of every scanner in the room. The time traveler stopped. Not gently. Not gradually. He stopped in the middle of his attack motion the way a video stops when someone hits pause, mid-stride, mid-extension, frozen in the posture of an attack that had not landed and was not going to land, every voluntary muscle locked under the wave of the dominant signal washing through his nervous system. He was upright, which was the creature's calibration choice, and his eyes were the only things still moving, darting with the urgent awareness of someone who is fully conscious and completely unable to execute any of the commands their brain is generating. To the room, it looked like he had stumbled. Like his foot had caught on something or a sudden physical event had interrupted his movement, the way people sometimes stop suddenly when a cramp fires or a moment of vertigo hits. The attack posture was visible to those who had been watching, but the interruption was not, and the interpretation that assembled in the watching faces was consistent. Something had gone wrong with him. Not with the other person. With him. The creature stepped forward and caught him by the arm, a steadying grip, the physical gesture of someone helping a person who has lost their footing in a crowded room. It was a picture of consideration. Several cameras caught it. It leaned in. The proximity was close enough for a quiet exchange, the kind of thing that happened at events like this constantly, two people having a private word in a public setting. The creature's face was at the angle that made the cameras usable but the words inaudible, which was the angle it had chosen deliberately. What it said to him was brief. It was specific. It was the kind of thing that could only be said by something that understood exactly what he was, what he had done, what it had cost him, and what he was working with now that the plan had failed. It told him about the future he had come from in terms that made clear the creature had absorbed and processed everything he had said in the vault and had understood it more completely than he had intended. It told him what came next, not as a threat in the conventional sense but as a description, the flat recitation of a sequence that the creature had already assessed and found to be the most probable outcome of his continued efforts. It told him that the world he was trying to save had just watched him apparently lose his composure in the middle of a global summit and attack the person it considered its most significant recent hero. And it told him that nothing he could do from this position would change the direction things were moving. The paralysis pulse faded as the creature released it. The time traveler could move again. The creature stepped back, still holding the steadying grip on his arm in the gesture of assistance, and looked at him with an expression that the cameras captured as concern, and that was, in the private space between the two of them, something considerably colder than that. The time traveler stood. He was breathing. He was upright. The cameras were on him and the people around him were watching with the slightly uncomfortable attention of a crowd that has just witnessed something awkward at a formal event and is not sure whether to intervene or pretend it did not happen. The Secretary General was saying something to him in a low, careful tone. A security officer had materialized at his elbow with the practiced proximity of someone who is present in case they are needed. He looked at the creature. The expression on his face was the specific expression of someone who has just had the exact dimensions of the problem they are facing communicated to them with complete precision. Not defeated in a simple sense. Something more complicated than that. The expression of someone who still knows what they know and still believes it matters, and has just been shown, with no room for misinterpretation, how thoroughly the context around that knowledge has been shaped against them. The creature released his arm. It turned back to the Secretary General and said something quiet that read as an apology on the creature's behalf for the disruption, a social smoothing that framed the time traveler's action as something that the creature was graciously choosing not to respond to in a way that would make the evening more difficult for the organizers. The Secretary General looked at the creature and then at the time traveler and made the decision that the security officer was the appropriate resource for the next few minutes. The time traveler was guided toward a side room with the firm, gentle escort of experienced event security. He went without resistance, which was not submission. It was the calculation of someone who was still thinking, still operating, still running the problem through a framework that had not given up yet even if the current approach had failed. He looked back once across the ballroom as the side room door opened. The creature was already in conversation with the Secretary General, the exchange flowing as naturally as any of the evening's prior conversations, the dark suit and the compressed energy signature and the controlled social performance all doing their work, the room around it reorienting toward the narrative it had been told and choosing it over the alternative. The cameras kept flashing. Outside, through the glass ceiling of the ballroom, the coastal night sky was clear, the stars visible at the edges of the light that the hotel threw outward from every surface. The ocean was dark beyond the peninsula, moving in the slow rhythm that large bodies of water maintain regardless of what is happening at the edge of them. The Secretary General told the creature that the coalition had been discussing a formal advisory role, an official capacity that would allow the creature's demonstrated capabilities to be integrated into the coalition's response framework for the ongoing merge management effort. Not a military commission. Something new, a category that the situation had created a need for, without precedent, that would give the creature both formal standing in the international structure and access to the intelligence and resource networks that the coalition maintained. The creature listened to this with the expression of someone receiving an unexpected honor, the specific modulated response that the social register of the moment required. Inwardly, the system was already running the access calculation. The coalition's intelligence network was an order of magnitude larger than Taejin's guild network. The resource pipeline that a formal advisory role would put within reach made the Silver Lion Guild's operation look like a side project. The political cover that came with international formal standing would change the operational calculus for every national authority that had been building toward action against the Silver Lion Tower. It was, from the creature's perspective, the most useful thing any human institution had offered since the merge. It told the Secretary General that it was deeply grateful for the consideration and would reflect carefully on what being of the most genuine possible service to the coalition and to the world required. The Secretary General smiled and said that was exactly the kind of answer that made the invitation worth extending. Across the room, the side door was still closed. The time traveler was somewhere behind it, talking to security personnel, giving an account of the evening that nobody in the official record was going to process at the level it deserved. Not tonight. Not in this information environment. The account was accurate and the account was useless because the context around it had been built into a shape that made accuracy insufficient. The creature picked up a fresh drink from a passing server and looked out at the room. The 40 highest-rated hunters in the world. The leadership of every major guild. The military commanders who had authorized a bombardment that had failed to touch it. The Secretary General of the body with the most authority over the global response to the most significant crisis in human history. All of them, in this room, operating on the picture the world had built of the figures standing among them. Not one of them had the complete picture. Commander Yeon was not at the banquet. She had been invited as part of the military delegation and had declined, citing operational requirements, which was a cover for the truth that she was not willing to be in a room where the information environment would make her own assessment of the situation impossible to act on effectively. She was in her mobile command unit, which had been relocated to a new position in the city since the bombardment event, and she was receiving the live broadcast feed from the event on one of her screens while running 3 other analytical processes on the remaining screens. She watched the creature in the dark suit accepting congratulations from the Secretary General, the flash of cameras, the expressions of the people around it. She looked at her map. She looked at the pattern it made. She added the banquet to the pattern and the pattern got clearer. She made a note and turned back to the analytical process on the second screen, which was the cross-referencing of energy signature data from the bombardment event against national dungeon openings that her team had been running for a week. The data was not complete yet. Some of the national programs were slow with their reporting. But what she had was enough to see the beginning of something that extended well beyond the city, well beyond the operational radius she had been working within, a shape in the data that was consistent with something that was not reacting to the world but moving through it according to its own plan. She needed more data. She put a request into the coalition's intelligence network, using a channel that her operational role gave her access to, asking for the complete dungeon event record for a 30-day window at national scale. She sent it and turned back to her screens. In the ballroom of the Grand Celestine Hotel, the cameras flashed. The creature smiled the smile of a hero at a celebration, surrounded by the most powerful people in the world, holding a drink it was not going to finish, in a suit it had not chosen, in a role it had manufactured from materials the world had provided without understanding what it was building. The time traveler was somewhere behind a closed door, broken in the specific way that people break when they know the truth and the truth is not enough. And the thing they were all either celebrating or trying to stop was standing in the middle of the most powerful room on the planet, invisible in the only way that actually mattered. The sky above the Grand Celestine Hotel broke like glass. Not a crack. Not a gradual fracture working its way across the surface. The entire visible sky above the peninsula shattered simultaneously, the way a mirror shatters when the impact is perfectly central, and the pieces did not fall. They hung. Suspended in place, hundreds of jagged sections of what had been the night sky, each one showing a different image on its face, stars and darkness on one side and something else entirely on the other. Something white. Something that had the quality of light before light decides what color to be. The sound it made was a frequency that the human ear was not designed to process. Every person in the ballroom registered it not as a noise but as a pressure, a physical event in the chest that preceded conscious understanding of it by a full second. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. Drinks stayed at lip level. The orchestra in the corner went quiet in a ragged stagger as the musicians registered the same pressure through their instruments and their bodies simultaneously. Then the ballroom ceiling began to fracture along the seams. The glass panels above the main floor, the ones that had been showing the coastal night sky, were reacting to whatever was happening to the actual sky above them. The panels held for 3 seconds after the sky broke. Then they began to go 1 and then 2 and then in a cascading sequence that swept from the south end of the ceiling to the north, each panel cracking and then dissolving into a fine crystalline powder that fell in slow, almost decorative curtains across the people below. Through the gaps where the ceiling had been, the shattered sky was fully visible. And through the shattered sky, things were coming through. The first wave was not individual. It was a sheet. A dense formation of entities, moving in perfect geometric alignment, descending through the gaps in the fractured sky in columns that held their spacing with a precision no organic creature maintains in freefall. They were the same category as the enforcer, but not individual enforcement units responding to a specific anomaly. These were something the framework deployed differently, not the surgical tool for a classified glitch but the blunt instrument for a classified emergency. Executioners. The plural form of the response the creature had received before, escalated by the difference between one anomaly that needed resolving and a full server wipe protocol being initiated. They were white, they were geometric, they radiated the cold, even illumination that was the cosmic framework's aesthetic signature, and there were enough of them that the light coming down through the fractured sky lit the ballroom from above in a way that made the hotel's interior lighting irrelevant. The reaction in the room was immediate and fragmented. The security teams activated first, which was their function, and found within 2 seconds that their functions were currently suspended. The skill lock descended with the executioners, projected from the formation as a combined output of the framework's enforcement architecture, a field that covered the entire peninsula and operated at the level below the skill systems, reaching into the game-derived mechanics that every post-merge hunter ability ran on and closing them off at the source. Skill activations that were mid-process froze in place and dissipated. Abilities that hunters attempted to launch found no purchase. Weapons that relied on enchantment went inert. The 40 highest-rated hunters in the world stood in a ballroom with glass powder settling on their shoulders and discovered simultaneously that they were, for the first time in their professional careers, operating with only what their bodies could do without any system assistance. Panic is an inadequate word for what moved through the room. It was more specific than that. The particular quality of fear that arrives when the thing you have built your entire understanding of your own capability on is removed in a single instant, leaving behind only the raw, unaugmented person underneath the years of development. Some of the hunters in the room had not operated without their systems since before the merge, and before the merge those systems had been game interfaces rather than physical reality, and the removal of them now was not the removal of a tool. It was the removal of the layer that separated them from the scale of what was happening above the building. Heads of state were moving toward exits. Delegates were on communication devices, issuing and receiving information in the rapid overlapping pattern of people trying to relay a situation they do not have complete language for yet. The Secretary General was in the center of the ballroom surrounded by her security detail, and her security detail was doing everything it could do without its systems, which in this context was standing in a close formation and looking upward at the incoming sheet of executioners with professional faces on top of very human fear underneath. The first executioners reached the ballroom level and came through the open ceiling. They did not interact with the human people in the room. This was not mercy. It was classification. The server wipe protocol was targeted. It had a specific entity signature it was looking for, and the humans in this building were not it. The executioners moved through the ballroom space with the dispassionate efficiency of a system running a process, navigating around the people without engagement, their geometric forms moving at operational height rather than floor level, their scan functions active and running, searching the target signature. The creature was standing where it had been standing when the sky broke, approximately 12 meters from the Secretary General, in the same position it had occupied for the last 40 minutes of the event. Around it, the human occupants of the ballroom were either fleeing or frozen or doing something between the two, the room's social geometry completely dissolved. The time traveler, who had been released from the side room in the confusion immediately after the sky broke, was somewhere near the north wall. The creature clocked his position and filed it. The executioners found the target signature. The formation adjusted, the geometric columns reorganizing toward the creature's position with the smooth collective reorientation of a system that is not making a decision but executing a conclusion. They closed the distance and the skill lock field tightened around the specific location, concentrated on the target, the framework applying the full suppression weight of the enforcement architecture to the entity it had finally, after the enforcer core absorption had hidden the signal for weeks, managed to reacquire. The creature looked up at the incoming formation. Then it looked at the room. At the people in it. At the Secretary General, who was looking at the creature with the expression of someone who is watching their information model of a situation revise itself completely and doing it without the luxury of time to process the revision carefully. At the 40 highest-rated hunters who were weaponless in the practical sense and staring at something they had no framework for managing. At the time traveler by the north wall, who was watching the creature with an expression that had moved past broken and into something more complicated. He had known this was coming. He had come back in time specifically because this was coming, or something like it, and he had spent weeks trying to warn people who would not listen. He was watching the moment he had been trying to prevent arrive anyway, and the thing on his face was not satisfaction and it was not despair. It was the expression of someone who is about to see something they have been describing from memory for a long time and is discovering that description and experience are not the same thing. The creature let out a slow breath. And dropped everything. The compressed energy signature released. The calibrated human hunter presentation that had been running since the vault encounter at the academy, through every scan and every conversation and every hour of the banquet, simply stopped. The framework that had been holding the monster energy down to a manageable presentation let go, and what was underneath came up. The effect on the room was physical. Not a sound. Not a visible change in the creature's form, not immediately. The pressure wave of the true signal expanding outward was experienced by every biological organism in the ballroom the same way the sky-breaking frequency had been experienced, as a chest event, but not the same kind. The sky frequency had been alien, uninterpretable, something the body registered as wrong without having a category for wrong of that type. This was different. This activated something older. The part of human neurology that predates language and culture and the entire apparatus of civilization and society, the part that recognizes apex predator proximity not as a concept but as a direct physical message from the environment. Every person in the ballroom who was still standing sat down or stumbled. Not thrown, not physically moved. Their legs simply made the assessment that staying upright in this pressure was a secondary priority and acted accordingly. The security detail around the Secretary General went to their knees in a single movement. The 40 highest-rated hunters in the world, the people who had cleared the most dangerous dungeons in the post-merge era and had done it operating at the top of human capability, were braced against walls or furniture or each other, not because the pressure was targeting them but because the pressure existed and they were in the same space as it. The executioner formation above the ballroom stopped. Not retreated. Stopped. The geometric columns held their position and the scan functions that had been running continuously recalibrated at high speed. The target signature had just changed. Not the location. Not the movement. The signature itself had expanded beyond the parameters the scan was calibrated to read, the way a measuring instrument stops being useful when the thing you are measuring exceeds its range. The formation was still executing the protocol, but the data it was working from had just become incomplete. The skill lock field, which had been targeted and concentrated on the creature's position, buckled. Not uniformly. The field was a projection from the formation, and the formation was a finite mechanism, and the monster energy now expanding from the creature's position was applying pressure to the field at the foundational architecture level, the same level the field operated at. The field was designed to suppress game-derived mechanics in a targeted area. What was pressing against it from below was not game-derived in the way the field was designed to manage. The enforcer's absorbed core energy, integrated into the creature's native signal for weeks, was pushing at the field's framework from a layer it had not been built to defend. The skill lock shattered. Across the ballroom, systems came back online. Hunter abilities that had been suspended flared back to life. Enchanted weapons went active again. The 40 highest-rated hunters in the world felt their capabilities return in a single moment, and several of them activated skills immediately out of pure reflex before their conscious minds caught up with the fact that they were still on the floor and the thing standing in the center of the room was the reason the skills had come back. The creature did not acknowledge any of this. Its attention was on the formation above. The true form was fully present now, not physically transforming back to the 4-meter monster build, the human appearance held as a surface, but the energy underneath it fully expressed, the dominant signal running at its actual ceiling for the first time since the merge. In the game world, the tutorial zone boss had been the weakest classified enemy in the entire architecture. What was standing in the Grand Celestine Hotel ballroom was what that entity had become after absorbing a maxed-out player system, commanding a 60-goblin army, wrestling a volcanic dragon into submission, dismantling a cosmic enforcer with its bare hands, and integrating the enforcer's core into its own foundational energy. The executioner formation adjusted for the new signature data. And the second wave came through the fractures. More of them. Significantly more. The first wave had been a sheet. The second wave was a volume, filling the open sky above the building with the white geometric forms to a density that blocked the stars entirely behind them. The combined illumination from their bodies made the night sky above the peninsula look like daylight, the cold, even light of the cosmic framework projected downward in a column that covered the building and its surrounding grounds. The creature looked up at the volume of what was coming, and its expression did not produce anything that resembled concern. It moved to the side of the ballroom where Taejin had told the administrators to store the creature's personal effects during the event, the small case that contained everything that had been transferred from the Silver Lion Tower for the occasion. The case was on a table near the east wall, knocked onto its side in the general disruption but intact. The creature picked it up, opened it, and removed what was inside. The object that came out was not something that had been in the case when it left the tower. It had been constructed in the 2 weeks between the invitation and the banquet, in the vault space of the volcanic dungeon during one of the creature's returns to check on the dragon, using resources from the horde and the dragon's own contribution to the process. Dragon bones are not standard crafting material in any human hunter tradition. The volcanic dragon's bone structure was composed of dungeon architecture material that had been building thermal and kinetic density for the entire duration of the dragon's existence in the sealed zone, and that density gave it properties that no human-sourced weapon material approached. The weapon was a blade. Not ornate. Not decorated in the way weapons forged for display tend to be. Long, single-edged, with a dark surface that absorbed the light around it rather than reflecting it, the visual quality of something that was more of an absence than a presence. The bone material had been worked in a way that integrated the creature's own energy into the structure, which meant the weapon was not a tool the creature was holding but an extension of what the creature was, conducting the monster energy and the enforcer core integration through its edge. The ballroom watched the creature draw this weapon. The time traveler by the north wall stared at it. In the future he had come from, he had never seen this specific weapon because this weapon did not exist in that timeline yet, but he understood what he was looking at with the specific recognition of someone who has spent a long time studying something and is now seeing its natural product in front of him. He was watching the creature stop performing and start operating, and the distinction was enormous. The creature raised the blade. The shockwave it released was not a swing. The motion of the arm was a swing, but the output was not the kinetic product of a sharp edge moving through air. It was a release of the energy running through the blade, conducted from the creature's monster signal through the dragon bone material and expanded outward at the point of maximum arc, a compression wave of dungeon architecture dominant signal that moved through the ballroom space and up through the open ceiling and into the volume of executioners filling the sky above. The first wave dissolved. Not defeated. Dissolved. The signal wave moved through the geometric forms, and the framework energy that composed them encountered the dominant signal in the wave and the classification resolution processed at architecture level, and the result was that the executioners in the path of the wave were no longer classified as active enforcement units but as resolved anomalies, which in the framework's operational language meant they ceased to function and the matter they were composed of dispersed. The white light above the building dimmed by approximately 40% as the first wave went out. The second wave was still coming. The creature looked up at the volume of it, the density of incoming executioners still filling the fractures in the sky, and made a calculation that it completed in approximately 1 second. The second wave was larger than the first wave had been larger than the enforcer. The protocol was escalating. There was a ceiling on what could be dispatched from the framework's enforcement architecture in a single operational event, but that ceiling was not visible from the current position, and the time it would take to find it was not time the ballroom full of human beings had available. The creature looked at the fractures in the sky. The fractures were the entry point. The protocol was running them as a conduit, maintaining the breaks in the physical-digital boundary to allow continued deployment of enforcement units through the gap. Close the conduit and the deployment stopped. The units already through would still need to be addressed, but the volume problem resolved itself. Closing the conduit required going to it. The creature looked at the room one more time. The Secretary General was on her feet, supported by one of her security detail, watching the creature with the expression of complete revision. Every assumption, every framing, every piece of the picture she had been building since the invitation was being replaced in real time with something that had no existing category. She was the most important single individual in the room in terms of what she understood and what she could do with that understanding, and the creature met her eyes for 1 second and communicated in the wordless grammar it had been using since day one exactly one thing. Not a threat. Not an explanation. Not an apology for the evening's revelations. Just the flat, patient acknowledgement of a thing that knows what it is and has stopped finding it useful to pretend otherwise. Then the creature went up. The movement was vertical, the raw physical acceleration that had carried it into the enforcer in open air and carried it up the dragon's neck against everything the dragon could do to stop it, applied straight up from the ballroom floor through the open ceiling and into the sky above the building. The remaining executioners in the lower deployment range were in its path, and the blade handled them the same way the shockwave had handled the first wave, the dominant signal moving through everything it contacted and resolving it at the architecture level. The sky above the building cleared in a widening cone as the creature rose through it. The time traveler watched it go from the north wall. He had come back in time to stop this. He had warned people who would not listen. He had tried to act directly and been paralyzed in a ballroom in front of cameras while the creature made it look like he had tripped. He had watched the costume come off and the true thing underneath emerge, and he had watched it draw a weapon made of a dragon's bones and erase a wave of cosmic executioners with a gesture. He had watched it go up into the fractured sky to fight the framework that governed the rules of existence. He looked at the blade path through the dissolving executioners. He looked at the fractures in the sky above it, the remaining breaks in the boundary where the white light still poured through and more units were still coming, and the creature was still rising toward them. The shockwave from the blade release had done something to the ballroom structure on its way through. The east wall had a crack running its full height. The floor near the center of the wave's path had lifted along a seam. Several of the tables and chairs were overturned or dissolved to their component materials where the edge of the wave had clipped them. The ballroom of the Grand Celestine Hotel, the carefully maintained venue built for gatherings of exactly the kind of importance that tonight had represented, looked like the aftermath of something that interior design professionals do not have a category for. The 40 highest-rated hunters in the world, many of them back on their feet with their systems restored and their weapons active and pointing at things, looked at the sky and at each other and at the weapon the creature had left nothing behind to fight with, and the collective assessment of the room was reaching a conclusion that every one of them was arriving at independently. Commander Yeon was not in the room. She was in her mobile command unit, watching the broadcast feed that had been running until the cameras at the event went offline when the skill lock hit, and she was now watching the external drone footage that the military had scrambled to the peninsula as soon as the sky broke. She watched the creature go up through the dissolving executioners. She watched the white light above the building dim as the second wave encountered the blade's wake. She watched the fractures in the sky begin to close in the creature's path. She looked at her map. She added what she was watching to the pattern. The pattern was complete. She had the full picture now. The dungeon. The tower. The banquet. The enforcer from weeks ago. The vault at the academy that her contact had confirmed had been accessed. The goblin column on the avenue that still circulated on social media. The encounter with her own team in the street on the first day. All of it connected. All of it pointing outward from a single point. She sat for a long moment. Then she reached for her communication device and began putting together the call that she had been building toward since the first week, the one that required having the complete picture before it could be made, because the people she needed to make it to would not listen to an incomplete picture and she had only one opportunity to be heard at the level she needed to be heard at. Above the Grand Celestine Hotel Peninsula, the fractures in the sky were visible from the coastal mainland as a light event on the horizon, white and cold and occupying a portion of the night sky that should have been dark. The few people awake at this hour on the mainland coast were photographing it. The images were already circulating. Inside the fractures, in the space between the physical world and the cosmic framework above it, the creature was fighting the border guards of existence itself. The executioners up here were different from the ones that had deployed through the fractures into the sky below. Closer to the framework, operating at a layer where the enforcement architecture's full capacity was available rather than the attenuated version that physical world deployment required. They were larger. The geometric precision of their forms was more absolute. The skill lock they projected was not the field that the ballroom version had produced but something more fundamental, a suppression that operated at the energy source level rather than the expression level. The creature ran through them with the dragon bone blade. Up here, without the compressed signal, without the calibrated performance, operating at its actual ceiling, the monster energy and the enforcer core integration and 6 weeks of accumulated capability running through a body with stats that still had lines the system had never finished calculating, the creature was moving at a speed that the executioners up here, despite their proximity to the framework and their elevated operational capacity, were calibrated to respond to by their margins, rather than their centers. It was not a clean fight. Several executioners in the upper deployment layer hit the creature with direct strikes that produced visible effects, compression events that staggered it for fractions of seconds, suppression pulses that slowed the signal propagation through the blade for brief windows. The creature bled, If the dark energy that leaked from the impact points could be called that, the monster energy expressing externally under framework level suppression, and it healed, the integration of the enforcer core providing a baseline restoration function that the cosmic framework's medical equivalent would have considered an obscenity. The fractures were ahead. The conduit. The maintained breaks in the boundary where the protocol was feeding units through. Each fracture was an opening in the physical digital boundary, and the boundary was a structure, and structures had foundations, and the foundation of this one was the framework's enforcement protocol running the maintenance function that kept the breaks from healing. The creature did not try to repair the fractures from outside. It went through them, into the space above. The framework's interior. What existed in the space above the physical digital boundary was not describable in the language that physical experience generates. The closest approximation was light and architecture and scale, a space that was simultaneously very large and very precisely organized, the operational structure of the mechanism that governed reality's rules, visible from the inside for the first time by something that was not supposed to be inside it. The enforcement protocol that was running the fracture maintenance was a function, not a place. The creature found it the way it found everything, the way monster instinct finds the center of a threat, and it applied the dragonbone blade to the function's source structure the way it had applied raw force to every obstacle it had encountered since the tutorial zone collapsed. Below the peninsula, the fractures in the sky began to close. Not all at once. The maintenance function did not shut down cleanly when the source structure was interrupted. It wound down, the fractures sealing from the edges inward, the white light through each break dimming and then going out as the protocol's output dropped toward zero. The last fracture sealed. The sky above the Grand Celestine Hotel was dark again. The coastal stars were visible. The cold, even light was gone. Inside the framework's interior, the creature that should not exist was standing in the architecture of existence itself, the dragonbone blade in its hand, the dominant signal running at full output in a space designed to maintain and enforce the rules of every physical reality the framework governed. It looked around at the structure it was standing in. The system screen came on without the creature activating it, pulled up by the environment it was in, the player system architecture recognizing the framework layer and responding to it the way it responded to dungeon architecture, running a scan, attempting a classification, returning data that the creature read with the same flat attention it brought to every assessment. The system was showing it the scale of the framework. Not a single structure. A network. Vast and distributed, running through and between every physical reality the framework governed, maintenance functions and enforcement protocols and administrative architecture stretching in every direction from the point where the creature was standing, connected to everything. Every dungeon that had ever existed. Every system that had ever been built on the game world architecture. Every post-merge reality bleed. Every operation the enforcement layer had ever run or was currently running across all of its operational jurisdictions. And at the center of each node in the network, the signal that anchored that node's hierarchy. The creature looked at this picture for a long moment. Then it looked at the blade in its hand. Below it, the physical world it had walked out of a tutorial zone into 8 chapters ago was sitting in the dark under a repaired sky. The Grand Celestine Hotel full of the most powerful human beings on the planet trying to process what they had just witnessed, Commander Yeon in her mobile command unit making the call she had been building toward, the time traveler somewhere in the building below deciding what the next version of his attempt looked like. All of it visible from up here. All of it connected to the network the system was mapping. The creature was not standing in a dungeon. It was not standing in a city. It was standing in the administrative center of the framework that governed the rules of the world it had been planning to conquer. And the rules, viewed from inside the structure that generated them, looked considerably more interesting than they had from the outside. The other side of the fracture was nothing like what anything in the creature's existence had prepared it for. Not the dungeon zones. Not the tutorial field. Not the city with its towers and its noise and its complicated hierarchies. Not even the framework's interior layer that it had glimpsed through the open fractures while fighting the upper executioners. This was something else entirely, and the something else was not the golden architecture of divine halls that the absorbed knowledge from Seojin's years of play had catalogued from Aethoria's highest-tier celestial content. It was not warm. It was not beautiful in any way that the word beauty was designed to handle. It was cold. Precise. Enormous in the way that functional spaces are enormous, not for grandeur but because the function requires the scale. The floor was a surface that reflected the light sources above it with the flat perfection of something that had never been walked on and was not designed to be smooth and faintly luminous in the specific blue-white frequency that the framework projected from everything it built. The ceiling, if the space above qualified as a ceiling, was not visible. The light came from structures rather than a sky, from pillars and terminals and vertical constructions that rose from the floor at measured intervals and disappeared into the space above, each one generating its own contribution to the ambient illumination that filled the domain with the even, directionless brightness of a room lit from every wall simultaneously. The terminals were the dominant feature. They occupied the space between the pillars in dense, layered configurations, each surface alive with data that moved in patterns too rapid and too complex for any biological processor to parse in real time. Not decorative. Functional. This was the administrative layer of the framework that governed every physical reality in its operational jurisdiction, and these terminals were the interface through which that administration was conducted. The pillars connected to the terminals. The terminals connected to each other. The whole system connected to the network the creature had glimpsed from the fracture's edge, the distributed architecture that ran through and between every reality the framework touched. The creature stepped fully into the domain and the fractures sealed behind it. The administrators registered the entry immediately. They were not what the creature expected either. Not towering figures with the physical presence of their authority externalized in form. They were closer to what the framework looked like from outside, precise and geometric, with the same blue-white coloration as the domain itself, as if the environment had built the entities that managed it in its own image or the entities had built the environment to match themselves. They moved through the domain at various heights, some at floor level and some elevated, some stationary at terminal positions and some in transit between functions. Their number was not countable at a glance because the domain was deep and the terminals were dense and more of them were becoming visible as the creature's eyes adjusted to the scale. When the entry registered, every administrator in visible range stopped. The collective attention of the domain's population landed on the creature standing at the fracture's former location with the dragon bone blade in its hand, and the quality of that attention was something that the creature processed very quickly and accurately. This was not the response of beings that encountered unexpected visitors regularly. This was the response of a system that had never had its interior accessed from below, by something that was not supposed to exist, that had absorbed an enforcement unit, that had interrupted a server wipe protocol from inside the execution layer. This was panic. The administrators communicated with each other in a mode that bypassed auditory frequency entirely, the framework's administrative language operating at the architecture level the same way their enforcement tools operated, and the communication was too fast and too compressed to decode in real time. But the result of it was visible within seconds of the entry. Multiple administrators at the nearest terminal positions were redirecting their access, pulling up functions that the creature's passive system scan identified as framework-level deletion protocols, the administrative equivalent of the right-click delete option in a file management system, except the file in question was the creature and the deletion was permanent at the foundational level. The first deletion beam hit the creature before it had taken 3 steps into the domain. It was red. That was the one concession to visual drama that the framework's administrative tools made. The deletion protocol rendered in the red frequency that everything operating on the game-derived architecture used to mark irreversible erasure events. The beam came from a terminal cluster to the left, fired by 2 administrators simultaneously, their combined output representing a deletion force rated to erase any entity in the framework's classification system from foundational existence. The creature walked through it. The red energy hit the dark aura surrounding the creature and the interaction produced no sound and no explosion and no visible damage. The monster energy absorbed the deletion input the way it had absorbed the Enforcer's holy discharge weeks ago, not deflecting it and not blocking it but consuming it, the dominant signal at the creature's core processing the deletion attempt as an energy input and integrating it rather than being overwritten by it. The deletion protocol was written to find a classification match and execute an erasure function on the matched entity. The creature had no classification match in the framework's registry. It was the anomaly that the registry could not file, and the deletion function, unable to find a target definition to execute against, dissipated against the aura like water against stone. More beams came. The administrators at the nearest terminals were firing continuously, overlapping their outputs, trying to increase the deletion density past the threshold where the aura's absorption could keep up with the input. The red light filled the creature's immediate area in a solid column that reduced visibility of it from the rest of the domain to a silhouette and then to a shape in light. Terminal clusters across the visible domain were redirecting to the same function, more and more administrators adding their deletion output to the concentrated beam, the total output climbing past any documented deletion event in the framework's operational history. The silhouette in the red light kept walking forward. When the creature came out the other side of the beam column, still moving, still holding the blade, still generating the dark aura that had simply consumed everything directed at it, the collective response of the domain's population shifted from panic to something that had more of desperation in it. The deletion protocol had never failed. It was not a tool that had been designed with a failure mode because the entities that designed it had not been able to conceive of a scenario in which it would fail. The failure was not a result that the framework had a contingency for. The creature looked at the nearest pillar. The pillars were the load-bearing elements of the framework's administrative architecture. Not structurally in the way a building has load-bearing walls, but functionally. Each pillar was a conduit for the maintenance functions that the framework projected into the physical realities under its jurisdiction. The skill lock fields. The enforcement protocols. The classification systems that governed how game-derived mechanics operated in post-merge realities. The rules, in their most literal operational form, running through the pillar structure the same way electrical current runs through wiring. The creature raised the dragon bone blade and brought it down on the nearest pillar. The material the pillar was made from was not any substance the creature had encountered before. It was not rock or metal or the game world architectural material that the enforcer had been composed of. It was the framework's own building material, the stuff that the administrative layer of existence was constructed from, and it was designed to be permanent in a way that nothing in any of the realities it governed was permanent. Permanent in the foundational sense. Not subject to entropy or force or any process that operated below the framework level. The blade went through it. The dragonbone weapon, conducting the monster energy and the enforcer core integration and the deletion energy the creature had just absorbed from 20 simultaneous deletion beams, was not operating below the framework level. It was operating at the framework level, made from dungeon architecture material that had been building its density in a sealed volcanic zone since before the merge, integrated with energy from the framework's own enforcement unit, and wielded by something whose classification the framework's entire administrative system could not resolve. The blade went through the pillar the way it had gone through the enforcer's wing joint, finding the connection points and separating them, and the pillar came apart in a way that pillars in this domain were not supposed to come apart. The effect was immediate and distant simultaneously. Somewhere in the physical world far below the domain, a constraint dissolved. Not explosively. Quietly. One of the framework's maintenance functions, the one running through the pillar that had just been shattered, stopped operating. The thing that function had been maintaining, one of the hard limits that the skill lock architecture applied to hunter systems in the post-merge environment, a cap on capability development that the framework had been running as a background management function since the merge began, simply stopped being enforced. Hunters across the region, most of them asleep at the hour the banquet had reached, would wake up to find their system development paths had extended past limits they had accepted as permanent, new capability tiers appearing in their skill trees that the framework had been restricting without their knowledge. The creature moved to the next pillar. The administrators were moving too. The ones at the terminals were still trying to find a deletion approach that would work, cycling through every variant in the protocol library, escalating the output parameters past values that had never been used because they had never been needed. The ones not at terminals were moving toward the creature from multiple directions, and the things they were carrying were not terminals. They were the framework's administrative tools in their physical form, not the projected beams of the deletion protocol but actual instruments, long and geometric and edged with the blue-white of the domain's own frequency. The creature swatted the first three away without interrupting its approach to the second pillar. The swat was the same casual physics it had applied to the low-level hunters in the lower district on day one. The scale difference between the administrators and the creature was not as dramatic as the difference between the creature and those early hunters, but the dynamic was approximately the same. The administrators were functioning at a higher operational level than anything in the physical world had been functioning at. The creature was functioning at a level the domain's designers had never been required to account for. The second pillar came down. Another maintenance function stopped. Another set of constraints dissolved in the physical world. Another category of limits that the framework had been running without the knowledge of the people subject to them quietly ceased to apply. The creature worked through the domain. Pillar by pillar, terminal cluster by terminal cluster, the administrative architecture of the framework sustaining the world below taking structural damage that its designers had believed was categorically impossible. The administrators swarmed the creature between each one, their golden tools leaving impact marks that the dark aura absorbed, and the creature simply continued moving through, and each impact added to the energy the aura was processing rather than depleting what was already there. The domain looked different as the creature moved through it. The even blue-white illumination was developing gaps. The terminals that had been alive with data were going dark in sections as the pillars they connected to failed, the data streams stopping mid-flow the way a river stops when you dam the source. The perfect floor, which had never been walked on and showed it, was developing marks from the dragonbone blade dragging across it between swings, long dark lines running through the reflective surface in the pattern of the creature's path through the space. The remaining administrators fell back from the creature's advance and consolidated toward the center of the domain. The figure that stepped forward from the center of that consolidation was different. Different in scale, first. The other administrators had been sized in the same register as each other, the functional uniformity of a workforce built to specification. This one was taller, its geometry more complex, its blue-white frequency carrying additional layers that the creature's passive system registered as distinct authority classifications stacked above the standard administrative rank. Not the enforcement layer. Above it, the executive layer, the designation that the framework's internal architecture reserved for the administrator with terminal access to the highest tier functions. The head administrator. It came to a stop approximately 30 meters from the creature, and the expression on its face, the geometric equivalent of expression that its structural form allowed, was not fear. The administrators had passed through fear in the first minute of the intrusion. What was on the head administrator's face was the specific quality of someone who has assessed a situation fully, found the direct options insufficient, and arrived at the alternative. It smiled. The creature recognized the quality of that smile. Not warmth. Not confidence in the conventional sense. The smile of someone who has been operating at the top of a hierarchy for long enough that losing a direct engagement does not read as a loss to them, because the direct engagement was never their primary tool. Strategy was their primary tool. And they had just identified a strategy. The head administrator raised both hands. The function it activated was not in the terminal systems that had been running the deletion protocols. It came from a different location entirely, from the foundational architecture of the domain itself, from the layer below the maintenance functions and the enforcement protocols and every administrative tool the creature had been encountering. The oldest layer. The functions that the framework had been running since before the administrative infrastructure above them was constructed, the original code of the system, the mechanisms that the framework had inherited from whatever came before it. The creature felt the activation before it saw the effect. A resonance in the floor, moving upward through the domain's structure, slower and heavier than anything the deletion beams had produced. Not fast. Deliberate. The way something very large and very certain moves when it does not need to hurry. The mirror rose from the floor. It came up from the domain's foundation material directly, emerging vertically the way a blade emerges from a sheath, its surface perfectly flat and perfectly reflective, framed by the domain's own architecture in a structure that had clearly been built into the foundation for exactly this purpose. Not improvised. Prepared. A contingency that the head administrator had access to and the judgment to recognize the correct moment to deploy. The mirror was large enough that the creature's full form was reflected in it with room to spare. The surface was not the cold reflection of a standard mirror. It was active. The image in it was not the creature's reflection. It showed a figure standing in approximately the same position the creature was standing in an approximation of the same domain space, but the energy around that figure was not dark. It was not the absorbed monster signal and the enforcer integration and the dragonbone conductor. It was gold and white, and it moved in the specific pattern of divine energy channeled through a maxed player system developed across 6 years of elite-level play. Seojin's energy. Not Seojun himself. The creature had stripped the player system from Seojin's avatar weeks ago, had absorbed it completely, had run it alongside its own monster energy since the tutorial zone collapsed. The player data existed inside the creature. It had always existed inside the creature since the absorption. But the mirror was not pulling the player data from the creature. It was pulling it from somewhere older than the creature's possession of it. From the framework's own records, the backup architecture, the base code that the game world had been built on and that the framework maintained as operational history. The mirror showed the player system as it had existed before the absorption. As it had been built by Seojun across 6 years. Complete. Intact. Separate from the creature that had taken it. The figure in the mirror stepped forward. It came through the surface the way the creature had come through the fracture in the sky, the reflective material yielding to its passage and resettling behind it, and it stood in the domain floor with the same physical scale the creature had and the gold-white energy running through it at the full output of a player system operating at maximum development without the dampening effect of a monster body containing it. It was Seojin's system given form. Not Seojun. Not a person. A construct built from the framework's records, given the shape that the player's system's avatar had taken at its highest development and powered by the energy architecture of the most advanced human hunter configuration ever documented. The head administrator had reached into the foundational records of everything that had happened since the merge and pulled out the most capable opposition available to the entity currently destroying the administrative architecture of the cosmos. The construct opened its eyes. The gold light that came out of them when they opened filled the domain from that point outward, washing over the dark aura of the creature like sunrise washing over something that had only existed in the dark. The two energies met in the space between the two figures, and the interaction was not an explosion. It was a resonance, a collision of frequencies so fundamentally opposed that the domain's foundation layer began to vibrate under the contact, the perfect floor developing fractures that ran outward from the collision point in all directions simultaneously, reaching the base of every remaining intact pillar and running up their surfaces in lines that the deletion beams had never managed to produce. The construct raised the Sunbreaker. It was reconstructed from framework records the same as everything else the mirror had produced, the game's most powerful divine weapon reconstituted from the operational history of the system that had wielded it, running at the output it had been capable of before it was stripped and dissolved in the tutorial field. The divine energy in the blade was not stored. It was live, generating continuously from the system architecture running through the construct's form, and at full output it was the same attack that had been meant as an execution in the tutorial zone on the last day of the game. The Sundering Arc. The construct drove it forward, and the gold-white energy discharge filled the space between them like the sun had been compressed into a beam, the same attack that the creature had caught with one hand in another life, in another context, at the moment that everything changed. The creature caught it with one hand. The impact this time was not the same as the tutorial zone. The power behind the Sundering Arc at full output from a fully realized system construct, running from the framework's own energy reserves rather than a capped game instance, was orders of magnitude beyond the version that had failed to kill the creature before the merge. The creature's arm drove back. Its feet moved across the fracturing floor. The dark aura flared and the Enforcer core energy screamed through the integration layer under the pressure of absorbing divine output at this concentration. But the hand held. The two figures stood in the domain of the framework's administrative layer, one radiating dark monster energy and cosmic absorption, the other blazing with 6 years of maxed human hunter development, and the collision of those two energies was pulling the domain apart around them. The fractures in the floor ran deeper. The remaining intact pillars shed their outer material. The terminals that were still running administrative functions flickered and went dark in clusters as the resonance vibration moved through their circuitry. The head administrator, positioned at a distance from the collision point, was doing something with its raised hands, something that was trying to maintain the framework's structural integrity under a load it had not been built to sustain. The creature looked at the construct across the joined energies between them. It was looking at the ghost of everything it had taken. The system it had absorbed in a glitching tutorial zone on the last day of a game that should never have given its final boss the capacity to understand what it was doing. The 6 years of development that had been built by a person who had no idea he was building the foundation for the most dangerous entity in the post-merge world. The gold-white energy that was the opposite of everything the creature's monster nature was, running at the ceiling of what human development had achieved and pressing that ceiling against the monster signal with everything the framework could feed into it. The Sunbreaker was still locked in the creature's grip. The construct pushed harder. The divine energy output climbed. The head administrator was feeding it directly from the framework's operational reserves, bypassing the construct's own generation capacity and adding the administrative layer's energy directly to the Sundering Arc, escalating the output past the values the game world had ever documented, past the values the physical world's post-merge measurements had ever recorded, climbing toward a ceiling that the head administrator was betting did not exist on the divine side of this equation. The domain was coming apart around the collision point. The floor fractures had reached the walls, and the walls were developing gaps. The blue-white light that had filled the domain evenly since the creature entered was breaking into separate light sources as the architectural cohesion of the space failed, each remaining intact structure casting its own light into the gaps where the surrounding structures had been. The perfect, administrative precision of the framework's home layer was dissolving under the sustained output of the two energies that should never have been in the same space. The creature tightened its grip. Not on the Sunbreaker. The construct's hand was generating the Sundering Arc, and the creature's hand was the block between the arc and everything behind it, and the grip on the arc was the grip on the construct's entire output, the physical point where the two energies were in direct contact and where the outcome of this was going to be decided. The dark aura pressed back. Not absorption this time. Dominance. The monster energy that had bent goblins to the floor and put a commander on her knee and told a dragon where it sat in the hierarchy, running at the ceiling that the creature's stats had been climbing towards since the tutorial zone, fed by everything it had absorbed since then, pressed against the divine output of the construct and the framework's operational reserves and the head administrator's escalating input and communicated in the language that Monster Signal had always communicated in. There is a top of this hierarchy. The Sunbreaker's divine energy flickered. The construct's gold-white aura stuttered. The head administrator pushed harder and the framework reserves poured into the construct and the domain shook and the walls that still had integrity lost it and the space above the domain, the space that should have been above everything, opened in a fracture of its own as the structural load of two foundational energies at maximum output finally exceeded what the administrative layer had been built to contain. The creature and the construct stared at each other across the held strike. The domain was collapsing around them. The head administrator was at its own ceiling. The fractures in the foundation were running through the deepest layer of the framework's architectural base, the permanent material, the material that had been designed to never come apart. Coming apart anyway. The creature was still holding. The construct was still pushing. And in the space between them, where the dark energy and the divine energy were in contact, and the air had stopped being air and started being something that neither physics nor magic had a name for, the decision that was going to determine what came next had not been made yet, but the grip was tightening and the aura was climbing and the ghost of the man whose system had started all of this was blazing gold-white across the fracturing floor of the heavens, and the creature that had walked out of a tutorial zone with stolen power and an empty name slot was staring it down without blinking. The realm was collapsing. The grip held.